Good morning, sir. Hello. Not out.
Hello.
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 Hello, good morning to all the participants. I request all the participants to please wait for 5 to 10 minutes. We will soon start the conference for today. Thank you. Also, I want to inform all the participants that we have.
Hello. Voice नहीं आ रही है.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I want to inform all the participants that we have received the feedback forms which we have filled, and today also throughout the session we will share feedback link for today's session. Kindly fill that also. Only then we will be able to provide you with the certificate. So kindly be online throughout the conference. We can share the feedback form at any time this week, and kindly fill it. Then we will share the certificates. Thank you.
34. Good morning, sir.
अभी काम करो नहीं तो आप इनका नंबर लेना आपसे कॉन्टेक्ट करता हूँ अभी चेक कर लो ग्रुप में पहले 5 स्पीकर हो जाएगा ना तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible, Coach Lendra ji?
Girdhar ji, you are audible.
More audible. Thank you.
I think not quite confident.
The 41 participants.
What I can. Unfortunately, that's it. That's it, Sukla. Very good morning. That's it, Sukla. Very good morning, sir.
Confirm Sukla sir, yeah. Swaminathan R sir,
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Next, because Chara ho gaya na. Let's start. Right? सर आगे चल सर 4 स्पीकर हो गए ना जस्ट लाइक टीवी दे बता रहा हूं टीवी दे ना एक राइट टीवी लगा दे ना चलो अभी लॉगिन क्वेश्चन दर्जी सारी पीपीटी यहां लगा नहीं लगा तो आप यहां बैठ के भेज दो एक क्वेश्चन
Sir, this sharing the screen is disabled as of now.
At your time, sir, we will permit you.
Sorry?
At your presentation time, we will give you authority to present your sharing.
सर नमस्कार morning sir Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome all the dignitaries and all the participants to the second day of this national conference on innovation and entrepreneurship development. Yesterday, we had the plenary talks, we had startup sessions, and we also had some idea presentations. Overall, if we talk about the domains that we explored, we talked about Digital India and ICT initiatives for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Are you an entrepreneur? That is all the ingredients of entrepreneurship, innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education institutes, IP protection and management for academia and industry collaboration and technology transfer, the life cycle of a tech startup, innovation and its impact on entrepreneurship, design thinking and innovation, and then the idea presentations. We had very reputed speakers with us. Among them, we had Professor Rajat Agarwal, Mr. Vivek Srinivasan, Dr. B.M. Babeja, Mr. Ashutosh Chincholikar. So, Dr. B.M. Babeja is ex-senior director at Ministry of Information Technology. We had Mr. Ashutosh Chincholikar, who is founder and CEO of Smart Controls India Limited. We had Professor Rajat Agarwal, Associate Dean of Innovation and Incubation Center at IIT Roorkee. We had Mr. Vivek Srinivasan, mentor and speaker and founder at Startup Squares, Bangalore. Mr. B.K. Sabhu, Regional Manager and Officer in Charge at UN Depot Technology and Innovation Support Center at NRDC. Mr. Dharmendra Rathod, CEO of IoT Motion. Shri Sanjeev Sharma, he is former employee of the Department of Telecommunication, Ministry of Communications. Dr. Manoranjan Mishra, who is an assistant professor at Kharikot University. And after that, we had some very good startups with us. Some of them were funded by TIIC of IIITM Gwalior, and some of them were funded by TIIC 2.0 scheme of the Government of India. And then we had some idea presentations, and some of them would be qualified for the next round of the business plan competition, which will be held in April by us. So today we'll be starting. First of all, I want to welcome all the dignitaries and all the participants who have joined this conference. I want to welcome Professor D.P. Agarwal, sir. Good morning, sir. So welcome to the conference.
Good morning.
Now I hand over it to Dr. Manoj Kumar Das. I hand over it to a respected director, Professor Rajendra Sahu, for the welcome speech. So please continue.
Good morning, everybody. I think we had the whole day of session yesterday, and good number of speakers. The idea presentation, the projects that are being undertaken by the TIIC and the institute were also presented yesterday. We did, however, the inauguration session we plan to have it today. Basically, the reason was we could not, what do you say, Professor was not honoring for us, and no visionary than him could better address this issue. If you look at his, I think most of us here know what it is, because when we talk of this institute, I think the start point of this institute, or if you talk of the IIIT as a series of institutes, or IT as a driver of this, and become a type of institute or NITs. So these visions are conceptualized by him and has given mercy. And to this institute, yours are so valuable that we cannot think to be away from this spot. And we would like to have your valuable suggestions, your blessings, whenever necessary. Professor Agarwal has been a professor after doing his, he is basically mechanical engineer from IIT Delhi, and he was professor there at IIT Delhi. Then he was dean, and subsequently he moved on to the ministry, then MHRD, and he was founder director here at IIITM Gwalior. Subsequently, he moved on to UPSC and is one of the youngest persons at UPSC and remained for a quite long time as chairman of UPSC. Under him, reforms have taken almost everywhere he has put his foot in, whether it is at the ministry, whether it is at UPSC, whether it is in the education sector. When we started the program here, the program was more so PG and research. That means academic innovations was given a prime importance. I remember, sir, under your guidance when we started, the entrepreneurs were given a better encouragement, and we were one of the institutes which was though young enough but produces large number of entrepreneurs from even among the established institutes. And this is the reason why we have not only an entrepreneurship cell, we have an incubation cell, we have a startup, we have a business incubation also. So I think the activities which are entrepreneurship based, activities which were incubation based, have been the seed of yours, which is seeing its fruit today. I remember when we had the first project, which was one of the major projects, a web-based development of web-based funds for Indian languages. Because Indian languages typically follow no pattern of writing. You go back, you go up, you go down, you go forward. And these funds are irregular in shape and hence they break. So this development of web-based funds for which ITIIC in a popularization, mostly the credit goes to you, sir. And you have started the culture of research and innovation at this institute. We would be highly blessed to hear from you and inaugurate the ceremony, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Professor Professor Das, and dear participants. Indeed, such a great pleasure to have got the opportunity to share with you some of my thoughts on something which is talked almost every day. I'm also so much indebted that the Institute waited for a day to accommodate me to speak to you. The presenter just now mentioned some of the very crucial activities already been done in last one day. And I thought anything which I would say may not come to that mark which some of the illustrious people have spoken. However, I have an opportunity to look at things from different positions. When, as Professor Sahu said, building a team of committed academics in TIIC Gwalior, Professor Sahu was one of the part. At the young age, even first year of the institute, we attracted a lot of funds to do relevant research in addition to a very massive PhD program. That means there is a need to create an environment where everybody is allowed to share their new ideas. They're allowed to experiment on them. Based on that, they may come up with a new process. They may come up with new line of thinking, which currently has given names of what is called as an idea generation, idea implemented, and maybe a new product developed. But the basic foundation remains in any institution, whether it is TIIC Gwalior or any other place, to give that freedom for students as well as the faculty to have ideas and respected ideas. In new policy education, it has been recommended that students would be encouraged to have ideas. Now, ideas may come for very many things. And on innovation, very interesting comment was made by the Microsoft chief once when he traveled to India. It's a long time back. And he said, for me, innovation is something in which you expect that everybody would do in my organization is to ensure that he makes some change. Change in a positive direction. And he gave an example that if you devise a process where my printers say 1 page a day, for me, that's an innovation. So this confusion that innovation is something very big, it has now been perceived, may not be correct. There has always been a desire of humanity to do things differently, to do things in a manner that the human life becomes simpler, affordable, quality living. And therefore, this has been a human quest. Today, we have given a number of names, keeping in the context few things, which, if you permit, I'd like to share. Just maybe 2 slides. Yeah, this, I bring to you a current discourse. This discourse in everyday system lead to what Mr. Das and IIITM Gwalior try to focus is to innovate along with new ideas of students, innovate and try to judge their innovation to possibly lead to a product or a process. So what are the discourse in this country? That the country should become self-sufficient. Word called Atmanirbhar Bharat. Every nation would like to be self-supportive. But it's also very interesting that during the time when everybody talks about making everything, a new model of innovation appeared. That when the products are bigger in nature, all the expertise cannot be at one place. And a word was coined during what is called as the globalization of the world. A word was coined to say a joint venture. Now, if I look at the joint venture idea, it talks about that I have some specialty, my friend has another specialty, third friend has another specialty, that I join hand together for a win-win position. Interestingly enough, nobody has tried to understand the impact of it vis-a-vis when I looked at Atmanirbhar Bharat. To make India to be self-sufficient, I need expertise from anywhere it is available and try to produce the product which my population would utilize. You also remember that in 2004-05, in fact, even earlier than that, 2004-05, we were denied technology meant for nuclear science. In early days of 1980, we were denied technology to have supercomputer. That means in strategic areas, the countries try to hold on their own technology to themselves, and they do not let other countries to utilize that resource for their own development. And any time such a situation has occurred, we have done our best. For example, you remember, we did make Param, we did do a progress in nuclear energy, and we are doing progress in many of things. So the point I like to submit for your consideration, that when I looked at Atmanirbhar Bharat, my focus should remain on those strategic areas where many countries would deny us the technology and would deny us the product which are meant to, for our country's progress, the way the country want to think its security and safety. And it is here that most of the countries and multilateral bodies try to control the minds and the policies of a nation. So my friend, to you, my submission would be that when I talked of Atmanirbhar Bharat, I must look at those technologies which are in the strategic areas. I'll not be too much worried about some children playing with a small toy made in Korea, made in America, made in China, XYZ, please. That's not my concern. My concern is when the integrity of nation is under challenge. Integrity of nation come under challenge when critical technology are not allowed so that we make a progress. And it is here that I'm looking that the future innovation, future ideas of young students will evolve to support us. You are aware that we do so much of procurement for defense. We recently bought one of the fighter aircraft. And there's an effort that in future shall be able to develop our own products in areas such as the defense. So that's the point I like to make when I talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. I'll not be too much worried about whether I get tire from X other place, but I'll be important to make my own car whose component can come anywhere so that I develop a product in a quick manner, in which it can be utilized for the people. Now, this tie up with the first issue which Prime Minister has mentioned, and it was mentioned from the rampart of the Red Fort, the first speech the present Prime Minister made. And he said that we will make in India. And this make in India during Corona time have been subsumed in the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So those who are in institutions like TIICM and better institutions, the course open to them for innovation is to look at the strategy. The areas in which others are just going to dwell in. But there are institutions who can still innovate on some of the things which will help the common people to lead a better life. For example, if an institution can devise a system to provide clean and safe drinking water to the doorstep of the needy, maybe you can provide a road structure which can be selfly made by local people and the kind of technology which will not require repairs too often. So there is a division now. Division is better institution, better endowed institution should look at innovative ideas for critical needs of the country, and all other institutions, along with some support system available from industry, should be able to develop products which enable the quality of life of the citizen of this nation. And this has led to a lot of talk about what you call the startup India. Because if you have an idea, you like to test this idea, you like to make a model or a prototype, and then you launch this as one of your products. There's a lot of support available from the country on Startup India. Prime Minister spoke a few days ago that, and talking to the bank, and he said that no projects in Startup India be devoid of funds available. So please develop processes where Startup India projects come. Why he must have said so? Because many of these startup organizations are shouldered by very young people, those who want to become entrepreneur in future. For other things which are happening, I'll just touch that a little later. But please understand that the most of these startups have come up from the ideas with young people had by their interaction or by learning from across, and they try to build this. And it is here that institution like TIICM Gwalior has played a great role in terms of creating incubation centers, incubation labs, mentorship, and blah, blah, blah. In the whole cycle, the role of the institution, therefore, is to provide a great mentorship, provide the first step which somebody can put in, but ensure that the moment the results start coming up, that the startup group moves out of the institution. And I want to share with Prasahu and friends that there has been a lot of complaint across the country that somebody who has entered one of the incubation center did not want to leave it. So they require clear policies, clear guidelines that up to what point you will hold the hand. And I recall at one time, one of the state government asked me, sir, what we should create the mindset which you are talking about. We create an environment what you are talking about. And I simply said, have an institution like TIIC Gwalior, build around this a small MSME centers which can manufacture, produce some of the ideas which has been fructified in the institute. Along with the student, the startup group, they start manufacturing it. And once they made a model which was tested with the help of institution, it goes to the third layer in the orbit to a company who is ready to buy the IPR which has been developed by a student in the institution along with the MSME. Now, if this kind of innovative model would have been utilized in this country, I could have seen a continuous growth of various reasons. Today, even TIIC Gwalior exists in Gwalior. Gwalior has not fully utilized their capabilities to develop something which I am seeing. So there is a need to continuously link an institution to industry for a win-win position. And many times industry wrongly believe that they know better technology than institution has. I can accept that institutions have their different timelines, but to say that they are not aware of the technology which the industry uses, I think is more of a misnomer. Because most of the technology which has been developed through institutional framework, whether in India or outside. And these institutional framework has transferred this technology to the companies who are willing to put in their money to convert this idea into products. But one of the major problems which has occurred is related to the way the Indian economy has moved. Indian economy GDP, 60% is controlled, 60% is contributed by what is called as service sector, which includes software, which includes some of the IT-based kind of situation. But then the companies who make products beyond software, beyond apps, and maybe one or two design tools, those who actually manufacture, their GDP is coming down. It has now reached to 15%. And therefore, when I started looking the impact of startup in countries like US and other advanced countries, the GDP of those countries come majority from industry which manufacture new product, utilize IPR of the faculty which is developed, and create global market. So when you try to go from lab to market, you are only trying to see that your idea of the lab have got the IPR value, and then to make it into the market, you do not have a wherewithal. As an academic, if you think you can bring a product to the market, I'm sorry, this is not possible. You are not trained to do financing. You are not trained to do to market it out. You are not trained to create a supply chain, and you are not trained. What you are trained to think afresh, built on the ideas of young student, teacher, and faculty, and create that idea to get your IP. And therefore, in many of US universities, university earns 60% of budget through exploitation of IPR. And if in this country, our total incubation innovation in the institution only would have remained to producing knowledge, new ideas, and then we have created two layers of link through MSME and the larger companies, we would have seen the day which the world has seen. And I would request that in this day, when you discuss, please look at this idea and challenge yourself that you must develop new knowledge in the areas which are frontal for a strategic need. But you must also train people in other institutions to look at this cycle of innovation. I've listed some other points here. Entrepreneurship, I deliberately not touched. I could have gone to a full presentation on entrepreneurship, but still have my own ideas. New schemes have come. Money is available. Money is not a limit today. Atal innovation funds are available. They have been judged, and an Atal award is also created for innovation, where institutions are rewarded and awarded. But interestingly, Niti Aayog has come up with a new idea that to fructify innovation, you don't require bigger things, but you require a culture in which students tinker. If I have an idea, can I go to quickly my lab and try to assemble few things here and there? So I am allowed to tinker without any control. What happens today? There's an idea. There's a 5-6 member group. If they choose one, depending on their own judgment. But maybe the idea which somebody had has actually been killed out. So to that extent, utter tinkering labs permit students to utilize some of the raw material, some of the techniques, some of the instrumentation to play and try to assemble, try to create, try to weld, So one of the precursors for innovation would be a culture of tinkering in the institution. If you don't allow a student to tinker, and I'm told that initial days in polytechnics, when TV technology came, they were not allowed to touch any television and they didn't know what is inside. It took us some time to convince people that let the student play with the television. So they will open it up, they will look at what are the components are, what are the values of the components are, what are the specifications of the components are, and then reassemble it to show that it can work. So the method in which you train your students is to understand that what makes the product. Reassemble, deassemble, reassemble, re-specify, improve. And that is the domain of Atal Tinkering Lab. So each institute who wants to become a center for innovation, this has to come through a route of Atal Tinkering Lab. I'm not saying that the software innovation should be denied. They would have a space. But please understand, whatever you might do in transport control, but there has to be a car on the road. There has to be a truck on the road. If there is a car and truck at the road, you require fuel and energy. And therefore, these are physical entities which has to be created. Unfortunately, in this country, we have only concentrated on service sector, which is there. Yes, insurance is essential, banking is essential, financing is essential, but a good product has to come. And I'm sure when somebody asks me who is an entrepreneur, and that would be my last point to make. For me, entrepreneur is a dreamer. A dreamer can only take risks. A successful entrepreneur knows how to take risks. He knows risks. He's a dreamer. He's also a manager. He's a person who can look at what tools available, what technology available, what material available, what method of production is available, that he must comprehend. And then he must also be a financer. He must know from whom the money would come. And therefore, to convert my young student to be entrepreneur, and there's been a lot of slogans, Current slogan is, don't look for job, give jobs. Yes, you can. But if you look at why entrepreneurship has not become successful, is that there has been a minimum attempt, minimum possibility of our middle class to take a risk. When youth take risks, only then new things would come. And I'm sure your program would debate on this issue, that innovations require a lot of risk taking. There is a chance of failure. Everybody has said that I failed and became successful later. But if you try to look at who they are in this country, you will not find them too many of the middle class. I wish you all very best. It is supposed to be an inauguration. I have great pleasure in inaugurating it. I wish that if you agree with what I said, some of the ideas, please try to deliberate and show the path for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So much, sir, for your speech. I now invite Dr. Manoj Kumar Das to share his views.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
First, I'd like to thank Speaker Rosa to accept our request to inaugurate this session. Sir, this is the platform where I can say the truth. Sir, you interacted 17, this is my 17 times I interacted you, and I just like a two of you. I learned a lot from you. You are my great mentors, motivators, and you are my ideals, sir. Because I have written all the 17 interactions with my diary, what you explained. You said, sir, when in 2010 you said, being a young faculty, you should come forward and do some good thing with the institute, good thing for the lesson through our institute. Sir, and you given a model for that time, think, develop, disseminate, then accept decision, again develop and rethink. That is your given this a mantra in 2012. Still I remember, and we are doing the same thing. Sir, you have explained a lot of things to our participants. You explained about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Made in India, Startup India, entrepreneurship, auto innovation, auto thinking, complex problem solving, multiple decision making, and a lot more, sir. So 10 minutes, 15 minutes is not for you. You can speak more than 1 hour and more than 1 day to motivate our young faculty and young scholars. So thank you, sir, because you have given a 10 minutes, a valuable time for us. And that 10 minutes, we have learned a lot, and we can also we can memorize what I have said because we already, and I can give a report on that, sir, because you have 10 minutes to talk about that 6 months works for us. Because for each word, we can, if you want to start work, it will take minimum 6 months. So we will try our best, and we should always remember you for your efforts and a big day, sir. Now I'm requesting our directors have to say some few words.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always a pleasure hearing you. And that becomes our tinkering points.
Thank you.
So, I was just to look into certain things. You said the current day's discourse. You covered everything there, sir, for an innovator. The idea generation, whether it is atal thinking or atal innovation, then the problems have become today complex and integrated because we were previously focusing on small problems. And now problems are becoming more universal as we are becoming global. So they have to be learned from other disciplines to be multidisciplinary. And the idea generation has to serve the society to be valuable. And this is initially it can be customized to solve our own needs, which is Atmanirbhar, and then gradually standardize them to be universal. So universalization you have asked, that we must take it to a higher levels and develop technologies that are disrupt. Initially, we start with, as you said, innovation is continuous improvement, continuous thinking to do better, more effective, use less resources, and make it more valuable. And then you also give us they can be incubated for the ideas. Some of them may require resource, mentor, ecosystem, and we should act as incubation cells for those ideas to be commercialized and brought to market and bring value to society. It was so that the slide itself covered everything, sir. You said also the exit policies for the startups should also be designed so that the culture is maintained. Social problems or social innovations or technologies to solve social problems brings bigger value. And we must design tinkering labs where the ideas can be tested before they are put to commercialization. This is what you also have said previously towards learning by doing. So ideation to commercialization. And this also brings us to say that we must partner with industry quickly to see, because they see the market better. We see a knowledge generation and innovation of technology, but the application of the technology which brings value to society and to business is better seen by them. You also suggested us to quickly standardize, and universalize. That is moving from service, particularly for us, moving from software to hardware, where it becomes more cheaper, and it becomes more affordable, because technology, once it's standardized, has to bring down value, and it is the value is the cost vis-a-vis the benefit that it gives. Thank you very much, sir. We learn from you and learn from every point, sir. Thank you again.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I want to introduce all our participants and dignitaries to our today's guest. So first we have Dr. R. Swaminathan from IIT Indore. He will speak about innovations in future generation communication system. Then we have Mr. Venkatesh, who will speak about innovation, what and how. We have Dr. K.K. Patnaik sir with us, who will explain about design thinking and innovation. We have Dr. Vishal Vyas, who will introduce us to the business plan. Then we have Mrs. Jayati Singh, who is CEO of Gwalior Smart City Development Corporation Limited, and she will talk about the government scheme to promote startups. Then we have K.S. Shinduri, who will speak about explore the innovation mindset with AWS, that is Amazon Web Services. Then we have Mr. Neeraj Athalya with us, who will speak about the innovation revolution. Then we have Mr. Krishna Ramaswamy, who will speak about the post-digital era. We also have Dr. Surya Narayan Iyer, who will speak about digital HR transformation imperatives in the new normal. Last speaker for today, we have Mr. Jay Naveen, who will speak about social impact in dairy sector through IT intervention and digital transformation. After the preliminary session, we will have a startup session in which we will start with Mr. Akarshan Sethi, who will speak about why college students must start a startup during their college days itself. Then we will have a startup session, and we will have some idea presentations. Then we will have concluding remarks by Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, who will speak about how to build world-class innovation ecosystem, a case study of IIT Kanpur. Thank you. Now I invite Ms. Riya Srivastava to introduce us to the first speaker. Ms. Riya.
Is Dr. Swaminathan on? The next dignitary that will honor us with his presence is Dr. Swaminathan R. He is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Indore. He is also serving as the head of Center of Innovation, Incubation, Entrepreneurship, and Industry Relation at IIT Indore. He completed his PhD from IIT Kharagpur in 2016 and worked as a postdoctoral research fellow at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Dr. Swaminathan received the gold medal from the College of Engineering, Gwendi Anna University. He is the author or co-author of 19 international journal publications, including 12 publications in reputed IEEE journals, transactions, letters. Furthermore, he has been serving as a reviewer for reputed IEEE journals and as a TPC member for reputed IEEE conferences. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Ria, for this introduction, and I would like to share the content now. But before that, probably I would like to thank Dr. Manoj Dash for extending this invitation to be a part of this wonderful national conference on innovation and entrepreneurship development, as well as I should thank Director Sir Professor Rajendra Sahu for his august presence, and I also thank the previous speaker, Professor D.P. Agarwal, for his insights about innovation and entrepreneurship. His vast experience definitely would inspire many people, including us, to go or to think towards innovation and entrepreneurship. So I hope I am audible and it is clear.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to share my content. So is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So I would like to start with the session, and I would restrict the time frame or time limit given to me so that the rest of the speakers can also continue. So this talk is more relevant to innovations possible in future generation communication systems, because that is related to my area of research or the domain of work which I am carrying out. So the flow of this talk would be as such, what are all the next generation technologies or disruptive technologies which are possible in wireless communications? That with that framework, I would start this talk, and then I would just give a hint to the young or budding entrepreneurs about the innovation product design which can be possible using this next generation technologies, which can able to convert their ideas into the startup kind of an environment. Using these technologies, how we can think at least in a simple way to manufacture or to design an innovative product. That kind of an idea I would be giving. Then I would discuss something related to a design scheme available for this sort of a product design, the government scheme available, and IIT Indore is working as an implementing agency for that scheme. I would also give some details about that, which would help entrepreneurs and MSMEs in general to know about that particular scheme. Okay, to start off with the wireless communications, I would keep the talk much general rather than more technical thing. I would keep it in general by considering the audiences from different fields. So it would be a very general discussion on next generation technologies and general idea, which the entrepreneurs or students can also extend these sort of an ideas to their domain, and then that can lead to the development of innovative products. Anyway, so coming into the next generation technologies, as you know, we have evolved from the wireless communication systems perspective. We have evolved from first generation to fifth generation, where the first generation is of more of analog voice, and second generation we spoke more with digital voice and a bit of data in terms of global packet radio service, GPRS. We could able to access the email services. Then third generation more spoke about enhancement in the voice quality as well as enhancement in the data access, and the fourth generation mainly we concentrated more on the data. So the voice is coming as a part of the data. So It is more, we spoke about broadband data and video, which we were able to access live streaming of video probably in a better quality when you are idle or sitting at your home location. And the fifth generation, which is being termed as a new radio, NR, it comprises of multitudes of use cases. To say it is more of an enhanced broadband services they are targeting. There it is in fourth generation, it is broadband service. So here it is enhanced mobile broadband. That is very important, not a simple broadband. It is of a mobile broadband, enhanced mobile broadband, then massive machine type communication, then ultra reliable and low latency communications. These are all the target use cases which have been proposed in the fifth generation communication. So enhanced broadband, we know as of now, whatever the quality which you are experiencing at your home, you might be experiencing when you are on move. That is one sort of an example which you can get it in case of an enhanced mobile broadband, or accessing the video content or visualizing the live streaming of a particular event among among wider audiences or among millions of populations. If you could able to watch the live stream with the better quality, you can think of what sort of the services you might be getting from fifth generation. As well as massive machine types communications comes under the category where IoT plays a major role, Internet of Things. I hope many of the previous speakers would have given or thrown some lights related to Internet of Things, where it is more of an interconnection of objects, where these objects can sense, communicate, and share information across the network for wealth of intelligence, for better planning and decision making. Whatever the objects you are going to think, including the household items that are going to come into the network for better planning as well as for better decision making. So your smart city, your smart homes, and all these things will come under this category of these applications of this Internet of Things. And then your 5G, as mentioned in this presentations, you could able to say that it is targeting for 10x decrease in latency, 10x increase in connection density, 10x increase in throughput, 10x or 3 times increase in the efficient usage of spectrum, 100x increase in the traffic capacity, and 100x increase in the network efficiency. This is in comparison with fourth generation systems. It is way leaps and bounds. There is a kind of an increase in all these things and decrease in few of the aspects like latency compared to the fourth generation systems. Though you can imagine what sort of a disruptive technologies which might come, especially in the future generation communication systems, including fifth generation communication systems, and that is what I'm going to throw some light on that. Apart from that, the third use case, massive mission type communication, you can always link with Internet of Things. The third use case more often deals with something called as ultra reliable and low latency communication, where you speak something about industrial communications, autonomous driving, then ultra precision location based systems or location based applications, where imagining a drone would be delivering your Amazon parcel, that you can imagine those kind of technologies or those kind of things requires ultra high positioning based applications, as well as remote health monitoring. So those comes under the category of this use case, which is ultra reliable and low latency communications. So these three are the major use cases for 5G as well as beyond wireless communication systems. To throw some light on the technologies which are going to be a part of this future generation innovative technologies or future generation communication systems, you can think of something called as a massive MIMO. I hope people might have some idea on MIMO, which is multiple input, multiple output, where you have multiple antennas currently existing even for fourth generation systems. Those number of antennas mainly being employed to improve the connectivity as well as to serve multiple users simultaneously. That is going to scale up in a massive manner, and that is how the terminology is being coined as a massive MIMO. And to counteract the problems which you will face in that massive MIMO is, with the increase in the number of antennas, the increase in the number of RF chains is also going to happen. That is going to probably put a cost on your transmitter, and that is going to probably increase the cost on your transmitter. To counter that out, to counteract that limitations, a modulation scheme which is called as a spatial modulation is going to come or going to be employed to solve this particular problem which exists in the massive MIMO based systems. Then, as you can always see, till fourth generation, especially for the cellular context, even including the Wi-Fi standards, we are operating more of in a sub 6 gigahertz. Mainly, we are our operating range. If you see the frequency range of operation, it is less than 6 gigahertz, which means we are operating it over a microwave frequency range. That probably in 5th generation, not at least in the first release of 5th generation, but in the later release of 5th generation communications, they are targeting towards operating your carrier frequency in a millimeter wave frequency range, where the availability of bandwidth is going to be abundant in nature. Obviously, that is going to come at a cost of your channel behavior is going to be so it's going to be so random compared to that of your microwave frequency range of operation. For that, again, techniques such as hybrid beamforming, all those are being proposed to counter those limitations. But however, you are going to have an availability of abundant bandwidth with which could able to target or increase the data rate probably in a scaled up manner. Then if you can see about the multiple access to say basic multiple access, in the sense there are so many users which are willing to access the wireless channel. How you are going to schedule those users? If there are contention happening between those users, how you are going to schedule these users, or how you are going to multiplex these users? And if you speak about the first generation, it was more of in the frequency domain. That is, each of these users have been given with some dedicated frequency slots for communication. The second generation, it moved into the time domain multiple access or multiplexing, where the users will be given with the dedicated time slots to communicate so that the interference can be avoided. In the third generation, it was more of a code division multiple access, where the users could able to access across all the time slots and frequency slots. However, they are going to be segregated with secret codes, or not of a secret codes, it's a pseudo random codes. Basically, those codes are inspired from the military based systems. They are going to be multiplexed in the code domain, with which the users are going to be given with the different pseudo random sequences, so that they could able to multiplex their data. That moved into the fourth generation in terms of orthogonal frequency division multiple access, OFDMA. Now in the fifth generation, especially to target multiple users to connect simultaneously, a terminology which is called as a non-orthogonal multiple access is being coined. Whatever you see till fourth generation, it is more of an orthogonal multiple access, whether the orthogonality comes from the time factor or the frequency factor or from the code factor or from the OFD, orthogonal carriers factor. So those are all an orthogonal multiple access. Now it is going to shift into a non-orthogonal multiple access, where a variant of this NOMA, which is being abbreviated, is also part of a fourth generation communication, where the users are going to be multiplexed in a power domain with access to all frequency slots and time slots. So this is one set of a technology which is going to come apart from millimeter wave communication, which they are thinking about. And a full duplex radio technology, so far whatever we are operating is more of an half duplex, where the simultaneous transmission and reception of signal is not possible in a half duplex communication. Now it is going to be possible using a full duplex radio technology, where simultaneous transmission and reception using same frequency band at the same time is going to possible, which increases the spectral efficiency. To make a note, I have already introduced a factor that there would be a 3x increase or 10x increase in the spectral efficiency. How that spectral efficiency improvement can be achieved? Using these sort of a disruptive technologies, as well as another important aspects when you think of an IoT based sensor nodes or IoT based wireless nodes, is the backup problem, is the battery backup problem. So you would be deploying thousands of such nodes, where you cannot go and change the battery of each of these nodes once the battery is consumed. So what are all the possible other technologies we can think? Yes, you can think of about solar based harvesting, but solar based harvesting may not be available throughout the 24 hours, may not be available throughout the 365 days, as the climatic conditions also would be varying. Apart from that, the technology which is being thought of is more of a simultaneous wireless information and power transfer, where you would harvest some energy from your received signal. So the received signal, some part of the energy from your received signal is going to be useful for harvesting your wireless nodes, and some part is going to be useful for your signal processing or processing the information. So with which these nodes are going to be in a self-powered mode. That is one set of a technology. Another set of a technology is more of an intelligent reflecting surfaces. Now you are going to witness in 6th generation and beyond, where apart from your base stations, there are going to be dedicated reflecting surfaces which are going to be witnessed, where that reflecting surfaces can control this wireless propagation environment, which in turn improves the reliability in a better way compared to the existing techniques which are available. Apart from that, people are also going to think about the intelligent receiver design. Now you can see a particular dedicated mobile. If you are using that mobile receiver, is maybe useful for one set of an application to receive your signals or cellular signals, or at least to an extent your Wi-Fi signals, but not beyond that. That cannot be useful for so a different set of an applications, because you are designing a receiver dedicated to that particular applications. There will be some set of transmission parameters, some design specifications available. So you are going to manufacture these sort of a product dedicatedly. You are manufacturing these sort of a product for a dedicated application. Now you think of a system, or think of an intelligent receiver that can adapt to different set of communication applications. For that, what might be required is you might be in a situation to blindly estimate these sort of a transmission parameters, which will help you to decode and demodulate your message signal. For example, everyone knows the modulation techniques which are available, at least quite a few number of audiences. There are so many modulation schemes available. These modulation specifications, these modulations are specific to a particular application. Say for a cellular application, they use a particular modulation scheme. For a different set of a wireless application, they use a different set of a modulation schemes. So accordingly, the receiver will be designed. Okay, so if you are using a different set of modulation scheme, say for satellite applications, you require a different set of modulation scheme. Your particular dedicated mobile, your receiver, which is being designed for some set of application, cannot work for a satellite applications, because the modulation scheme is different. Because you would design a receiver for that, for demodulating that dedicated modulation scheme, incoming signal, which is having the dedicated modulation scheme. Now think of a receiver which can blindly detect this or estimate this modulation schemes, blindly estimating modulation scheme without knowing the prior information, so that your receiver design will be flexible, it would be reconfigurable to target to many set of communication applications, as well as of now, we are targeting or working towards RF based or microwave based, RF based wireless communication. Now this optical wireless based communications, which includes free space optics communications, which is mainly to target for an outdoor environment, and the visible light communications, which is mainly to target for an indoor environment, they are coming into rise. Now you think of a particular lamp which can serve for lighting purpose, as well as that can serve as a wireless router. You think of that. So it is for multiple purpose. It can serve as a light, as well as it can act as a wireless router using this technology of visible light communication. That is very much possible, and that is also going to come into play now. That is, these are all the future innovative technologies which the students or the young entrepreneurs can think of developing such innovative product by mainly combining these technologies, probably in a small scale manner. So the idea is how a student point of view, how he can think to develop a product using these technologies. Or everyone would agree into this aspect that whatever you study, especially in the wireless communications and communication systems, right, it is mode of modeling and theoretical analysis which you will target actually, because imagining some wireless environment or wireless communication systems using a product is always it's next to impossible. Now the phase is growing, the phase is catching up. So how a student can understand these sort of concepts probably in a very practical manner, in that aspect an young entrepreneur can think of by integrating these sort of, say for example, this is one kind of a use case scenario which I have integrated the intelligent reflecting surfaces, your IoT based sensor nodes, and energy harvesting capability of sensor nodes can be employed inside these sensors, and you can employ your multiple access schemes such as NOMA based schemes. Probably a young entrepreneur can think of designing these sort of an innovative products in a laboratory environment, and the target users might be the academic community, which can make use of these sort of innovative products which has been developed in a laboratory environment for better understanding that these sort of an innovative products which will help the upcoming students to better understand the concepts. As of now, I won't say that there are no products available. Yes, there are products available, but these products are available in a very, very basic manner, just to target your communication systems lab or digital systems lab, digital communications lab. These are all very, very available in a very basic manner. But the students, if they could able to link these concepts, especially into a laboratory environment, especially I can also give another example, how to develop a lab environment based optical wireless systems. You require a laptop, a software defined radio, which they say, which is called as a USRP, which is available in an affordable price. And if you could able to, if you can able to generate an idea where this USRP can drive this front end, that is this a transmitter front end is nothing but your optical transmitter. So if this RF based USRP, if it can drive this optical signal, and you could able to generate this sort of a wireless communication systems based transmitter as well as receiver, whereas most of the algorithms, if you can able to understand that, you can program it in your laptop. Only the interfaces which are required are a software defined radio, which connects or which acts as an interface between your programming software and the wireless environment. And for example, to emulate these sort of a real-time channels, you can always bring in, for example, to say this free space or optical wireless communication, the atmospheric turbulence is a major hindrance, or the snow or fog is the major hindrance for these sort of an optical signal compared to RF signal. Now you can think of in a laboratory environment at least how to emulate these sort of an environments like fog and snow, as well as to emulate atmospheric turbulence mainly arises due to variations in the temperature. You can think of varying the temperatures in your laboratory environment, which could able to kind of design these sort of a systems, because if you want to develop these systems in a probably in a large scale manner, it requires a huge company to develop these sort of systems, where an young entrepreneur, as a budding entrepreneur, he cannot be taught in that large scale manner. At least he can able to develop these sort of an innovative product in a small scale manner, especially in a laboratory environment. And they can as an young entrepreneur, obviously the end user should be goal should be useful to the society. As of now, at least in a starting stage, at least in a startup stage, they can be able to target to their academic community people. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you in between, sir. Actually, it's the time for the next speaker to say. So
Yes,
can you please conclude everything in 5 minutes, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Sir, I request you to conclude in 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I would do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So at least you could able to target some academic community and students, which helps them from this sort of a product to have a better understanding of the subject, which is what is lacking. A better understanding of the subject will also drive those students to think probably in a better manner for better product design. So this is what is the cycle. A student should better understand the concepts. For that, a product should be developed for him. For that, an young entrepreneur who's having a command over this understanding of the products can think of designing these sort of an innovative products with which another student community can benefit out of it, and which again scales into some set of an innovative product design. Okay, so in the last 2 to 3 minutes, there is a scheme for a design intervention, especially to help MSMEs, and this is a design scheme which is available in the MSME Ministry of MSME website, and IIT Indore has been recently signed as an implementing agency for this design scheme, where under this scheme, the MSME sectors, that is MSME design intervention or design consultancy, can be given to the MSME sectors who need some kind of a design advice to enhance this, to enhance the design of their current products. So if the MSMEs are interested, they can hire a design consultant, or if a design consultant, if he is having an innovative design, he can convince this MSME to come into this particular design scheme, where IIT Indore is acting as an implementing agency for Madhya Pradesh based regions, and the project which can be funded under this particular scheme is from 15 lakhs to 40 lakhs. Kind of an IIT Indore act as a mediator between this Ministry of MSME and the MSME under this particular scheme. If the MSME is having some design consultant who can help in improving their design, they can approach us, especially from the Madhya Pradesh region. They can approach us, our center, which if the proposal is convincing, we could able to pitch into the Ministry of MSME, and the funding is, if the MSME could able to contribute, if it is a micro based MSME, if they could able to contribute 25% of the fund, the government is ready to contribute 75% of the fund for the project, ranging from 15 lakhs to 40 lakhs. So this is some kind of a scheme which is being recently introduced. I hope you might be aware of this, or if you are not aware of this, this is one such scheme which is being targeted or pushed by Ministry of MSME, probably in a better way to help the MSME sectors. Under this, the toy design scheme is also having a separate push to enhance this toy design sectors. If they are having ideas to develop this design enhancements, if it is possible in the toy design, definitely the design consultants together with MSME can approach us. And to know more about the scheme, you can go into the design scheme of Ministry of MSME to see more of these guidelines. I would also invite people to pitch in their ideas and approach us, and this is our contact. And we, as an implementing agency for Madhya Pradesh region, we welcome you to submit these sort of ideas which would help MSME to enhance their design products. So this is our contact and this is our center. So with this, I would like to finish off my talk. And once again, I thank you for the organizers for giving me these opportunities, and thank the audience for patiently listening into my talk. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your speech. I now request Ms. Riya Srivastava to please introduce the next speaker. Ms. Riya. I request all the participants and the speaker to kindly wait for a minute.
Thank you so much, sir. I request the next dignitary to honor us with his presence, that is R. Venkateshwar sir. He is a chief scientist at TCS Research and heads its Foundation of Computing Research area. He has been with TCS for more than 30 years, primarily providing innovative solutions in the areas of software development, formal methods, and verification. During this tenure, he has led several tool development projects, including TCS ECA, a static analysis tool that was sold commercially by the company, VeriApps, program verification tool that has won the SVCOMP competition, and very first that won the test competition. I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much for a warm welcome. Thank you for inviting me for this presentation. I hope everyone can see my slides and can hear me. So in today's talk, I'm going to be primarily talking about innovation, what it means, and what is the kind of effort that is needed to be innovative. That's the primary theme of the talk. The aim is to motivate. Now, today, there's a culture in India to get into startups, and it's a great culture, and it's something that needs to be encouraged. And it's time India got into that culture of initiating startups. So many of you hopefully will either start a new company or a small company, or join a startup, whatever it is. I wish you all the best, and that's a very great way of taking the country ahead. And all of these startups need to be innovative to be successful. So here today, I'm going to just say, what does it take to be innovative? What does it mean to be innovative? And what all is needed so that a startup can be taken through a journey of success? Yeah. So there's often a confusion between creativity and innovation. Creativity is coming up with something unique. Art, a lot of new paintings are creative. Music is all creative. It's an invention. So you could have a new idea that just nobody else has thought of. That's creative. Something new, something that nobody else has thought of. That's very creative. So these various Amul ads, if you have seen them, all of them are extremely creative. They're very current and creative. This is an old one that I picked up. Innovation, on the other hand, is being creative and taking it to an implementation so as to generate value. That is what is very important. you need to be able to generate value. So if you're not generating value, you're not being innovative. You need an idea, you need to be creative, but you also need to generate value. That's a key, this thing. Electric bulb. It's a great innovation. It had a new idea and it's generated enormous amount of value. All of us have benefited from that. So innovation needs creativity, but being creative is not necessarily being innovative. Yeah. So that's the first important point to remember, because many of us think that we had a great idea, but the market wasn't ready or people didn't appreciate it. That's all not innovation. It's about getting that idea, getting people to appreciate it, getting people to buy into it. It needs all these steps to be innovative. So there's no point complaining. You have to take the next step. Here's an example. I don't know how many of you know of Arvind Eye Hospital. It's a for-profit hospital. At the same time, it caters to the poor, right? And it was started by Dr. Venkateswamy, who wanted to eradicate avoidable blindness in India. Yeah, he had a very large and ambitious goal, that eradicate all avoidable blindness in the country. And the country was doing pretty poorly in that respect. The number of hospitals were very few, number of operations were very few, cataract operations in particular were very few. And so he decided, and this he started when he retired from government service. Okay. So at a age of 58, he started the Arvind Eye Hospital. And what did he do? He didn't invent a new operation mechanism, or he didn't invent the new fancy electronic robotic gadget or anything like that. He had visited the US and he was struck by what McDonald's had to offer. Every factory, every McDonald's store offered the same quality of food. And that's what interested him. And he said, I'm going to try and mimic that for eye operation. Yeah. So all he did was bring in McDonald's processes to operation, cataract operation. It's something nobody had ever thought of. Everybody thought improving eye operation meant better equipments, more doctors. Yeah, these are the very natural routes to look for solutions. But he thought very differently. He said processes. I'm going to focus on processes. And very soon, he was performing, Arvind Eye Hospital was performing more operations than the rest of the country put together. It was performing more operations than all of US. Yeah, so it was a huge success. And plus, it continued to have a 2:1 ratio as far as the poor to rich are concerned. There were, for every one paid patient, he had two operated upon for free. And yet, it was a for-profit organization. So the operation was making profit. At the same time, it was catering to the poor. So it's a great innovative concept in the Indian context. Yeah. So this is a thing where you have to see that there were no complaints. It didn't say, no, the infrastructure is poor, blah, blah, blah. No complaints. It's just go ahead, implement, and be successful. That's what is needed. Yeah. A common theme that cuts across all innovative, successful companies are they have a clear idea of what's the problem they want to solve. For instance, Arvind Hospital had a clear idea: eradicate avoidable blindness. Very pithily stated idea. Have an insight into the problem. Know what is the cause of the problem. How can it be fixed? Have ideas to solve them. And then execution is very critical, and evolution is also very critical. These are two very important points. These are the points where people pay very less attention to. They think they have a great idea to solve a very relevant problem, but in execution is where they often fail. And they don't evolve. If they don't evolve, then even if they're successful initially, they die soon. So when it comes to the problem, it has to be very clearly stated. Eradicate cataract-related blindness. That's Arvind Hospital. Music on the move. Yeah, you all will be able to guess which company. Apple with the iPod. Remember that when Apple came up with iPod, Sony was ruling the market with its Walkmans. So it had a tough competition, and it then came with iPod. Better internet search. Google. Yeah, very clearly stated problem statement. No one, not even a paragraph. It's just a few words. You need to have that clarity on the problem. And the size can be big or small. It depends on whether you want to build a Google or you want to be a successful startup. You don't need to be really big. You just need to be successful. You need to be satisfied and content. Yeah, and you pick your size. It depends on how you go through it. Second is an insight into the problem. You need to know, okay, why is that, if that problem is so important, why hasn't anybody solved it as yet? What does it take to solve that particular problem? You need to have a great insight into the problem, which essentially means you need to spend a lot of time thinking about it. So here is a quote from Albert Einstein, no doubt a very innovative guy. His ideas have added a lot of value to the world and society at large. And he has said, if I've got an hour to solve a problem, I'll spend the first 55 minutes determining what is the correct question to ask. Yeah, the right question gives you an insight. So that's very important. So identify a problem, get to the bottom of it. What exactly is the problem, and what is it that you want to solve? Get deep into it. Yeah. Third is, of course, important, ideas. Having got to the problem, you need an idea. You need to know why nobody has solved it. Why will your idea work? Is it why nobody has thought of this idea? Why will your idea work when nobody else's worked? You need to be able to do that. And it is never just one idea. It will be several of ideas. Like Google search, ranking was just one idea. Then it had to strike deals with advertisers on pay-per-click basis. It had to buy companies that was doing advertisement on a pay-per-click basis. Yeah, several such ideas had to come together for Google to be successful. Otherwise, Yahoo was dominating the market at that point. Similarly, iPod. The packaging of iPod into a small gadget is just one idea. They had to strike a deal with music labels to make music songs available at a very cheap rate and be able to access that over internet. They had to solve the digital rights management problem. They had to do many things before they could successfully productize music on the move. Yeah. So you have to be very bold, be childlike, in the sense, not be afraid at all. We go whatever, question the status quo. Why are people doing it this way? I don't want to do it this way, and look everywhere. Right?
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you in between. Can you, sir, please conclude within 5 minutes, because
sure.
there are next speakers also. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So execution is the most critical. So as Edison has said, it's all about 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. And execution, you need a lot of commitment. Ideas are never successful overnight. It takes a lot of years. Google took 10 years to be successful. In between, they had given up and they almost put themselves up for sale to Yahoo. Yahoo rejected their offer. That's why they continued. Apple struggled a lot before being successful. So it's a large struggle. You need to be committed, and you should have conviction that your idea is definitely going to work. You're going to go somewhere with it. Yeah. Here are 8 pillars of innovation, which is there, Susan Wojcicki of Google has said. And all of them are very valid. You need think big, start small, continued innovation, not instant perfection. These are very key. Remember that. Many of us start an idea and start getting worked up. Why aren't we already successful? You can't be successful overnight. It takes years to be successful and to be making a lot of money. In the initial years, you should have enough of an idea to have generated sufficient interest among investors, at least, and initial customers. And then you need to persist with it to be able to take it to a success beyond the initial customers. Right? So that's all I have as far as innovation is concerned. And please do remember, please, I encourage all of you to either start your own ventures or join startups and be innovative, bring a lot of value, because that's what this country needs today. A lot of independent entrepreneurs. But don't ever give up. Be persistent with your ideas. Spend a lot of time thinking at the design table so as to make your idea really good, and then take it to a success. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Now I welcome Dr. K.K. Patnaik, sir, to deliver his kind words. He is an associate professor in Information Technology Department from ABV-IIITM Gwalior. He has done his PhD in Engineering BIT Mesra. His area of interest are in distributed and mobile computing, wireless sensor network protocols, edge computing, etc. Dr. K.K. Patnaik, sir, is a reviewer for several leading journals in the area of communication and network. I welcome Dr. K.K. Patnaik, sir.
Thank you, Ria. Thank you for introducing me. It has been a great pleasure to hear many eminent speakers, people having a lot of experience. So I will add something to that. Maybe in places it will be redundant in some cases. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the topic of my presentation will be design thinking and a way towards innovation. Of course, a plethora of material is available across the web, and many institutes, flagship institutes, have running courses on design thinking. So a famous saying goes that if you are not failing every now and again, it's a sign you are not doing anything very innovative by Woody Allen. So I will begin with one classroom case where the professor comes to his class, the first class, and he distributes a sheet of paper to each student and asks to make paper planes and fly their respective planes. And students fly, they make and they fly. Professor asks, what did you observe? Students observe that their planes' flight path are different from each other when the ambient conditions are the same. Then the professor asked the students to reason about this. What's the reason for this? So different students had different observations and the reasons. But the professor said that, look, it is the non-linearity because of which your planes, paper planes, are taking different flight paths. So he started explaining what is non-linearity. Of course, till that time, students had experienced the observation about the flight taking different paths. The moment they understood, oh, this phenomenon is known as non-linearity and it exists across. You pick anything in the world, most of the things are non-linear in nature. They don't follow the principle of superposition. Although the principle of superposition makes our life a little easy in understanding the systems. So, with some explanation about non-linearity, every student could now relate the flight path of their paper planes to the concept non-linearity. Now the professor asks, can we afford our airplanes to fly this way? Oh no, the student said no. It will be disastrous. So the conclusion here is action learning can drive innovative thoughts. So what is the innovation here? That the professor was able to bring the thoughts several questions in the minds of the students attending the class about how the various versions of nonlinearity that influence the paper plane to take different flight paths can be related, can be understood, and can be taken to visualize the real airplane. I mean, that makes our students to delve into reality because they see in their everyday life and they need to relate what they study here. And that will only bring some innovation. Now, this action can involve always developing a prototype, making a new product, finding the means to win over new markets, etc. It depends on which domain the candidate or which domain the person is in. So innovation comes when we experiment, embrace the errors with design mindset, keeping an artistic impression of the end product in mind. Remember, artistic impression is the biggest thing that we need to have. We need to have a clarity about what we are going to do and to realize that artistic impression, we need to venture through experiments. There will be errors. We need to embrace those errors and bring it into the process, redesign, and moving towards that end product. So always design thinking is a non-linear and interactive process is to understand users and challenge our assumptions. We define the problems and create innovative solutions to prototype and test. So empathize is the first and very key important factor for design thinking. You need to understand the user for whom you are developing. That's very important. And then define the problem, ideate, prototype or scale down model, test and refine. And in major cases, direct prototyping is not suggested because it involves a lot of complications. So paper prototyping is the best way of doing it. I will give you an example of what I mean because we have gone through this in our work. So the prototyping provides an overall understanding of how to shape the conceived ideas into a product and how to put those conceived ideas together with various alternative technologies, processes, etc. And engineering a product involves the design aspects, compatibility and alternatives, cost and integration. Nothing more than that. But all this will be very smooth and very successful only if we have gone through those 5 steps in some or the other manner, and principally we had the artistic impression in mind and the empathy aspect properly. So these are some paper prototyping we did in our work. Of course, those who have gone through civil engineering, mechanical engineering, they will understand electrical engineering, they will understand better on these engineering drawings, top view, front view, side view, this, that, isometric view, and because they study. And for a software engineer, they understand different software design principles, and that gives a better visualization for the system at hand. So the diagram talks about we were in the process of developing a pill picking mechanism. This was a funded project through DST. So where the objective was that I will program it. Any user, a common man, can program it. he will just give his requirements in the form of input, and the machine will position its arm onto the particular box and pick the pill, and it will dispense at that dispensing place. So if you look at the requirement, it was very clear, simple, and purposeful. But the real drama comes when we thought of prototyping it. We had several artistic impressions, various design alternatives. We did not have much clarity in our mind about the complexity involved and the ease of availability of components and how these components will go together. They are not only purely mechanical components, there were electronic components, there were electrical motors, there were mechanical aspect of it, and everything were to be put together. And who will fabricate this? So we had to run to many places, right from Hyderabad to Ambala, which is supposed to be a place where this kind of fabrication works are taken. So we had to transfer our mind to the minds of the fabricators. They were not able to understand these prototyping aspects, and we did not have much money to approach big companies who will prototype for us, I mean this mechanic. So that allowed us to venture through many odds and learn several things, redesigning it and recosting it, customizing it to whatever facility was available at that time, so many things. So a paper prototyping will help you to explore the possibility of transferring the idea into or towards a final product or beginning the product prototyping, actual prototyping. So after a lot of struggle, we could come up with this initial working model. I'll just play a video. I mean, see. It is self-explanatory. So we wanted this to move left and right. Now, how to make it automatic? This shows the hand movement. That was one part, and these were the boxes where pill were to be kept. And the machine will position on these arms and press it so that the door will be lifted and the arm will pick the pill and move to the position where it can drop. And all these acrylic sheets, thick sheets were to be cut. I mean, so many odds we had. So you can just see from the paper prototyping to an intermediate model. Then, of course, finally, we came to this point where we included all electronics and electrical machines into it and made it automatic. So what I'm trying to say is this, that the journey is not simple in prototype, and it is simple at the same time if you soil your hands. Friends, we need to I'm focusing this from the viewpoint of our students, because I have seen the students from very close quarter. They point several beautiful ideas, but when it comes to implementing, they leave them halfway because of non-persistence and non-clarity, and of course, less risk appetite. Friends, we need to have all this. We need to overcome all this. Then only we will be moving towards a working prototype model. Well, this prototype model is not a stop. and there need to be lot of refinement into it, and that is possible through user interaction. I will give you another example of another prototype we developed. So you see, this looks very simple, and this is available. Do I have some time? 10 minutes. So this looks very simple, and you may say that this is available in the market. Yes, fine, it's available in market. But what is the beauty in making a prototype in the lab? During this, before this prototype, I mean, this was funded by TIIC of IIITM. So we had limited budget, and we had many issues like selecting motor, these vertically positioned motors. Vertically positioned motors, you can see the black and gray combination mounted near the wheels. So these motors, the specification of this motor, we wanted the machine, the chair or the vehicle, whatever you say, to be precisely reactive to the human gesture. So it is basically a gesture controlled vehicle. So an old person sitting on it, basically a quadriplegia patient, and he should not feel jerks when the vehicle moves. So we wanted a special motor for that, and these motors to our specification were not available here. So finally we got it imported from China. And then we wanted those two machines, those two motors costed us too much, which added more to the overall cost of the vehicle. We wanted to keep the chair lightweight. Of course, this is one of the design requirement for any vehicle. And cost. We bought the chair at the cost of just 3,500 rupees from local market. Now, when we fix the motor onto the chair, the alignments were not proper. In the sense that the motor, we were not able to place the motors in the position in which they are in the picture, because the orientations were different. So we took to a nearby shop the entire vehicle and everything, and we got it customized to our needs. Then we found when a person sat on the vehicle, on the chair, and the motors made to operate, the wheels started slipping because the chair was meant to be pushed by a person. It was not. The wheel was not designed to take drive from motor. So there was a slip. The motors were rotating and the wheel was not. There was a slip inside. So how to do? Those were plastic wheels, backlight plastic wheels. How to fix the bearing or the gear into that? So we had to reassemble, take it to lathe machine and do entire up and down, and finally could fix that, and it started working. Then there were some electronic aspects, of course. So what I'm trying to say is that unless we soil our hands, we will not get that design thinking that gives birth where there is a need to redesign, what difficulty it is we are facing and how it can be fixed. So my conclusion about design thinking is that it is crucial for any innovation and provides many avenues for approaching the problems. Unless somebody does this, he is always in rooms, very difficult to say that whether he will move towards an innovator as an innovator, emerge as an innovator, or entrepreneur, whatever it is. So it's a way to instill a different way of working, which brings people from multiple disciplines and their values can be put together. And always mapping from or translating our paper prototype to actual prototype enables real feedback from users. And that is where we will get to know where are the failures during their early stage. So that helps. So from the viewpoint of students who are graduating or in the early years of their program, my sincere advice to them is that they must engage on componentized visualization, which means that what smallest to smallest components should your idea have. That's what I mean by componentized visualization. Second, what are the alternatives to components in terms of cost, in terms of complexity, in terms of ease of availability, and of course, acceptable level of reliability. Unfortunately, we have not been able to understand the word sufficiency. Sufficiency says that what degree of outcome is acceptable to the situation or to the user. Once we are clear about acceptability, we will not run for the same degree of reliability for every product we make. And if sufficiency aspect is clear to us, of course, the cost, complexity, everything will get tuned according to the sufficiency. And the overall cost of the machine or the product can be. So the same concepts, same thought is applied to any application. It can be a software application, it can be a hardware application, it can be an electromechanical application, it can be a marketing application, it can be a business application, banking application. Everywhere this is implemented. Thank you. Thank you all. I am over with my sharing of my thoughts. I'm open to questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Our next dignitary to honor us with his presence is Dr. Vishal Vyas, sir. He is an assistant professor in ABV-IIITM Gwalior. He has done his PhD from Vikram University, Ujjain. His area of interest is in financial risk management, behavioral finance, project feasibility and finance, derivatives, portfolio management, and investment analysis. I welcome Vishal Vyas, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Okay, so let me start with what exactly is the business plan preparation all about. Whenever you are taking some or giving a shape to some enterprise, prior to that, we are seeking some sort of borrowings or we are seeking some sort of support from our fund providers. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, but sir, your presentation is not clearly visible. The PPT is at bottom right corner.
Okay, okay. Just a minute.
Okay, sir.
Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Please
Okay.
continue.
So prior to seeking that fundraising, we need to show some plans to financial institutions as well as those who are providing economic as well as financial support for us. So this business plan preparation just give us an outreach and at the same time give the feeling for an enterprise to the people who are creditors to us or who are giving us funds. So first thing first, first thing is the scouting for an idea. Analyzing the performance of existing industry by analyzing, hello?
Vishal sir, the slides are not moving. Only the first slide is visible to us on which business plan presentation is written.
तो नए वाला लीव कर दिया लग रहा है
ठीक है, उसने लॉगिन कर दिया।
I request all the participants to kindly wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Vishal sir is trying to share his presentation. Thank you. Sir, the presentation is visible. Please continue.
First, analyzing the performance of existing industries. And in case of existing industries means whatever product or whatever services you are choosing for, we need to first look out for the industry. For example, if I'm going for a biscuit or if I'm going for a candy, then I need to look forward for the industry concerned. Let me analyze few certain companies which are existing in that industry, and based on that, I will take up the decision. Next things comes is input and output. These input and output means whatever are the raw materials which will give worth as well as all those utilities, power, water, steam, various things which will enhance the input output efficiency of that concerned business plan. We can review the import and exports. What is the rate with which the government is giving us some sort of, these subsidies, and how export promotions the government is looking for. We can look forward for plan outlays and government guidelines which suggest whether the plan which we are seeking for is feasible or not. We can take suggestions from financial institutions and development agencies, which gives us an idea. These are the niche areas where we can give our input. We can also look forward for investigation into local material and resources. That means the artisans, the labor, the confined and specific raw materials. We can analyze the economic and social trends, things which are very critically available or very minutely scrutinized available in the Western side may not be acceptable in Indian scenario. And therefore, we need to draw some lines for economic, political, and social trends, and thencewards we can move further. There are so many people in India who are just going forward for acquiring the SIC units. BIFIMR, that is a Board of Financial Restructuring, industrial board this is, and they are inviting bids whereby they are selling these units to entrepreneurs who could revive them. So that again is a wonderful idea with which we can move forward. So an entrepreneur is primarily required to go for a primary screening, and this preliminary screening says that there should be a compatibility with entrepreneur. It means what? If promoter is throughout educated in biology or life sciences, how could it be possible to go for IoT, or how it could be possible for him to work in robotics? I'm not saying that he is not eligible to work in robotics, although he is from life sciences. No, there should be some match, either in terms of experience, either it could be by chance, it could be a family business. There are various things which shows the compatibility of that entrepreneur or promoter, which squares his ability and training and also the proclivities with what product he is offering in the market. Second thing is there should be consistency of that product or service with reference to government priorities. So an entrepreneur can question himself, feasibility of that particular project is consistent with the national, or you can say that state priorities and goals as per the budgets and all, as per the 5-year plans and all I'm talking about. Are these environmentally feasible and suitable, and there is no contrary regulations which the government is imposing on? Will it be possible to fulfill the requirements if in case the foreign currencies and foreign exchange is required, or any kind of a licenses I'm talking? Third thing is availability of input. As I said, first thing is capital requirement. Second thing is know-how for the required project. I mean technical know-how, and there should be a proper absorption for the technology as well. Next comes the raw material, whether the raw material are domestically available at a reasonable cost or not. If available, how and in what manner they could be procured. If the requirement is to import them, then what legalities and problems it would involve. And other than this, there are so many things which paves the path for the input. So critically, there is a requirement to look into inputs. Even a smaller thing like whether the transport facilities are there or not, power supply, coal, utilities, various things which will feature into inputs. Next comes the adequacy of the market. What is the, you can say that total domestic market available? What is the shape of competition in those markets? Sales and distribution system is of what kind? What is the amount of cost it would be taking? Barriers to the entry? What is the projected volume of consumption you are foreseeing? And type of other things like patent protection and other various things will feature into this. Next comes the reasonable of cost. It is entirely talking about the costs which are relating with the input, general administration, selling and distribution. It also involves the economies of scale. And at the same time, if I take into cognizance the next point, acceptability of risk, then also these costs will playing a very important role, which talks about the vulnerability to these costs and that too based on some seasonal effects for the business cycles. Or suppose if certain business you are into, let me take the business as a bread manufacturing. So anybody come and enter into the market. So entry barriers are very low, as well as exit barriers are also very low, and therefore people or consumers have high side switching cost. In these given conditions, the competition from substitutes as well as competition from other promoters would be very high. So will it be suitable to me? It's only me who will decide. If it is not suitable to me, then the place is not for me. At the same time, what innovation or what sort of creativity I could put into bread manufacturing? So bread is bread. What innovation could be possible? Then you could see various types of breads are featuring in the market these days. Sweet bread is there, masala bread is there, chocolate bread is there. So variety of breads are available. So people kept on doing these changes to test whether these tastes are really tasteful to the taste buds of the consumers or not. If not, drop it. Let's move for the other diversification, but diversification in the same product line or in the same line of products. So it leads to background of the promoter. So whenever the first thing, business opportunity is to be identified, there should be some background of the promoter in terms of education, in terms of experience, or it could be chance factor, provided he or she has indulged for a longer period of time. I'm not talking about experience, I'm talking about chance factor. Next is entrepreneur can go for a basic SWOT analysis. I'm not covering this. This is strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. And this is to be done for both the things. Number one, for the industry, and number two, it should be for the company as well. Thereafter, the entrepreneur is required to articulate the objectives. What is the objective to enter into the product or service? Is it the cost reduction? It is for the economies of scale. It is for the productivity improvisation or expansion. So it entirely depends on the choice. Next comes the environmental analysis, and this could be done with the Porter's 5 force model or pastel analysis. That is political, economic, social, and technology analysis. And this could be done to evaluate whether the business plan is having suitability vis-a-vis environment or not. This could be adjudged with certain literature, which also facilitate the marketing plans for the product, which we will discuss that in later stage. So these literatures are available with the 5-year plan reports, fiscal budgets, economic surveys. These fiscal budgets are setting priorities for certain tax holidays for certain products or industries. So that could be looked into. Various publications are available from the Ministry of Industrial Development. RBI is providing the monthly bulletin, which talks about all these. Other than these monetary economics, they are also talking about how and why these cash reserve ratios, these statutory liquidity ratios, and current assets to current liability ratios for various businesses will affect the economy and setting their priorities. So what kind of a monetary policy should be there? Hawkish, aggressive, and blah blah. Monthly publications from statistical organization is there, CSO, Central Statistical Organization, on various product lines, units, etc. Publications from IDBI and annual surveys from various industries are available. Next is, let's have some common information, and these common information are dense word, the input which we have received from these enterprising selection leads to marketing research. marketing research primarily should be done in with two ways. First is secondary, and next one is with the primary data. So secondary data is already available with the, as I mentioned in the earlier sheet, from various government organizations or other government departments. Primary data is required to be seek from a questionnaire survey or with the help of situation analysis. How it could be possible to go with the primary data is entirely the prerogativeness of the entrepreneur. It could be done with the help of field investigators or by entrepreneur himself or herself. And the basic objective of these questionnaires or primary data collection or sample surveys is to have a feel for total demand and rate of growth, and just to analyze what is the scenario for demand, income and price elasticities could be fetched. What is the motive for buying by the consumers, their purchasing plans and intentions, satisfaction from the existing products, what are the unsatisfied needs which actually exist for the product, attitudes for the purchases, means I'm talking about consumer behavior. At the same time, what are the distribution dynamics? If I take the example of Hindustan Unilever Limited, okay, so HLL is available even in the rural corners of India, whereas if you take the example of other companies which are competing with HLL, they don't have that sort of niche available with them, and the primary factor for their good return on investment is, or their key strategic aspect of business development is distribution dynamics. So they are working on very low cost distribution dynamics, which others couldn't even afford. So as a budding entrepreneur, would I be able to cope up with these distribution dynamics? And it is not only involved just 3-chained or 2-chained figures, just like the CNF agent or wholesaler or retailer or that, and then consumer. It involves various intricacies in terms of costs, and therefore these dynamics are required to be understood prima facie and then move further. Next is the competitor analysis. It is talking about the concentration ratio. If you are entering into one fine morning, if you talk about I wish to be an entrepreneur in the nuclear power, so the government will not give you permission for the same. And if you will give financial institutions these sort of arguments, there is no competitor, I would be the sole, I will produce electricity and all. So it is not matching with the entrepreneur's background as well. So these sort of things which involves high side capital cost, and if the capital have a risk of being turning into sunk cost, given these circumstances, one should look forward the business idea with caution. Next comes the strategy formulation. Strategy formulation means whatever demand has been analyzed, and based on that demand has been fragmented with reference to demographics. This product is meant for children. This product is meant for age-old people, for women. What should be the geography? What should be, it is meant for the profession, social background, preferences. So many things are there. So in that demand analysis, we will do that. Usually people are doing mistake by just surveying these retailers and having the hang of what is the total demand they could serve. Actually, they are talking about supplies. Whatever you will seek information from the market side, and that too from retailer or these suppliers, that is supply side, which is already available. Demand analysis talks about the potential with which your product could be placed in the market, either by replacing the existing demand or creating its own niche. And that could be done with various economic fundamentals, whereby you can gather information from price elasticity or income elasticity or cross elasticities as well. And based on that, the demand could be estimated. If the demand estimation is done, then there is a requirement to see the gap. And you couldn't be able to fill the gap in totality. You could fill a fraction of that as a gap. And that to be decided based on what sort of fundings you could able to avail from these financial institutions or SFCs. And in that condition, capital would be your constraint. So that matches the capacity utilization, that matches with the feasibility or the amount of manufacturing or the amount of utilization you could go for. Next comes the market. It entirely talks about the market size, profile, market segmentation, growing trends and declining, what are the fashions, fads, and that will decide what is the market microstructure, whereby major players, what sort of shares they held. If I talk about footwears, so not just Bata, Lakhani or Woodland, there are other players as well. They themselves are developing their own branding. So if that belongs to a countryside branding, let's start with the countryside branding in the local markets or in the unorganized market. But later stage, if you are coming into the mainframe business, countryside to the mainframe local side, or then to the major economic boundary side, then you need to evaluate time to time your competitors as well as the market structures. What is the distribution structure, as I already mentioned, and what are the trends in the positions held. Next comes the consumer perception and about the products. It entirely talking about those psychological needs the consumers are having, whether the product would be able to fulfill these or not. What are the perception of your suppliers and retailers from both sides, input suppliers as well as to whom you are supplying. It is talking about product whereby you are also taking into cognizance the product innovation and its life cycles. The moment it is reaching to its maturity, you are again giving it a boost by new product development or new features. How you are differentiating your product economically as well as with product features. How the consumption patterns and product usages could be increased vis-a-vis in the same line where your competitors are there. How your consumers be satisfied with the product and what service supports are available to them. Next comes the new product development. It is entirely depending upon the gap, and based on that gap, new products are inserted with the same lines of business. Distribution and retailing, what sort of distribution chain is available, right from CNF agents to a retailer or to a final consumer. Next comes the pricing, the most important aspect. You cannot price your product as per your whims and fancies. You are required to price it based on the current pricing structure. So your prices will be profit plus markup, cost based price, or it entirely depends on say with a marginal profit contributions. So it's the prerogativeness of the entrepreneur. But the most important thing is these are some strategic decisions. Once you are deciding your price in the market, you cannot back out from the same. So considering the psyche of the consumers, you are required to raise your prices with gradient gradually. So how these are impacting for this scenario analysis is there. Advertising and campaigning is there. These are playing some important roles with reference to strategy. One cannot say that I will go for a distribution of these sachet if you are into liquid soap or if you are into shampoo manufacturing. You cannot say that because it involves the cost and whether just the distribution of these sachet, shampoo sachet or toothpaste sachet will enhance your future sales, this couldn't be ensured. So whatever you are doing, that should be done with some caution, with some cognizance. Then comes the technical analysis. It involves various features like plant capacity, what are the principal inputs, the production cost is what, whether technology will be absorbed by your existing workforce or not. If not, what are the training costs involved? What is the likelihood that the technology you purchased will soon not be turned into obsolescence, and it will support your product mix? What technical arrangements are there in terms of collaborations, if foreign collaborations are there, or if local collaborations are there? So these sort of things we are required to look into. With reference to raw material, are these processed or semi-processed goods? What auxiliary materials and supplies are required? Whether these are processed industrial material or components, what are the utilities? An entrepreneur is required to question these things, because suppose for an example, if steel could be manufactured with the Bessemer process as well as open hearth process. You might have heard about it. Cement plants, if you have visited, you might have seen that there are two processes, wet process and dry process. Which is suitable to us? That is a question of concern. And to your cognizance, this mini cement plant, if all of a sudden I wake up and say I'll go for a cement, because government is giving more emphasis these days with reference to the current budget to infrastructure. So let me go with cement plant. I couldn't, because cement plant, small and mini cement plants are not successful. They couldn't build those economies of scale, and therefore product is not successful. If you will go for a matchstick is not at all suitable in Gwalior. The reason being, environment is not suitable. It is suitable with reference to Shivakashi. Okay, so geographically suitability and raw material based suitability, various things are there which are very, very critical in terms of decision making. Now, proximity to raw material. Same. Cement plant cannot be here because I'm not having abundant source of these calcium mines near to my place.
Shastra?
Yes.
So sorry to interrupt you. Sir, I request you to kindly finish the presentation in another 5-6 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I'll do that. So in the technical analysis, we basically took input from marketing analysis, and accordingly we decide for our capacity utilization and other things. Next comes the financial feasibility, and financial feasibility could be checked by certain templates. Let me share these templates in the fast mode. These templates could be, just look at here. These could be cost of project, which involves land, building, plant machinery, preliminary expense, pre-operative expense. All these things will feature into, and how they would be financed from a promoter's own capital, from loans, from special incentive schemes. These would include the other templates whereby interest on term loan template is there, whereby we would be fixing how much loan and how it should be paid in terms of EMI. Next comes the working capital requirement, means what is the operating cycle for raw material, stock in process, finished goods, what are our debtors, how much will be financed. Margin for working capital requirement. Similarly, depreciation, tax calculations, profitability estimate, accounting break-even, financial break-even, all these things are there which are required to be taken into account. And then those projected balance sheets and cash flow statements, which will talk about how we will further in our businesses, and financial institutions could be could appraise this balance sheets in terms of giving us a finance. So that later to that, finally, it would encourage us to give us a good debt service coverage ratio, sensitivity analysis, scenario analysis, and therefore, all these things, if we consider, then somehow these financial institutions will give us some good amount of loans. And if the feasibility and pre-feasibility for business plans are not good, then the entrepreneurs will not be given due attentions. So I'm closing my session here. If you have any doubts, kindly ask.
Thank you so much, Vishal sir, for such enlightening session. I'm sure the participants, whether they are MBA or not, they must have surely enjoyed how you have explained the proper business plan. Thank you. Any questions from the participants? Any questions? Okay, I'm assuming that there are no questions. So we'll be taking a short 5 minutes break in which, just like yesterday, we'll be having certain quizzes. And the rules are the same, that participants should drop the correct answer in the chat box. They are not allowed to speak. And I write down the name of the first participant with the right answer. Tomorrow or maybe day after, we'll be giving them the certificates. So we'll start with the quiz in another 5 seconds. So first question is, Elon Musk, who's a very famous name, is one of the greatest innovator in his era. Which of the following companies is not founded by him? I request all the participants to kindly participate in it and showcase your knowledge. Drop the option with the right answer in the comment box. Chat box on, please. I'll wait for another 5 seconds. If you don't know the right answer, you can take a guess also. Okay, we have enough responses and we have correct answer also. Moving on to the next question. Who holds the post of Cabinet Minister for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship? Since the theme is of entrepreneurship and innovation, it's a very basic question. Please drop the option which you feel is the right answer. Okay, we have enough responses now. Moving to the next question. What is the basic purpose of business plan? Just before this, Vishal sir very well explained the components of a business plan. I'm sure all the participants have listened. So you can use that knowledge, that recent knowledge to answer this question. I request all the participants to kindly drop their answer in the chat box. Okay, we have responses now. Last question for this break. The process of making something new that makes life better is called. It's all the 4 terms which are mentioned in the options are technical terms. So let's see who can guess the right answer. Okay, I'm stopping the quiz now. Thank you to all the participants for participating with such enthusiasm. We have right answers from many people, and we'll evaluate who has answered first. Now I request Mr. Giridhar to kindly introduce our next speakers. Mr. Giridhar.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chaitanya. Now the next speaker is Miss. Am I audible, Chaitanya?
Yes, you are audible. Continue.
Okay. Our next speaker is Miss K.S. Sindhuri. I'll give a brief introduction about Sindhuri. Miss Sindhuri is an enterprise technologist with 14 plus years of IT industry experience in helping organizations in their digital transformation journey. She has represented AWS on various forums like worldwide technical symposiums and summits. Sindhuri has deep knowledge of building big data, IoT, and machine learning applications in the AWS cloud. And she has strong experience on architecting various AWS cloud solutions. Request Ms. Sindhuri to share us her invaluable experiences. Over to you, Sindhuri.
Hello, everyone. Just want to check if I'm audible and my screen is visible.
Yes, you are audible and visible, Sindhuri.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so thank you for this opportunity to be talking to young and ready to hit the market technologists. I am Sindhuri. I'm a solutions architect here at Amazon Web Services in India, and I specialize in helping entrepreneurs build on AWS. Building a market viable product is something that almost all entrepreneurs do, yet it is an unusual process. So today we will explore the innovation mindset with AWS. I really enjoyed the previous talk, which was more detailed about business planning. You may consider this topic to be an extension on how technology plays in a very big role in the entire building the entrepreneur mindset. Okay, so let us begin. So I would like to start this session with a quick mission from Amazon. So Amazon's mission is to be Earth's most customer-centric company. So there is a lot to the description or to the definition that we place a value here in Amazon, that everything for us, everything starts with customers. Okay, where any innovation begins, start with the customer and work backwards. This is something very much in line to the previous presenter and something that we already discussed. Innovation, where do we begin innovation, and how do we even look at what is required by the customers, right? I think the innovation comes from a requirement that a customer has, a particular market segment has, and building your product based on that and working backwards from the customer's experience is what Amazon believes in. This is a statement. This is a quote from Jeff Bezos, who is the founder of Amazon.com, and so I would request the participants to take probably a few seconds to go through this quote. Customers are always beautifully and wonderfully dissatisfied, even when they report being happy and business is great. Even when they don't know yet, they don't yet know it, customers want something better, and your desire to delight customers will drive you to invent on their behalf. This is a quote which is probably the fuel of innovation with Amazon Retail, whether you talk about Amazon Retail as e-commerce company, or when you talk about Amazon in terms of cloud computing space, which is Amazon Web Services. So our product innovation, our innovation engine is fueled by one statement is customer requirement and also delight the customers. So what are the key things that what are we doing today in this presentation with AWS, right? So what are we doing is we are focusing on 4 areas while we are exploring the innovation mindset with AWS. The first one, out of the 4 areas, the first one is the culture. Okay, so culture speaks a volume about how you want to set up your start your entrepreneur engagement, customer obsession, hire builders, let them build, support them with a belief system. So the innovation path is going to take a different turn when take a very strong foundational turn when we build this culture of innovation. And where does it start? It starts with invent and simplify. Okay, so leaders expect and require invention from their teams, and always find ways to simplify. So if a product can't be simply understood by the customer, it is not, if we are not simplifying it for the customer, right? That itself speaks volume on how easy it is to take to market, right? How valuable it will be for the customer. So anybody who is thinking on this particular notion of invent and simplify, we all know that we use applications or we use any technological product or any other, for example, even now physical product, it really depends upon the ease of usage, right? It has to be simple to use. Right. So as we do new things, we accept that we may be misunderstood for long periods of time. So at Amazon, we have this culture that even if we are doing a new thing, and if people around us are not really I'm not really convinced with the idea, right? We still go ahead and try to do it and see half the way whether it is really working or not. And we are okay to be misunderstood for long periods of time while we are inventing and simplifying on behalf of the customer. So for example, Kindle. Kindle is something that started as a device, which you see on the left-hand side. This is how Kindle began its journey. And we kept improvising that product over a period of time. And you see the output right now as a Kindle with a very good interface. And the product has evolved based on customer requirements. But how did Kindle begin? In the first place, it began as a device on the left-hand side. So with Amazon Web Services, there was a Business Week review with Jeff Bezos, which spoke about 85 price reductions since 2006. Amazon Web Services is a global cloud services provider, and since its inception in 2006, we have had around 85 times price reductions and 175 plus fully featured services and millions of active customers every month. Now, why do I present this to you in a forum for innovation is because I want to bring up the point that our innovation always has been driven by two or three very foundational principles of customer delight, invent and simplify on behalf of the customer, and the third one is bias for action. Speed matters in business, right? How much time, every time there's a product in development, the finance or the stakeholders would like to know what is the time to market of that product. How do we talk about how many months would it take to put the first product on in the market, right? Because the more we are going to put it in market, that is where more feedback is received, and that is where we are going to go ahead and improvise the product. So we value calculated risk taking. In that context, that is the culture that we would like to explore in terms of innovation. Coming to the next one, which is like really, is it a one-way door or a two-way door? This is very Amazonian way of looking at a problem. Like, for example, if at Amazon, if we have to make a decision about an idea of innovation, we always think, is it like a two-way door? Does that mean that if I make the decision today and act fast, can I change it? Can I iterate it on the go? Right? Is it change? Can I go ahead and make small changes instead of making it a one-way process? we call this as having a mechanism. Okay. So mechanisms are encoded behaviors that facilitate innovative thinking. Innovation does not come with the mindset of having everything written on stone. That means nothing will change once you launch the product, or nothing should change. We cannot launch a perfect product all the time, right? So once you place a minimal product in the market, we kind of take the feedback from the market, and then have the iterations and improvise the product. So this is called mechanisms. This is the second phase of the culture of innovation with Amazon, which is called mechanisms. A mechanism is a complete process. This is a beautiful slide, I would say, which really has incorporated into a lot of products that Amazon Web Services develops. In terms of, we take the inputs, we have the market value, and we kind of do the build the tool, do the adoption, and then inspect, and then do outputs. And the cycle keeps going on, right? It doesn't stop with the launch of the product. Once the product is launched, you might have seen that every reinvent that AWS conducts, why do we have reinvent as a concept? Is to launch new features for all the products that were launched in the past. There are so many new features launched year on year. And why do we launch so many new features? Is because the customer's requirement. We gather the requirement from the customers and then incorporate those features as we go. Okay, so a wonderful mechanism that we have at Amazon for innovation is called as working backwards. Working backwards is a kind of principle that we have, that when we look at customer requirement and what would delight the customer, and really define our path backwards, saying that we want this customer delight as an outcome of this entire innovation project. Now, if we have to really delight the customer, what are the steps should we take? And we work backwards from what is the customer requirement. So this is called a working backwards mechanism. The third aspect that I would like to focus today on the culture of innovation at AWS, right, is architecture. Structure that supports rapid growth and change. One of the areas where AWS has fueled a lot of startups and entrepreneurs to go build what you want, and the technology is already provided by AWS Cloud Services, is by allowing the agility for your products. So from monolithic to microservices architecture, you might have come across multiple of these conversations in your path when you're exploring technology. How do we look at monolithic architectures and microservices architecture? Okay, so single purpose services connect only through hardened APIs, decoupled architecture, decreased constraints and dependencies. I will walk you through a little bit more on this one, because it's kind of very important to get this. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're fueling that innovation cycle for your product, then it's very important to look at technology from a perspective that you can make changes quickly, and technology should not become a showstopper for your product on how your architecture is panning out, right? So full service versus self-service, creating powerful self-service platforms that provide builders with the right tool for the right job. This is very important from an innovation standpoint in terms of using technology, or I would say leveraging technology, in order to fuel the product that you are building. In this regards, we title the product, the technology product, for all the startups and entrepreneurs as a minimum viable product. What is a minimum viable product? A minimum viable product is the first product that you build. This is the product that you use to find product market fit for your entrepreneur or innovative startup idea that you have. So many startups and entrepreneurs then use their minimum viable product to scale their business, later rewriting the parts as required. Okay, so MVP is a carefully chosen term, and there are 3 elements to it. Okay, so we'll talk about those 3 elements in a little while. So this is a quote from LinkedIn, co-founder of LinkedIn. It applies not only from a technology standpoint. If you look at the quote, it really doesn't is not limited to only a technology aspect of your product. It applies to all the aspects of your product. So if you're embarrassed by the first version of your product, then you shipped too late. So what does this say? Do not spend a lot of time in getting the perfect product out. Create a MVP. This is what AWS believes in, creating a minimum viable product, taking it to market, really doing that market study and getting the feedback at the initial stages of the product development is going to add a lot of value and improve your product as you go. Okay. So what is a minimal viable product? A minimal viable product is visible. Is a generic term. What it denotes is a minimal viable product. It is available to test multiple dimensions of the product. It is usable, minimal usable product. That means it is there. The product is available for getting the customer's hands-on experience with the product and get the feedback. It is usable. It is minimal lovable product. When existing products are in the market and your assumption is more, your customers are looking for a more lovable product, right? Does your product meet that requirement, that it actually solves a customer problem, right? Minimal testable product. That means you are able to test this product, and there are some moving parts in this architecture. However, the product allows you to test any latest features added or test any latest technology added to the product. It allows for that. Okay, so these are the aspects of a minimal, lovable, testable, usable, and viable product. So this is really a representation, is that we do not want to proceed this way. That means at every stage, there's probably a customer feedback. We are looking at customer feedback and not looking at rolling it out in a form where it is a complete full product. Only then the customer is happy, right? While the focus is on getting a product quickly to market, let us not also forget that it is important that the customer also likes or customer has a purpose to use the minimum viable product. This is again in terms of innovation. When you're thinking about innovation, the idea to take to market, time to market should not be extremely long. So plan your product in sprints. You can have a complete sprint, or you have uninterrupted sprints, and they are short and timed in a way that customers can see the improvements in smaller sprints, rather than trying to deploy a product which is fully developed and completely developed, and there is very less scope for any kind of changes in that product. Minimize task size. Minimize task size in the sense, have ownership in terms of who does what in this particular entire project. So remove the ambiguity, probably in terms of who does what, and the ownership in terms of adding incremental value to the product, and easier to prioritize. So this is minimum task size. This is again a philosophy at AWS that when we have a big product or innovation in the pipeline, we break it down into multiple ownership channels, saying that probably 2-3 people are handling only one piece of the product feature, so that it is easy to drive ownership and the outcome as well. Continuously ship releases. So this is something that AWS provides a continuous integration and continuous deployment pipeline. We call this famously as CI/CD pipeline. right? So you can automate things, you can automate the deployment, and you can, from a technology standpoint, you can look at building the entire CI/CD pipeline using AWS code services, right from code build to code commit and code deploy, which can help you automate the entire CI/CD pipeline for your technology aspect of the product. Okay, so starting with a monolith architecture wise, it does everything. But where is the problem with the monolith is that it requires capital investment, and it also requires it is tightly coupled architectures, in the sense one component of the architecture fails, then it will bring down the entire application. So if from an innovation mindset, if we take a step back, in the previous particular slides, we discussed on something called as innovation is all about agility and the speed to change. Allow the architecture, the technology component should allow you to change something quickly, test something quickly. So if it is not allowing, then monolithic architectures will not allow that kind of thing because of the amount of time taken to make those changes. So easiest way to get started, if you're looking at let's say AWS provides a plethora of services, 175 plus services. Now how do we go ahead and make it simple for you, right? Easiest way to get started is Amazon Lightsail. Lightsail makes it easy to deploy any websites, very easy to deploy websites such as WordPress, Joomla, or any web application with a pre-configured stack like LAMP stack or Nginx or Mean or Node.js stack. So it is very easy to get online quickly with Lightsail, Amazon Lightsail. So this is about deploying and scaling a monolithic architecture. For example, you already have designed for a monolithic architecture. Elastic Beanstalk is going to help you quickly convert your monolithic architecture into a AWS environment or a cloud deployment model, where Elastic Beanstalk provides a platform as a service, and you can easily have your website deployed, whether it is, again, it supports a plethora of services like Java, .NET, PHP application, whatever the stack is, and your developer can only focus on building the features and the code rather than thinking about the entire platform. As you can see, it can Elastic Beanstalk you can also incorporate load balancer in order to scale as you require. Then comes the more microservices architecture, right? So when we are talking about microservices architecture, it is really about breaking the services into different components. So each service does one thing at a time. So the motivation for microservices is mainly around time to market, and if it allows for changes for individual components rather than changing the entire architecture, which allows you to test and deploy quickly. So it is called loosely coupled architectures when you are using microservices. So serverless, building your APIs on AWS, when you're talking about serverless architectures, including APIs, just at a click, you can deploy the API gateway, which can manage your entire API backend within just a click. Other examples, you can add all these services that you're seeing here. These are all serverless services. Now, what is Cognito? Cognito is a user sign-in, sign-up service. API gateway is again a serverless API gateway, ready-made, available for the innovation entrepreneurs to be able to deploy within few seconds, just few clicks, and your API gateway is ready. Lambda is going to provide you serverless compute. Amazon Simple Storage Service is a serverless storage service where it is unlimited storage, highly scalable and highly available for customers' use. Adding more services, Fargate allows you to deploy containers, including Docker images on ECS or Kubernetes. If you're looking at deploying a mobile app, and your product really requires a mobile app kind of deployment, in that case we have something called as AWS Amplify, which is again serverless. So all the services you're seeing here can be deployed in a serverless fashion. What does this allow for? Again, time to market, and it highly influences on how agile your environment is. Static or single page website. This is like the simplest website that you can create using Amplify. Container service. Microservices is all about containers, Kubernetes containers and Docker images. So AWS provides all these services under the hood of containers, under the category of containers. Coming to analytics, the services listed here again are completely serverless, right? Analytics, complete and analytics pipeline can be built using serverless. Now, why am I talking so much about serverless and talking about containers here? Again, the topic is exploring the innovation mindset with AWS. Now, why we are talking about AWS services exactly here is because we would like to drive that mindset, to support that mindset or fuel that engine of innovation, right? What is required for the customer or for an entrepreneur, young entrepreneur who is really looking at developing a product? The technology should not become a showstopper. The technology should be easy to deploy and easy to even scale in. Means you are easily able to deploy the service, and you can easily able to undeploy the service, saying that I do not want to use this particular service at this stage. After this point, it should be easy for you to be able to make that decision. So all these services are serverless in the sense you have no dependency on the servers or how maintenance of the data centers or maintenance of the hardware component. These services will even remove the maintenance of the virtual machines for your architecture. Let's take one use case here. Let's say nobody just buys IoT technology. IoT is something that we have been focusing immensely on, not only from state and local government, from other sectors of commercial sector, but also from state and local governments and central government of India, right?
Sindhuri, request you to conclude by 12:50 if possible.
Oh, sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so nobody just buys IoT, they seek business outcomes. So what customers are doing with AWS IoT, they are building operational efficiency and revenue growth. And this is a pipeline for IoT business, right? So you have increased efficiency, new services and business models. I would like to leave the audience with one particular use case, which is from Bayer's Crop Science. Bayer's does the crop science for seeds, analysis of the seeds data in agriculture field, and it has benefits around by using AWS services, IoT services. They have hugely benefited by delivering crop data for analysis in minutes instead of days. And it also scales to support manufacturing and other IoT initiatives. So the more we are building these innovation engines in terms of IoT, the more we are seeing development in terms of other ideas where IoT can play a major role. And infrastructure providers like AWS from a cloud service providers are fueling this engine of innovation. So these are all your growing IoT Edge partner community. So while I said it is important to go ahead and look at agility and quick changes, quick time to market are important drivers. It is also important to invest in areas. As an entrepreneur, it is also important to invest in areas, over-invest in areas where it's difficult to change. For example, security. We cannot change the security practices once it is all incorporated in your architecture. So it is important to consider security at all points and how you want to have your API integration. Again, these are pieces which cannot be changed easily. So these are like core foundation pieces for any innovation idea. So and also the type of data type and imagining the databases for your product. Okay, so I'll just reiterate on these 2 points here. So when you're thinking about security, thinking about pieces which do not change, Security is an important aspect. Look at how you want to have your API integration and what services you want to have for APIs. And the third but not the least is the data model and store. What type of data model you are looking at and what type of data formats you are considering, because these are decisions which are difficult to change at a later standpoint. The fourth principle is where we call it as organization. From an entrepreneur mindset, it is important to have small empowered teams that own what they create. In AWS, we call it as two-pizza team, which are fast, agile, and fostering ownership and autonomy. Everybody owns what they run and build. So I would like the participants to just read the one which is highlighted in the interest of time, where it says, this is share owners letter from Amazon to all the share owners, where we say failure and innovation are inseparable twins. To invent, you have to experiment. And if you know in advance that it's going to work, then it's not an experiment anymore, right? So choose technology which will support your innovation engine, and consider all the options while you're innovating. So the key takeaways: culture, mechanisms, two-way decisions, right? We don't want one-way decisions, two-way decisions. Architectures, consider your architectures while you're building technology to support your product and the organization. With that, thank you so much for your time, and really enjoyed doing this talk.
Thanks, Sindhuri. It's a really wonderful session, and thanks for sharing the overview of AWS services, augmenting the budding entrepreneurs and innovators. Thanks for spending your time on Sunday.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I invite our next speaker, Mr. Neeraj Athalye. I'll just give a brief introduction about Mr. Neeraj. Neeraj has 25 plus years of experience in technology industry. Presently, Neeraj leads the Indian subcontinent business for SUSE, and SUSE is the world's largest open source company headquartered at Germany. Prior to SUSE, Neeraj has worked in SAP for more than a decade and also worked in other global organizations like Dassault, Honda, and John Deere. He has several industry awards, customer success stories in his list of achievements. Neeraj himself is an entrepreneur and he mentors many startups. Now I request Neeraj to share the audience his valuable experiences and industry perspective on innovation. Over to you, Mr. Neeraj.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. If you can give me the share function.
Sir, we have given you the share.
You have? Okay.
Yes, we have given.
Let me see. The share button seems to have is disabled on my screen. Not sure why.
So please
is there...
we are checking it.
जल्दी है ये
Is there something I
Sir,
need to do?
are you able to share your presentation now? Please check.
The share button is grayed out. Should I let me log in again once? Just give me a
yes,
give me
sir,
a
you
second.
can try doing that. Yes, sir.
Yes.
बोल लगाओ
request all the participants to please wait for a minute. Mr. Neeraj is trying to log in.
Hi, I'm on, but I still don't see the share button at my end.
Sir, are you able to share now?
No, the share button continues to be grayed out.
Sir, actually we have given you the rights. I think there is some technical problem in the platform itself. Can you just share your PPT with Mr. Giridhar? We can share the PPT from our end. In the meantime, you can start with the speech.
Okay, just give me 30 seconds, please.
Sure, sure.
Neeraj, you can WhatsApp me the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. What's this? Sometimes technology.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, let me log in.
Okay, in the meantime, we can have one quiz question till Mr. Neeraj is sharing the presentation with us. I'll be sharing my screen and we'll have one quiz. I hope my screen is visible to all the participants. So, question for now is who founded OYO Rooms and is also the India's youngest entrepreneur? I think this will be very easy for the participants. I request all the participants to kindly drop the right answer in the comment section. The answer is a well-known person. I'll wait for another 5 seconds. Okay, we have another question. Which entrepreneur is famous by the name of Steel King of India? Again, a very famous personality. I request all the participants to kindly mention the question number while sharing the option with us for the sake of clarity. Okay, we have got enough responses. Okay, what we can do is that we can take a short 5 minutes break. There is some technical problem at the speaker side, and we don't want to skip the speaker because he's going to present a very important speech, which will be beneficial to all the participants. So let's take a quick 5 minutes break. I request all the participants to kindly be online, be patient. We will continue after 5 minutes. Thank you.
I have sent across my presentation to one of the organizers. Let's see if he can pull it up. I've changed my laptop in meantime, but it doesn't directly.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have.
It says that, yeah.
How big is the? Yeah, just a
Yet.
second.
I have sent it across. Let's see if it comes up now. Have you given me the access at your end for sharing, just in case? Enter host key. Would you know what the host key is?
So we have given you the access. Just beside start video, there is an option to share content. I hope it is enabled.
I can see the share button now. Yeah.
Yes,
So
you can
I'm
see.
going
Got
to
it?
Okay, please start sharing your screen. Yes, we are able
Yes.
to see your screen now.
Okay.
Now we got
Good.
it. Thank you.
I'm glad finally we made it.
Thanks.
Okay. Right. So
Sorry
very
for the
good afternoon.
inconvenience.
No problem. Very good afternoon to all the. I wouldn't not sure if I should call you students because many of you have experience of the industry. So welcome to this session. The reason I named it the innovation revolution and that too live is because many of us who are in this domain, irrespective of whether we've got 5 years of experience or 25 or 35, we are pretty much back to the drawing boards. We are pretty much going back and trying to learn the new ways that are changing the dynamics in India. So it's a very interesting revolution, and if we can't be a part of it now, I'm pretty sure the next generation will really be annoyed with the fact that we didn't give it our best shot. So what I'm going to do is walk you through some of my learnings. As the speaker mentioned, I have an experience. Sorry, I have been in this industry for a while now, and almost 20 plus years. And what I've seen here is different organizations treat innovation in a very different way. One of the analysts that I read said that by 2023 India should become a $10 trillion economy, and if we don't, then we have a serious situation at hand. And that really got me thinking as to what is it that's changing. I mean, why are we getting aggressive? And if we are getting so aggressive in innovation, what do we need to do in this space? So for us to actually be a $10 trillion economy, innovation in different sectors needs to be accelerated. If you look at the health sector, from a 66-year life expectancy, we should touch a life expectancy of 80 at least. I think that's not a bad ambition to have. If I look at education, instead of just having 7 years as the bare minimum time for which children are in school on an average in India, we should at least touch 10 years. I think that's also a fair expectation, and that's a good target to have, if you ask me. Agriculture, from about 4 tons per hectare, our productivity should go up to at least 7.5 tons per hectare, and that is the need of the hour when we reach the kind of population we will in 2034. If you look at manufacturing, today it's about 12% of the GDP. It should be at least more than 25% of the GDP. And the whole Atmanirbhar Bharat that we keep talking about, or the Make in India that we keep talking about, that's essentially emanating from targets like these. And it's very important for you as entrepreneurs, innovators, or people who will land up joining some of these guys. You should know where these policies are coming from. You should know what's in it for you. You should know what more changes you can expect going forward, assuming we have a progressive government. Retail should, which is today about 8% of the retail business today in India, only 8% is organized. The large portion is 92% of Indian retail is still unorganized. Can we target having 50% of the retail business to get organized? Absolutely yes. And that has its own advantages. I'll share some of those as I go along. Power sector, for example, more power, the better it is. From 75% access, we should touch 100% access by at least 2034. Probably we'll reach there earlier, given the way some of the new policies are shaping up. But this is what we believe. If you look at the financial sector, from access to finance to 35% of Indians, we should take access to at least 90% of Indians. Digital connectivity, which is today at 15%, should go 80%. My guess is we'll touch 100% for sure by 2034. If I look at urbanization, that is about the amount of area that is there in the amount of people that we have in the urban space. From 400 million people, that will touch 650 million. That's, whether we like it or no, that is going to happen. And physical connectivity, that is through roads, railways, airways, and waterways, should go up. And this whole business of infrastructure, from a 13% of GDP, should be at least 8% of GDP. What it basically means is more privatization needs to happen in this space. So these are certain sectoral requirements for us to be a $10 trillion economy. If you now look at the last few years, I mean, in what these 3 lines signify, I don't know how big your screens are, or if you're looking at it on a mobile. If you look at the number of brands that got registered, or number of logos, trademarks that got registered from India, look at where we are in 2009 and look at where we are in 2018. These are the number of startups. The green line is indicating the number of startups, the number of India specific startups that are coming up, and these are in various spaces. I think this is a brilliant trend that one should actually look at. In fact, if you pick any month, I mean, I think I took this screenshot from about 3 months back, or 3 or 4 months back, look at the amount of money Ola Electric got. They got an investment about $1 million in that month. Or if you look at checkbook.com, they got a $5 million investment 3 months back. If you look at maybe Pepperfry, they got a $47 million investment in 1 month. These are the kind of investments that are happening across startups. So some of you on this call, if you decide not to join the typical top 10 companies in India and rather give preference to joining a startup, in all probability you're doing the right thing. Yeah, take a wise decision, but you will not be making a mistake if you join a startup and be a part of that journey. Even better, having your own startup, because there are enough funds for a good startup that are available. Innovators and entrepreneurs should fuel this change in India. I firmly believe that it is for these people to make the difference. Yeah. And where do these corporates need to innovate? The big corporates that we know of in India, where should they change? First and most important is the Indian consumer is now empowered. Whether you go to a village, whether you're in a city or you're in a metro, Everybody's got a mobile phone, they've got access to television, they've got access to so many things. So the end consumer is a lot more empowered than what he was about 20 years back. He knows what's the latest brands. He knows what's available on the global e-commerce platforms. He knows what's the best product, what's the best technology. So for me to sell the same cement, steel, paint, shoes, t-shirts, whatever I'm doing, I need to do it better because my consumer is more informed and I need to go closer to him than ever before. I can't just sell to a kirana wala and expect that he will sell a lot more of my diapers than anybody else. I need to educate mothers about the diapers in the way they understand, in a language they understand. If I look at flexible models, I mean, during this COVID period, which was a nightmare and continues to be a kind of a nightmare for many of us, a lot of models changed. I mean, Dunzo, which is a home delivery app, suddenly tied up with ITC, and they said, if you want biscuits for breakfast, just call up Dunzo and they'll get it delivered. ITC didn't go about setting up a massive supply chain to deliver biscuits at home. What they did was they just came together as 2-3 different organizations, and that's what is called non-traditional partnerships. If you look at new models that are coming up, whether it's furniture available on rent, whether it's homes available on rent, whether it is, I don't know, there are so many other drivers available on rent, so many of these new business models have created a tremendous amount of change, and organizations need to keep changing as aggressively as they have in the last 5 years. Yeah, for us to reach the 10 trillion economy, they better change in these areas. If you look at adopting a growth mindset, I mean, somebody who's in his late 50s has no option today but to go back to the drawing board. He cannot say, I know this business thoroughly well, because there's a street smart kid who is in his 20s or maybe even 30s who is going to give a tough fight to his way of decision making. So a growth mindset and innovation mindset needs to be inculcated across the organizations. Many organizations today are adopting design thinking. I saw that there are a few sessions on DT that happened today morning or maybe yesterday. I think that's a brilliant way, and that's one methodology that everybody needs to adopt. Yeah, and then focusing on accountability, integrity, and sustainability. I think these are crucial elements. We can't hand over a planet to our next generation that is completely messed up from plastic, from emissions, and many other things. Culture plays a big role in this, and I think the previous speaker also alluded to that. So there are 3 options, guys. If we have to become a 10 trillion economy, there are 3 options. First option, we continue doing what we've been doing for the last 50 years. Won't get us anywhere. It will not get us absolutely anywhere. Option 2, we put twice the amount of money, but continue to do the same thing that we did for the last 50 years. Again, cannot help. At best, it will take us to some 6.5 to 7 trillion. But if we take what some of the analysts are calling the winning leap, and I really like this hypothesis. A winning leap is where you introduce a little bit of disruption. You don't just invest in physical infrastructure, you don't just put capital into infrastructure and assets, but you also focus on human growth. You focus on the human capital as well. And if we do a good mix of these two, we should then be able to see a 9% CAGR on our GDP, and we will then become a 10 trillion economy. Yeah. And again, as I go ahead, you'll realize that this is not an ambitious dream. This is a must-win dream for all of us who are trying to do our piece of this innovation cake. Yeah. I to view economic and social challenges as opportunities. Yeah. And opportunities for growth, basically. And let me tell you why. Now, these are Indian brands. Everybody knows this. Tata, Reliance, Airtel, HDFC, Wipro, Bajaj, Royal Enfield. I'm a motorcycle rider, so I love that brand personally. Or a Hero, I love that equally. Or ITC, ONGC. These are Indian brands. All of you know this. Yeah. These are big mammoth Indian brands. Now, just look at the global brands. If you look at an Apple, Google, Amazon was there just a few minutes back on the call, Samsung, Disney, Facebook, Canon, Visa, 3M, Huawei. What's the difference between the previous slide and this slide? Whether you go to Cochin, whether you go to Colombo, whether you go to Cupertino, or whether you go to Palo Alto, all these brands are available in all those cities, irrespective of which country they are. But you look at the Indian brands, some of them have just started getting global. Many of them have a long way to go. Yeah. And given the number of consumers we have in India, in all probability, we could have a Tanishq selling more earrings than the most premium brand of earrings around the world. Yeah. But these are global brands because they have presence around the world. Yeah. So as innovators, as startups, as people who will join this community, our ambitions need to be to grow globally, to become a brand that is available, accessible, and respected around the world. And all that happens through many components, and I will try and explain a few of them at least. Yeah. Since I changed my laptop, the font's gone for a toss. But all I can say is, if you look at anybody who achieves anything lesser than what they should be, that's because we plan for something lesser. Yeah, as per Bhagavad Gita, uh, if you look at a very nice quote that I saw from Bhagavad Gita, we are kept from our goal not by obstacles but by a clear path to a lesser goal. I really love this one liner. Yeah, because it's easier to achieve something that is within our means. It's hard to dream something that is much bigger and to try and achieve that. Yeah, I would strongly recommend you take the later as your approach, because I think India is still young. Age wise we are still young. You look at the age band, I don't know if you can see this graph, but from 2020 to 2030 we have the maximum number of people in a working age group, which is from 15 to 64. Yeah, I don't know what 15-year-old will do, but between 15 to 64, which is treated as the workable age, we have the maximum number of people. Yeah, so we have the capacity. What is important is how do we leverage this capacity to grow. There are certain states in India, look at Rajasthan, UP, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar. They are high performing states. They are doing a lot of things really well. There are many laggards that we have. Yeah, again, Maharashtra, some may call it a laggard, some may call it somewhere in between. Gujarat, maybe somebody will call it a laggard, somebody will say they're somewhere in between. That is debatable, but what's important is every state in India now needs to have its own dream. We can't expect the whole country to move ahead, but every state needs to have its own plan to grow ahead. If you look at human development index, for example, yeah, that is based on essentially life expectancy, that is based on years of schooling, and that's based on per capita. Yeah, if you look at these three parameters, today you will see that Sri Lanka is at 71, India is at 129. This is as per UN Development Program data. Yeah, we are at 129. Norway is at number 1 with a score of 0.9. We are 129 with a score of 0.6. Okay. Now, forget these numbers, but just look at the example that some of the analysts are giving. Korea, for example, in 1980 was at 0.63. That's exactly where we are today. I think this is 2020 data. Yeah. So 2020 we are somewhere there. But in a span of 30 years, they moved up the rank from 0.63 to 0.89. It's a 26% jump that Korea was able to achieve. And they did a lot of things right. The Atmanirbhar Korea program started in 1980s, which is why they are where they are today with such a high human development index. We can also achieve this in the next 30 years if we do a few things right. Yeah, and I think we are on that right path. We have policies related to innovation, we have policies related to startups. There are a lot of investments going on in agriculture, there are a lot of investments and opening up of markets that's happening. So I believe we are on the right track, but all of you need to add to this, add fuel to this whole acceleration that is going on. Yeah, a person who cannot decide a goal simply cannot win. A brilliant statement from Chanakya. So while you are seeing all these presentations in the yesterday and today, what you need to build in your mind is that aggressive plan for yourself. Don't go out there and get a job. Go out there with a goal to achieve something much bigger than what just a job gives you. That way, the founder either become a founder or help a founder. Yeah, or join a large organization. Today many large organizations have a startup within themselves. For them to reinvent themselves, they have no option but to handpick a set of innovative minds and have a startup within their large company. That's a brilliant way to transform, by the way. So join one of those. Yeah, but have a big goal. If you look at, if you're joining the agriculture sector, there are certain startups who are coming up in this space. In a pre-harvest area, you have seeds, pesticides, equipment like tractors and harvesters and tractors and many other devices. You have data analytics today available as a farm advisory. On the other hand, post harvest, you have financial institutions, you have food processing units, so many of those. Try and come up with a startup which brings these two together, something that enables this supply chain to go to the next level. We saw a lot of crazy stuff happen in Delhi. I am amazed at the way some people react as to why. I mean, if we don't transform agri, we are not transforming a large portion of India. Yeah, and the new policies are phenomenal, and I think they are the ones which will fuel both the pre-harvest and the post-harvest. So startups are coming up with pre-harvest and post-harvest platforms. Can a large area of maybe a 1,000 acres come together, all the farmers in a 500 acre come together, and using this pre-harvest platform, they are able to do consolidated buying? Can they get a better deal from the fertilizer if they buy in a bulk? Things like that. So that's what's happening in agriculture. If you look at banking, some of you would be coming in from the banking sector, or some may join the banking sector. Typically, cost per transaction in a branch is 48 rupees. Over a phone call, the call center that you call, a transaction costs 25 rupees. In ATM, it's 18. Yeah, on an automated IVR, it's 8, but it is 4 rupees online. Those of you who use HDFC Bank application, or use SBI Bank app, or use ICICI Bank app, the reason why these apps are made so popular is because they significantly bring down the transaction costs. Yeah, just look at the number of ATMs that are there per million in South Korea. They're close to 2,800 plus. Where are we? We are about 100, 112. Where should we reach if we want to become a 10 trillion economy? We should be at least 420. Yeah, that's the number of ATMs per million that we need. Or if you look at mobile payments, and again, this data is a year old, so I think the numbers would have dramatically gone up from 52.9 million people using online payments. It had touched 93 in 2019. I'm guessing during COVID, this easily would have shot up to 150 million, very easily. Yeah. So from 7.6% of Indian population, I think it would have touched at least 15% of Indian population today using online transactions. Yeah, and that needs to continue growing because the cost per transaction needs to come down. Yeah, that's another element. If you look at retail sector, organized and unorganized retail sector in India, as I said, only 11% of our retail business is organized. There's a lot more potential that we have. Yeah. So in US, 85% of the business is retail business is organized. In UK, it's 80%. In China, it's about 20%, probably a little more now. But India, it's about 8%, should touch 55% at least by 2034. Why? Because when you become an organized retail sector, you get different advantages. Firstly, the consumer has tremendous options. He has better pricing. He has more convenience. Government gets more taxes. The manufacturer or the producer himself, the farmer, for example, he has better value. He has fair value. He has more options to sell his products. Yeah. Whereas unorganized retail, everything is dependent on the giver and the taker, and whatever goes on in between the two. If there are lesser options, that means the farmer can be squeezed, or the producer can be squeezed, or the manufacturer can be squeezed. So organized sector definitely needs to become a lot, retail sector needs to become a lot more organized and grow up the value chain. Yeah. If you look at manufacturing sector today, which is about 12% of the GDP, it should touch 32%. Yeah. And for that to happen, corporates must be doing joint ventures. We should build our own products. I recently saw a beautiful motorcycle by an Indian startup. Yeah, that's the way to go. We can't be signing up and just doing joint ventures globally and doing a make in India. Yes, make in India is important, but made in India, once you put that made in India where the IP is owned by India, then the value goes up significantly. So increase ability to meet the demands of the import customers. Our corporate should improve labor productivity. Governments should continue doing what they are, which is making better policies related to land, labor, and environment. Yeah. And if you look at the way South Korea, which is the example I am continuing to give you, because it is worth mimicking some elements of what South Korea did. Yeah. And they moved from a 40% ratio to about 10%. Yeah. The amount of investment they did in R&D as the government, they reduced it from 40% to 10%. That's because they made a lot more things privatized, or their investments in R&D have significantly gone up, or the spend by government was slowly and steadily diverted towards the private sector. So private sector started investing more, and that's when you have some brilliant global brands that came up from South Korea. And I'm sure you know which ones I'm referring to. Telecom sector.
Neeraj, request you to conclude in 2 minutes, please.
Yes, sure. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So what we do at SUSE for all this, I'm skipping a lot of stuff which would have been interesting, but I understand there's always a paucity of time. So at SUSE, what we do is we work very closely with large, small, medium organizations as well as startups. We have IoT solutions that power the edge. Many of the cars that you see on the road, which are either autonomous or which have digital inside it, they run operating systems from SUSE. You would have heard SUSE Linux more popularly. That is one of our most popular brands. We also have Rancher as a brand, which is very relevant when it comes to cloud containers. So Kubernetes, for those of you who are techie enough and understand Kubernetes, we are Gartner's top quadrant solution provider in the area of Kubernetes. If you look at software-defined infrastructure, then we have a lot of solutions in that space with SUSE Manager and many other components. And of course, we are there in the artificial intelligence space with some of our portfolio. So SUSE is a very well-known brand. It's the largest open source company. Yeah, 9 out of 10 companies run SUSE, 7 out of 10 retailers run SUSE, 10 on 10 telecom players run SUSE, so on and so forth. So we have a great brand. And for those of you who are getting into startups, you should explore what we do in that space, explore some of our products. We have a lot of partners in that space. And if you are coming up with products which are relevant for large corporates, then get your solutions certified on SUSE. That way, it will be easy for you to enter the corporate world, because many corporates run SUSE themselves. So integrating their existing applications with some solution that you are providing, because it's SUSE certified, could be very, very valuable. Yeah. So just to summarize, I think number one is, in this space of innovation, there is a lot that one can do across sectors, whether it is an automotive, pharma, chemicals, whichever space you decide to move into. There are enough people who will be willing to help you and provide you guidance around that. So look forward to seeing some of you as budding entrepreneurs or people who join some of these startups and take them to the next level. Yeah, wish you the very best, and have a great time for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Neeraj. It's a really wonderful session and really encouraging. And I really like the one-liners what you quoted from Bhagavad Gita and Chanakya. Once again, thank you for your time you spent with us on Sunday. Our next speaker, thanks, Neeraj. Our next speaker is Mr. Krishna Ramaswamy, Managing Director, India for Fulcrum Digital. I'll just give a quick. Krishna has already joined. Thanks, Krishna, for joining. Krishna, I'll just give a brief introduction about Krishna. Krishna is a senior business leader with over 32 years of experience in setting up and scaling strategic businesses in digital platforms, application management services, and IT strategic consulting. In current role, he is the managing director of Fulcrum Digital, which is a niche player in digital platforms and solutions globally. In his previous roles, where he worked in global organizations like Cognizant and Genset Technologies, and he has been part of their executive leadership team and been instrumental to build their digital business globally. He has addressed several global and India forums such as CII, NHRD, NASSCOM, Gartner UK, Gartner South Africa, Garden Institute of Management, Johannesburg. I request Krishna to share his valuable industry perspective to innovation and the whole ecosystem. Over to you, Krishna.
Thank you, Giridhar. It's really a pleasure to be part of this forum, which is on innovation and entrepreneurship development. Folks, I don't have any slides. I'm just going to talk for the next 15-20 minutes. Hope it's interesting and it gives you some specific insights. My topic is really the post-digital era, and I think it's going to be relevant to all these young budding innovators and entrepreneurs. So you see, this whole digital thing, I think, has been there since probably 2012, 2013. There have been so many things that have been talked about: digital transformation, digital enterprises, and so on and so forth. But what is really interesting is, just as no longer we say that we're in the age of electricity, the days of calling something digital is something new and innovative are numbered. And that is why my topic is all about that we are already in the post-digital era, right? If you see, the consumer space is already transformed by digital. The enterprise space, as I speak, is already getting transformed. And more importantly, if you see in 2020, over the last 12 to 15 months, the pandemic has actually accelerated the adoption of digital across the board, across communities, across individuals, across enterprises. So what does this really mean? There is no need to say you're in a digital business, because if you're still in the business, investing in digital is automatically understood, right? In fact, I would go and say that it's simply the price of admission for doing business. So all of you are starting new. I mean, the fact that it's so important to understand that digital has to be adopted from day one. So now let me really talk about why am I saying we are in the post-digital era. See, if you look at the emergence of the post-digital, where technology has really become the fabric of reality, right? So if you look at the post-digital world, what you're actually seeing is every moment, literally every moment, represents a potential new market of one. In a market like this, you see that demand is getting communicated instantly and gratification is expected immediately. So that is absolute transformation that we are seeing, right? In fact, if you look at the enterprises, what are they doing? They are really looking at how do they tailor themselves to fit every moment in a world where products, services, and even people surroundings are customized, right? So how do I really address every aspect of an individual's life? How do I shape the realities where they live? I'll give you a very interesting example. Gillette, for example, is in the business of health and beauty. Now they actually partner with a 3D printing startup company called Form Labs, right, which offer customized razor designs. So what happens is consumers can actually create their personalized product through the company's website. This particular digitally personalized design is then physically printed and it's assembled and it's shipped directly to the food. Now, this is what I mean, that how through hyper personalization and trying to understand the opportunity that exists at that moment, how an enterprise is transforming the consumer's experience altogether. So what are we saying? We are basically saying that companies like this are going to really shape the world around people, right? In fact, every individual will have their own reality. Every moment will represent an opportunity for enterprises to play a significant role in it. So just to reiterate, in the post-digital era, technology will literally become the fabric of reality. And we are already in the post-digital era. Now, let us understand what is the post-digital era bringing onto us. And here I want to introduce a few things, and I'm sure some of you would have probably even experienced it, read about it, or maybe even adopting it for in your businesses and in your operations. So the first aspect, or I would say the first dimension, is what I call understanding the DNA of dark. Just to give you an explanation of this acronym, DARQ, the dark word, right? D stands for distributed ledger technology. A for artificial intelligence, R for extended reality, and Q for quantum computing. Now, all of these have existed. You have seen that each one of them is playing a significant role. At least we have heard about blockchain, distributed ledger, artificial intelligence. But what I really want to emphasize here, it is the combinatorial power of these technologies. When these technologies come together, they are bringing in some phenomenal power and extraordinary new capabilities to transform not only businesses, but actually reimagine entire industries, right? And I will talk a little more about it ahead of as we move into this discussion. The other area which I think is very important is what I call as get to know me, right? It's really about unlocking unique customers and unique opportunities. Now, what does this really mean? What we are trying to say is that today every individual is using technology, is interacting with technology, is engaging with technology. So if technology driven interactions are actually creating what is called a technology identity for every consumer. So it's not about this particular knowledge that we will acquire from this technology identity is not only key in terms of understanding the next generation of consumers, but it is really going to help us to really deliver rich, enhanced, individualized experiences based on these various relationships in what I call as the post-digital era. So that's the second piece I just wanted to kind of emphasize. Let me talk about a third dimension, what I call as, or what we call as my markets. So this is really about how do I meet consumers' needs at the speed of now. That's how I kind of rephrase, kind of paraphrase this. So if you look at it, the proliferation of technology, or what you may call as digital, is really creating a world of extremely intense, customized, and on-demand experience, right? And it is forcing organizations to reinvent themselves and to find opportunities every moment. Like it's like saying that you look at every opportunity as an individual market, or what I call as a momentary market. And I'm going to talk about a few examples in each of these areas, right? So dark, the whole concept of get to know me and my markets is something that I will kind of try and articulate a little more in detail with some examples during the course of this session. And all of this is very relevant in this current scenario, in the way things are getting disrupted pre-pandemic or post-pandemic. So look at dark. Let me give you an example. I think all of us watch movies. Imagine the movies in the future. Actually, what is going to happen is, and I think some of it is already happening when we are, engaged with Netflix and, Amazon Prime and so on and so forth. But literally, audiences are going to live inside the stories, fully immersed in the fictional world through what I call as virtual reality or extended reality. You will actually have human-like artificial intelligent characters who will actually respond and anticipate. They'll actually react to your choices, to your preferences. And you'll probably also find that the whole payment and the transaction process when it comes to movies and access will actually be very seamlessly facilitated through the distributed ledger technology. So gone are the days of watching a fixed story on screen. It's actually literally a relic of the past. In fact, what you are going to really experience is create your own TV packages, create your own TV content, a multiplayer, interactive movies at home. And as I said, some of it is already there as we are experiencing in this new era. Right? I don't have to tell you about AI. AI, all of us are experiencing AI in various aspects. I would say yes, we still have to see the real power and potential getting unleashed. But actually, if you look at it, it is playing a critical role in optimizing processes, in really influencing our strategic decisions and so on and so on. In fact, there was a McKinsey survey which actually published that in October 2020, companies are 3 times likelier than they were before the crisis to conduct at least 80% of their consumer interactions digitally. So you can see that what has really got transformed after the pandemic has hit us, right? So the way these technologies are getting adopted at such an accelerated rate is really a reality at this point in time. Finally, extended reality. So we talked about virtual reality. It's an immersive technology which is really talking about creating entirely new experiences, literally allowing people to experience and engage with the world around. And finally, I think some of it, as you said, you people would have already experienced this as well, not at its scale. But yes, we've been talking about blockchain. We've been seeing use cases of blockchain. We've been seeing applications of distributed ledgers. But really, this whole technology, as it matures and as it transforms itself, it will really eliminate the need for trusted third parties. And finally, quantum technology is really going to solve very intense and complex computational problems. And we are already seeing that. Let me give you an example of Volkswagen. Volkswagen has used actually quantum computing to test traffic flow optimization. and also to simulate what they call as a chemical structure of batteries. This will hopefully accelerate the battery development. They are also using distributed ledgers with an eye to protect cars from hackers, literally facilitating automatic payments at gas stations, creating what they call as tamper-proof odometers. Okay, and finally, this car maker is already implementing what is called as a step-by-step augmented reality instruction-based processes for their service employees. So you can see how DARK is coming together and is getting leverage to transform not only the organization, the industry, but also the people, the customers, the individuals. So let me now spend a few minutes on what I call as get to know me, right? As I said, companies are really building what is called a very rich profile by understanding the digital activities that individuals do using technology, the way they interact with the technology, the way they use technology. They create what is called as a technology identity. Now, if you look at globally, I'm sure this number would have gone up. 2 billion adults are what we call as unbanked, with no bank account or access to formal finance. They frequently, for example, end up in a financial catch-22 situation. Without any financial history, they can't qualify for a loan. Without any loan, they have no financial history. So there is this company called SlicePay, which has found a way to serve unbanked students in India. So they run credit checks by examining applicants' use of technology. How do they do that? How often do they, for example, post photos about themselves when they are on a vacation or check into restaurants in a social media? Now, this may seem very unorthodox to determine measures of financial viability, but very clearly they're trying to use these insights, their spending patterns, they're combining that with the technology identity, these insights to really create what is called an applicant profile, and they're replacing this applicant profile with traditional profiles. So the use of the technology identity that has been understood, the insights from this technology identity that has been understood is now being used to create an applicant profile. And that's what I mean, what I call as get to know me. So the more experiences the customers deliver, the richer the technology identities will be. The richer the technology identities are, the more powerful experience the companies can create. Finally, I want to spend a few minutes on my markets, right? I did mention that my markets is all about meeting consumer needs at the speed of now. So if you look at it in the post-digital world or in the post-digital era, every moment will literally represent a potential new market of one. As I said, where demand is communicated instantly and the gratification is also expected instantly. Take an example of Virgin Hotels in US. They actually greet their guests with a cocktail of their choice and a minibar that is stocked with their favorites, thanks to a digital platform that enables the enterprise to really understand what the profile of this individual is who's checking into Virgin Hotels. And so the traditional method of using a rewards program is actually getting replaced by literally creating a market for the moment as this person steps in and giving him a hyper personalized experience. Let's come closer to India, our own country. Paper boats is another example. It's a very leading beverage brand operating in India. One of their hallmark products is their buttermilk. If some of you have had it, if some of you have flown Indigo or some of the other airlines, paper boat is a very, very popular product that is served in these airlines. So they are actually using hyper customization as one of their significant drivers for market growth. What does this mean? See, most beverages that kind of get produced by other companies, they have one challenge, is to drive consistency. The drink tastes depending on where it is sold. So, literally, it may taste different in a different region. But what Paperboat does is it actually infuses regional flavors for example, curry leaves, green chilies, or ginger, or whatever, that will better reflect the local taste. So it's bringing in the local experience or the local flavor, and it's making sure that it is creating that experience for that individual. And again, the reason why I'm saying it is at the speed of now is because all of this is completely integrated right till their through their supply chain to their manufacturing, and it gets instantly delivered, and it gives that consistency that everybody looks for. So that's really the whole concept of how do I view each moment as an individual market or a momentary market. So these are some of the elements that are literally transforming the world around us, the lives around us, and companies through their products and services are trying to encash every such opportunity, every such moment to create a fantastic experience for the customer or the individual at question. And I want to finally summarize that all of that I talked has just got accelerated 10 times, or maybe 5 times or 20 times, I don't know, because of the pandemic. And we have seen all of that, right? So if you see one notable feature of the COVID-19 crisis, it is a radical shift to distance business models. People have just massively stepped to the use of technologies that enable remote learning, shopping, working, and consuming all kinds of services. In fact, there are executives from various enterprises who have reported that almost they moved 20 to 25 times faster that they thought possible on many things like building supply chain redundancies, improving data security, use of advanced technologies and operations. Why? Because they have accelerated the adoption of such technologies, and therefore they've been able to move swiftly and faster. And then there is the whole rise of the contact-free economy. And you can see 3 distinct industries stepping up very fast. One is digital commerce, the other is telemedicine, and third is automation. And you like it or not, COVID-19 pandemic is proving to be a decisive turning point for many such industries. So for example, in the United States, you'll be very surprised that the penetration of e-commerce was forecasted in 2019 to be 24% by 2024. July 2020, it had already touched 30% of the total retail sales. So you can see the extent of acceleration that has happened, over the last 12 months. And this has happened across the board, across multiple industries, across multiple, consumer and customer communities. Telehealth, for example, could account for 30% of all healthcare visits as we move forward, and we are already seeing that. And I would like to kind of summarize and end my session by saying, I read this very interesting statement, and Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft Note, he actually, when the pandemic started, sometime around March 20th, this came in about April 2020. Just imagine. He said, we have seen 2 years worth of digital transformation in 2 months. So ladies and gentlemen, what I really want to leave with you, a few thoughts, is that while you embark into newer areas, while you exercise and fuel your entrepreneurial capabilities to start up new companies, or as Neeraj was saying, join startups, I think what is important is there is no way you can get away from the fact that to accelerate and scale that business, digital technology adoption is going to be critical and integral. With that, thank you very much, Giridhar, for inviting me, and it's been a pleasure to be part of this seminar.
Thanks. It's a great session, a wonderful session, Krishna. Thanks for allocating your valuable time on Sunday. Thanks once again.
Thank you.
We have our next speaker already joined, Dr. Suryanarayan Iyer. Thanks, Iyer, for joining us. I'll just give a brief introduction about Dr. Iyer. Am I audible, Surya?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I'll give a brief introduction about Dr. Suryanarayan Iyer. He's currently Senior Director, Solution Engineering at Oracle India, and he's responsible for Oracle's cloud application strategy, digital technology adoption, and market development. Prior to Oracle, during his tenure at Aditya Birla Group as Vice President, Group Human Resources. He was instrumental and responsible for group-wide digital HR transformation. Summing up, Mr. Iyer has over 27 years of work experience spanning through management consulting, IT advisory, and ERP and HCM consulting. And Surya is also a visiting faculty in various management schools across the country. Request Surya Narayan Iyer to share his thoughts on innovation and ecosystem. Over to you, Surya.
Thank you, Giridhar. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible and visible both.
Thank you very much to the Institute, Giridhar, for inviting me. It is indeed a pleasure and my privilege to be able to share my experiences. In the next 20 minutes, what I intend to quickly cover and focus on digital HR particularly. I mean, we have such a lot of speakers talking about digital. I thought, let's contextualize it to the HR framework and talk about digital HR transformation imperatives in the new normal. So the first 5 minutes, I thought I'll just quickly talk around the world around us, the way I see it, right? And I'm sure people see it in a different way. And there would be multiple versions and perspectives around it. I thought I'll share the way I see it. The second is the specific 6 HR technology shifts that we are seeing, and hence what emerges as organization imperatives. The imperatives are not different. It's just that there's an added color to the entire thing. So let's face the reality, and I think the speaker before also spoke about this, right? I mean, the fact that the digital first experience economy is the fact, right? And digital technologies have always been there. And I'm repeating what the earlier speaker said. They've always been there. It's just that it has fast forwarded and become a mandatory thing in the pandemic scenario because we are forced to work from home, because we are forced to work from remote places, right? So hence the complications for HR, how people talk to each other, how people interact with each other, how people communicate with each other. And more importantly, whether we like it or not, 2025, again, there was data, 75% of our total workforce is going to be millennials. People like me, digital connectivity is a very big thing. I mean, being able to talk to people in a remote environment is something that is new to me, but I'm sure the current millennials do not have that kind of issue, right? I mean, they are digital native. They were born with laptops. They were born with mobiles. They were born with connectivity. And for them, probably the learning curve is much lesser than the learning curve my generation has faced. Having said that, 4 key aspects is what I'm seeing as where the workforce is changing. So the multi-generation workforce, as I said, when I started my career, there were 3 generations at work. My entry-level generation, the middle management, and the retiring generation. But now what has happened is life expectancy has gone up. The need to work has continued. And then the retiring generation continues to work. But then this is the 5th generation. The 5th generation is actually the current generation, the 15-somethings, the 17-somethings, the 18-somethings, who probably not completed college yet, but startups are there. I mean, they have started being gainfully employed. We see a lot of startups, particularly with the younger generation. So it's about 5 generations at work. The second aspect is changing career patterns. Now, in my days, we used to be wedded to the organization. We used to be wedded to jobs, but we used to be wedded more to organizations. And our careers used to be around those organizations. But today, people are wedded to their jobs. They are wedded to what they like to do. They are wedded towards what they believe is going to give them the growth. So the emergence of gig workforce has come because of that. The opportunity marketplaces that we see in such a big way is coming because of that. The average job tenure, as we see, is about 4.2 years in an organization, right? But people continue at the job level. So hence, that has given rise to the blended workforce, a combination of gig as well as permanent workforce. And one very important thing, and I always say this to people, right? While there is a changing workforce, the fact that the pandemic has forced on us this aspect of hybrid remote working. And because of hybrid remote working, I really don't know. I mean, my day starts at 6:37 in front of the laptop. It ends at 10 o'clock. I have the flexibility, no doubt. I mean, I can take a half an hour break, do some work. I can take a break, talk to my daughter. So that flexibility is there for me. But at the same time, what it has imposed on me is more working hours, more amount of stress during this entire time. Earlier, I had those fixed things, right? I mean, 8 o'clock, I leave home, then there is a traveling time, then there's an office time, then there is family time. Now, it's all come together. And hence, the context is on health, on well-being is taking a different connotation. On the other side, while I am talking about 5 generations at work, we are talking about the 6th generation now. And we call it the 6th generation R, which is nothing but generation reset. They are people from across all generations, the 60-somethings, the 40-somethings, the 30-somethings, the 15-somethings, and even the 5-something, right? Who during the lockdown have developed new skills, embraced new paradigms, and readjusted their worldview. I mean, you will be surprised to know, until about a year back, in spite of being in the technology field, I've never used internet banking. And I'm not joking. I'm actually telling the truth. But then came a time when people said, oh, going into an ATM is going to be equally dangerous. So what do? I have no other option but to now do Google Pay. I have now enabled my HDFC internet banking, and I'm doing 100% of my transactions on internet banking. So this pandemic has changed my worldview. The entire aspect of, I mean, we all have that mindset. Where I work along with the sales folks, right? I mean, we support the sales organization, and we always have a situation, is an important customer meeting. The salesperson and even the leadership will go and say, oh, this is an important meeting. It has to be face-to-face. If you don't do a face-to-face meeting, I don't think the impact will be created. That's no longer an issue. I'm doing every C-level meeting online, remote, and trust me, we're doing more business than we were doing before. Productivity has gone up. The amount of time that the customer is able to give us has gone up. The amount of focus has gone up. And from an own perspective, the way we communicate has changed. I mean, we have adjusted ourselves to remote working. We have adjusted ourselves to making ourselves impactful, even if we are in a remote, right? So that's the new thing. And I think that's Generation R. So to me, the startup mentality, and I always believe startup is a mentality, and that mentality is across the 60-something, the 50-something, the 80-somethings, the 20-somethings. Startups has got nothing age to it. It's got a mindset to it. And I believe this rise of Generation R is Generation Reset, are the people who have developed these new skills, embraced these new paradigms, and people who have readjusted themselves to the worldview is what is going to happen. And I correlate actually the Generation R to the startup mindset, right? So I always tell people, learn at least one skill. It's about flexible work schedules. It's about prioritizing personal and professional pursuits that you have, because they're blurred. And more importantly, and I've realized one more thing, when I go out today, the concern for cleanliness is much better. I mean, Mumbai roads are much cleaner than what it was earlier. I guess the pandemic has forced upon certain hygiene habits on us, and I'm sure there is more to it, right? So having said this, what means to the organization is we got to now visit employability. So provide opportunities, jobs through the internal gate. I always had a 9-to-5 job, but there were times when I hated some parts of my 9-to-5 job. Organizations are now saying, can you focus on the 9-to-3 job? From 3 to 6, give us that one additional hour. 3 to 6, I will allow you to do something that you love, that you may probably not be a perfect fit, maybe be a 60% skill fit or a 50% skill fit. But as an organization, I'm ready to take that risk. That's a startup risk-taking mentality that organizations are bringing in, to say, I will create an internal gig, I will create those short-term assignments, and I will allow people to work on those opportunities, even if you are a 60% fit or a 50% competency fit. But that's the because it is attached to the passion of an individual. Engagement becomes very critical. Otherwise, a 9-to-5 job with half of what I hate doing whatever it is, you're going to really create a lot of problems around engagement. Enable true flexible working hours, and this is still something that we are all challenged with. I mean, as I start, we start at 7 o'clock, we end at 10 o'clock. We're still figuring out how to really manage true flexible work hours. I don't have an answer, but it's a very critical aspect that comes in. Strengthen workplace culture. I mean, I have moved personally as a leader. I can say I have moved. I don't do reviews anymore. Otherwise, I used to. I mean, we used to do review after review after review in our business. I have moved out of reviews. I've said I'm moving out of reviews. I'm going to do coaching. Let me coach people towards success rather than review them, because you're not seeing them face to face. You don't know their emotions, and already the emotions are frustrating. And if you go into a review culture, it doesn't help. So I'm moving to a coaching culture. It's helping me. My team members are coming and telling me it's helping. So they're seeing a significant change in me. That's why I said it is my view of. And then CSR of initiatives, purpose-driven, is also extremely critical. Having said this, there is another aspect. And I'm moving fast to this slide because I don't want to spend it. It's a slide that I created for a longer presentation, but I still want to get to why we are saying this, right? It's about building those enduring capabilities, given this Generation R that we're talking about. No longer it's a cost-profit situation. It's a value creation. And startup organizations are creating more value. You are picking up those small gaps which create that personalized experience. So it's moving away from standardization to hyper-personalization. And startups are doing a great. So the choices to the customer are extremely high. Brand loyalty of large organizations is taking a hit. Hence, general skills training are moving away. contextual training is coming into picture. So we are no longer building for skills. We are building for enduring capabilities. We are building for change-ready workforce. We're building for people who will have a generation R or a reset kind of a mindset, because that's what the world is moving towards. Given this, so this is my view, as I said, there are 6 tectonic shifts also that is coming, and technology is helping us in a big way, right? And they are radical in nature. And I like this sentence, electric light did not come from continuous improvement of candles. It was radical. It was a change. The pandemic has pushed digital technologies on us, which is that way. So the first shift to be is what I call enablement to experience. I had an office. It was enabled with technology. It was enabled with Wi-Fi. I had a coffee maker. I had a printer. I was enabled. But now I am in an office space, which is my home. And my home has my adjustments, right? I may have an additional room. I may not have an additional room. I may have a proper connectivity. I may not have a proper connectivity. So the situation comes as to, my productivity now is a function of my personal assets, not so much the organization's assets. So hence, my processes as HR, my policies, and the way I coach people, the way I train people, my productivity norms have to move towards experience, because enablement is not what it is. So the productivity tools, right? You call it all these tools that we use, they have to be enabled in such a way so as to give me a personalized experience. Number 1. Number 2, from analytics to insight. Analytics always gives me aspects around saying what is going to happen, all that is fine, right? But insights are more personalized, are more contextualized. You have to give me insights which pertain to me. Give me data and information, give me nudges that pertain to me. So hyper-personalization of individual preferences is also extremely important. So the entire aspect of moving analytics to insights which are personalized becomes extremely important. And I'll tell you when I'll actually showcase something to you and you'll realize that. So it's about personalized insights, personalized transactions, which help me do that, right? So machine learning, machine learns my preferences, my persona, and then gives me analytics which is related to that. Third is on demand to proactive. I always give this example. Suppose somebody was getting transferred from location A to location B. In earlier days, I used to call up HR and say, can you tell me what are the schools nearby where you are sending me? Today, I'm saying there is intelligence available in the system. Can I proactively reach out? So can I move away from automating HR transactions to automating a journey to an employee? So it's about moving experience of an individual from on demand to proactive. Digital assistants are the ones, they come in lot handy. So the digital assistants are getting smarter by the day, and they are providing contextual support. Then integrated to embedded. It's not now about integration. So I used to have a different performance system. I used to have a different financial system. I used to have a different HR system. And technology said we'll integrate each other. But we moved on from there. I mean, integration is important. Nobody's saying no. But then it's not about integration and going from one place to the other. It's about saying, can I have that analysis right here to make a transaction? So if I am making a compensation transaction, and I need financial analysis for that, I don't need to go to a financial system. I should be able to see that analysis right at my compensation decision. If I'm doing a budgeting exercise, right, and I need to know the people budget, I don't need to go to an HR system. That data should be available here to me. So the entire thing is moving towards embedded. And I will actually see one common theme of all these shifts is experience. Experience to the employee, experience to the manager, experience to the leader, experience to the recruiter, experience to the learner. There are so many stakeholders that we have as people, right? And it's about that experience that we're talking about. So it's seamless, real-time, consistent across. Then artificial to adaptive. And then artificial intelligence is extremely good, right? I mean, machine learning is fine. What I'm saying, let's move that into adaptive intelligence. 2 things to adaptive intelligence. One, the point that I've been saying, which is personalized. Can I get intelligence which is personalized to my context? Second, give me the tools, give me the necessary coaching, give me the necessary support to be able to adopt. Because the biggest bane with technologies is the adoption, no doubt. The pandemic has forced us to adopt something, right? But then we also run the risk of getting into a comfort zone into that and not moving the ball higher. So it's important to move from artificial intelligence to adaptive intelligence, and adaptive intelligence having an aspect of adoption in it, right? So it has to be the process, it has to be implementation, and it has to be change management. It's not just about digital technologies. The underlying processes have to change, right? So the flexibility of the processes to suit remote working, flexibility of the process to suit the newer rules of engagement becomes extremely important. And that becomes, and the last one to me is friendly UI, no UI. UI has always been a bone of contention. We are saying it should be no UI. It should be foolproof, idiot. I mean, anybody can be able to see it, talk to it, perform. So HR transactions, financial transactions, any transaction that I'm talking about has to be mobile first, has to be digital assistant enabled, so much so that you are able to talk to it. And we are working on applications which are NLP to say we move from UI and make UI itself I mean, there's no UI required, right? And I wanted to actually show you one, and then quickly move on the next 3 minutes and close the conversation to say these are the primary things. But this is one of the digital assistants that we created, which has all the 6 experiences that you will see. It's a 2-minute. So we created this digital assistant bot for a relocation transaction. So this individual logged in, and the digital assistant asked, how can I help you today? So he said, I'm relocating. Right? So it says relocation. So then the contextualization starts now. Right? Where are you relocating? And he says Hong Kong. It's Hong Kong. If you're relocating, are you relocating permanently? Now the question, see, there is no navigation involved. It is all guided. How long is the assignment? 5. Now, this is where the contextualization starts. Do you want to know about relocation packages? Because I know that I'm in India, I need to know. So, based on your grade, now this is the contextualization starts. On your grade, you are eligible for so and so. Now, here the intelligence starts. You see, you have a daughter aged 5 and 9, and these are the closest primary schools. Do you need help finding accommodation? Now it goes into policy. So, he says these are the nearest property searchers in and around our office, and you might want to choose some of them. See the contextualization, right? This is all personal. Now it knows that I have to take leave if I have to do a relocation. So now tell me, what is the relocation leave policy? Yeah. So it says there are 10 leaves remaining. So I want to take leave from 21 to 25 September. Fair enough. And it goes ahead and actually completes a transaction. So the entire thing is guided. We call it conversational UI, and it not only provides me the analytics, but this is the example of embedded part where you say that, it not only provides me this, it will fill in a leave request and it will go ahead and complete the entire transaction for me. So I'm stopping here to essentially say these are the 6 shifts, right? Whether it was adaptive, whether it was mobile first, digital first, whether it was adaptive, everything comes through experience, and that becomes the most critical aspect that we're talking about. So in summary, what are we talking about? We're talking about 3 aspects here. First aspect is about streamlining, standardizing, and creating a single source of truth. This is mandatory. Everybody has to go through. But the battle starts here as to how I use systems, digital technologies to build the relational excellence, to say how do I create. So the self-service, the cultural engagement aspect that you bring in, the collaboration platforms that you bring in. And the third one is the change-ready force that I spoke about. We're not talking about skills, we're talking about dynamic capabilities. Leadership, talent succession, and predictive insights taking me towards building future capabilities of the organization, right? So essentially the paradigms that we are talking about is cost and productivity as a paradigm, satisfaction and engagement as a paradigm, and capability and change-ready workforce as a paradigm, which eventually looks at these 4 parameters to say, I am talking eventually about exceptional experience to my employees. I'm talking about the talent advantage in terms of creating a change-ready workforce. I am talking about creating a centralized culture, because that's most important, right? We're all remote, we're all distributed. How do I bring in everybody towards a centralized culture to feel that oneness is very important? And last but not least, and this is something I always say, public domain information about employees is all available. Data privacy laws are there. We have to do all of this with specific reference to data privacy and compliance. With that, I end my presentation and I'm open to questions. Thank you, Giridhar. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Surya. Excellent presentation, and a couple of slides what you showed me on Oracle are, it brought me nostalgic actually.
Thank you, Giridhar.
And really, it's a wonderful session, and it's definitely what you showed us discussed is an HR perspective, which is very important, pertinent to whether it is a technocrat or a management graduate. They're all very important actually. Thanks for your time on Sunday.
Thank you, Giridhar. It was indeed a pleasure. I'll talk to you later.
Right.
Bye.
Right. Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Jainaran has already joined. So I will introduce the next speaker, Mr. Jainaran. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, Giri.
Okay, great. Yeah. Mr. Jainaran has over 25 years of experience in IT project management, ERP implementations, and IT infrastructure management, spanning through different industries like healthcare, manufacturing, and dairy industries. Currently, he is working with the prestigious National Dairy Development Board Dairy Services and heading the IT operations and strategy. In his current role, he plays a key role of technical buyer, influencer, and acts as a nodal point for all IT strategies across all the producer companies. He worked on various World Bank projects in the IT domain, and he played a crucial role in bringing 100% IT automation in producer companies while implementing the National Dairy Plan 1, NDP1. He is instrumental in connecting more than 14,000 villages and enabled more than 4 lakh farmers in the IT automation. Over to you, Mr. Jainaran.
Thank you, Kri. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll just taking my file to
Okay.
share.
Right.
Just 1 second.
Yeah. Can you do you have the sharing rights?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Before start, let me also thank you because you were present for this conference yesterday also, and today morning also, you logged in, as per the conference schedule.
Thank you, Kiri, for nice introduction, and thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jainaran from IT head of NDDB Dairy Services. It's my pleasure to be part of this wonderful platform, and I'll be sharing a journey, a small experience, and a concept about how that concept, was originated and how technology helped to bring that concept into realization. So let me brief you about my company. Sorry, the PPT is not moving. 1 second.
You need any assistance, Jason?
Yeah, I think the PPT is not moving. So some problem, I think. No
Otherwise,
problem.
Close and restart. Close and restart. Otherwise,
no problem. No
PPT
problem. I'll open file, internally, and we'll share.
Okay. Otherwise, our team also, I have already shared your PPT with our team. They can also help you.
Yeah, no problem. So let me brief you about my company. I'm working with NDDB Dairy Services. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of NDDB and sister concern of Mother Dairy. We create and assist producer companies and promote productivity enhancement services. We have facilitated to form 15 producer companies. These are covering.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah.
you want to share your presentation? I have it.
Okay.
Sir, if there is some problem at your end, we can share the presentation. Do you want
Yeah,
us
you
to
can
share?
share.
Okay, I'm sharing.
That would be great. Should I continue?
Yes, sir, you can continue. I'm sharing.
Okay. So we are covering around 15,000 villages in 79 districts and 8 states. total covering more than 6 lakhs producers who together produce 32 lakh kg milk per day. We are also managing 4 largest cement stations in India. One is two are very old and premium. One is in Gujarat, Anand, and another one is in ABC, Uttar Pradesh. And we also have opened 2 large cement stations in Alamadi. One is in Alamadi, Tamil Nadu, and Rahuri in Maharashtra. We are also the first organization to bring sex-sorted cement technology in India. It's a completely indigenous technology, and we hope that it would help to produce female calf and help dairy industry in a larger way. So before to move on, I would like to give detail about producer company. So producer companies are farmers-owned dairy company, and farmers who supply to milk to the company can become member. So that is the restrictions. And the members are direct stakeholders in business, and they participate in companies' governance system, including board of directors. These producer companies are run and managed professional people, and we focus on maximum participations of women across functions. Members contribute in company's equity. So idea is, building skin in the game. So they can feel the empowerment and they can participate in company's activity. So company gives incentives in terms of bonus based on company's performance. And these producer companies, the target is mostly small and marginal farmers and maximum women. IT is very, very important. So whenever we open producer companies, the IT is very, very important, and we start until unless IT system is not ready, we do not start the operations. So before to start this company, like if I talk about 8-9 years back, so our company is not very old. The concept was, to bring large dairy company. So that time when we worked in, we tried to find out the solutions for this company. So there was no central dairy integrated applications. And being large producer companies, there was huge transactions, we need to take care about. Like if I talk about one company, so 3 lakh transactions, one company generate from the field only. And the entire system was manual. Data used to travel through pen drives, and we had different milk collection systems. The partner who supplied the milk collection system, they had their own proprietorship. Middleman was a big problem, total dependency on them, and they were exploiting, eating the money, and were not giving the benefit to the farmers. Transparency was not there at the milk purchase price at pooling point. Material balancing was not visible, and connectivity, the big problem was in connectivity in rural area. So we did a lot of hard work, and adverse conditions, you can imagine, like in villages where temperature goes very high and dusty environment. So these were all the challenges, when we thought to bring the IT system from end-to-end integration in these companies. So we took a systematic approach. We took the help from many professionals and consultants, and we designed IT strategies and roadmap. We worked with many stakeholders across states and jointly, conduct a as-is study. Idea objective was to work very fast and keep costing low. And finally, after doing a lot of research, we thought that it's only SAP had certain dairy implementation. So we chose SAP, our product, for the large producer company. But SAP did not have milk procurement module and the PIB module, which is very specific to the company's requirement. So we designed and developed completely these 2 modules for our producer company. And we created a global dairy template in SAP system. Idea was, to because a lot of producer companies we thought that will come into picture, and how fast that we can do the implementation in this company. So that's why we developed the dairy template. Now, after doing a lot of hard work, like almost for 2 years working, this solution was ready, and it was first in its own kind for producer companies. And it was the first ERP system which was approved by the World Bank, because we are working under the NDP 1 plan through the National Dairy Development Board. Also, producer companies received SAP ACE awards for adopting digital initiatives in public sectors. We have co-located our entire hardware and given the managed services part to data centers. For small and medium producer companies also, we have put servers on cloud, because we have a very thin IT team. Like small producer company, they have only one IT person. So that's how we have taken on clouds. Later on, we realized that we started working on small producer companies like 100 to 200 villages, 10,000 members. So we realized that SAP is very costly affair. Then we started, developing our own ERP system, which we named Sarthak. And now the Sarthak is made on open source technology. It's a very cost is very low, and it can be implemented very fast in any small and medium producer companies. This software is also having a very good capability of dynamic integration of different kind of makes and equipments, which is a major challenge while integrating the various regions or various systems in the producer company. And it has all the modules which are used in producer company or dairy industry, especially for the milk procurement system. At MPPs, we have complete IT system, like we have installed weighing scale, milk testing equipment, data processor, and they are completely automated. There is no manual system. Similarly, at BMC, MCC, we have done the automation RMID collections. There is no manual system also there. We have installed GPRS system in all MPPs, and without GPRS system, we do not go ahead. Because a lot of tampering by the middlemen and Sahayak and agents. So that's why we take care. Head office also fully IT enabled services like internet connections and everything. This is the bird eye view of the complete IT system. If you can just show the diagram. Okay. So if you can see that the entire system has been automated, and there is no scope of doing any manual possibility into the system. We have done system controls, so no one can tamper into the system. Masters are updated directly from the central system without manual intervention. Only authorized users can do the required changes. Data cannot be changed, and any change in ERP system can be done through the proper approval. DPUs are locked, manual system not possible. AMC, BMCs are also locked, and payment is made. The beauty of this system is that payment is made as per the receipt given to the members, or the SMS is sent to the members. Activation and deactivation of DPUs or members can be centralized managed, and rate charts are also centralized managed. That rate charts keep on changing, and it's very difficult. Let's say we have 4,000 villages in one producer company, so changing rate chart in all these equipment not possible. But for this system, we can, once we upload the rate chart central system, it can be in a very minimum time, it can be updated across the region. we have developed a mobile applications also, specifically, taking care about the need of producer companies to bring more transparency into the system. Any member who is having smartphone can download applications with proper security authentication, and it's free of cost. App also gives complete details about online procurement of data, their earning and deductions, shareholding details to the members. Idea of developing this app because to bring down the huge recurring SMS cost, because one of, like, if I take example of a large producer company, they are spending almost 60 to 70 lakhs rupees per year, and it's a big cost to a poor farmer company who struggle to bring the revenue. So this is saving a big cost to the producer companies. And like we have restrictions, the more SMS we will send, the more cost will come. But through this application, we can send unlimited notifications, news, and alerts also. So this I was, very important to understand the system, and how I'll be discussing how it is going to, impact into the society. The beauty of this system is that payment is automatically calculated, entire data comes online, and payment automatically calculated through the system, and payment is directly deposited into the member's bank account without any manual intervention. And I was just taking the data and came to know that almost 2.5 billion rupees per month we are directly depositing through this IT system to the banks of more than 6 lakh small and marginal farmers. And this system is connecting more than 15,000 villages through the GPRS system. You can imagine, like, rural area, how difficult it is to bring the automations and to connect the system. So the benefit of this system was that we were not affected during the demonetization and COVID kind of pandemic. Our system were working without any problem. For last many years, system is running perfectly without any uptime. We talk about 99.9%. And payment is because our main focus is to not to delay the farmers payment. It should go, because these small marginal farmers, for them every penny is very, very important. System is saving huge time and power. We used to take 7 days to make payment. Now it has bring down to 2 days, and revenue increase 10 to 20%. Discrepancies also reduced significantly. Milk quality also has improved because we have direct access of online tanker movement and everything. And transportation also cost reduced from 5 to 10%. More than 6 lakhs farmers are benefiting socially and economically. We focus on women membership leadership role in society. Out of 15 MPCs, 9 are exclusively owned by women. Sirija is one of the largest women-owned milk producer company, for having more than 75,000 only members on the board. And the entire system in the field also, like in villages, the BMC, MCC chilling centers, can uploading, downloading, entire business is taken care by only women in this company. Remaining 6 PCs are also holding more than 56% of women members. And last year, 74 women directors were on board. That constitute 64% of total producer directors. And these women are getting payment directly into their bank account. So this is the best example of how the system is empowering the women and to make them independent to take decision. System is also providing healthy competition to generate sustainable, regular, and timely income. It's also empowers small and marginal farmers, sharpen to their entrepreneurial skill, and they get a confidence to run the business. Their shareholding also increased almost double in last years.
and the system provides incentives and patron is linked directly into their bank account. Our RBP computerized system has helped reducing cost of animal feeding and improved breed of animals. So yesterday I was talking to some of CEOs, so I was just asking was how the IT system has improved. I have a seminar, so I need to share the details. So the CEO said that Farmers Trust has improved a lot by having complete transparency in this system. And now small holders are converting into the big holders. I asked how, they said that these farmers are, purchasing more and more cattle, and they are expanding their milk business because they are getting more profit. One very interesting thing is that he said that credit rating has gone up due to payment going directly into their bank account, and now the banks are searching farmers, to give the loan to the farmers. So I was so happy to have, to know about such kind of impact through the IT system. Now coming back to, going back, if I look at 7-8 years back, and looking at this system where a concept was designed and how it was converted into reality. So it brings a lot of smile on our face that somewhere we are able, to give the smile to the farmers into the rural areas. And the system, I wish that this system can be extended and expanded and can be used in dairy industry, because dairy sector is still unorganized. I think more than 60 to 70% dairy sector is still unorganized, and the middlemen who are there across, they are eating the farmers' money. And these farmers are very intelligent and they are very strong. They are very hardworking. So if we enable them to with such kind of system, I think that will be a very, very changing point in our country. So thank you so much. I think I'm just looking at the time, and I don't want to take it more time. Thank you, Giri, for giving this wonderful opportunity and sharing these experience in a journey for us.
Thank you, sir. It's definitely, I would say, the work which is being done indirectly by you or directly by NDDS and the National Dairy Development Board has got a tremendous impact on the social, I would say, social entrepreneurship. Okay, and you being one of the nodal point, pivotal point in enabling these farmers from the villages in getting the benefits of the the IT revolution, right? While people talk about different technologies, but you are the real implementer, and I know that you have seen and you enabled the technology actually benefiting the social sector in India. Thanks once again for your time today.
Thank you so much, Giri. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Chaitanya. I hand over back to you.
Yes, thank you, Giridhar. Thank you, sir, for the speech. I now invite Mr. Shri to kindly introduce the next speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Giridhar. I now invite Mr. Shri to kindly introduce our next speaker.
Thanks, Chaitanya. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Yeah. So our next speaker is Mr. Akarshan Shetty. So Mr. Akarshan is an entrepreneurship enthusiast and is in the entrepreneurship ecosystem for more than 5 years now. And he has recently worked with Startup Himachal team and was the senior startup consultant to the government of Himachal Pradesh. He is recognized mentor by Startup India, mentor of change under Atal Innovation System, and a recognized startup mentor by 5 state governments. Also, he is a member on the advisory board of 4 startup communities,
5 incubation centers and as a board of advisor and mentor of 16 different startups. He is also a co-founder of the Startup Scholars and a prominent speaker, and has been a part of several events as a judge, mentor, or trainer. So I would like to invite Mr. Akarshan.
Thank you so much, everyone, for like giving the introduction, and thank you so much, IIITM Gwalior, for inviting me. This is a great opportunity, I would say, and once again, thank you to everyone who have invited me and given this beautiful introduction. But to be honest with you, whatever you heard about me, just forget about it. And to be honest, I don't have any presentation, and I don't want to show you a presentation, because I particularly feel that everyone, when we give a presentation, it's like a one-way learning. It's not a two-way learning. And I particularly would like everyone to learn over here. I can see there are 45, 50 odd participants. I want everyone to engage with me, right? So I'll start with few questions to all of you, and I really want you to answer. Just don't treat me as another mentor or sir or anything like that. Just to tell you, I'm a startup enthusiast, nothing else, nothing more than that, nothing less than that. I always talk about startups, and whenever you would like to talk about anything related to your startup, I'll be more than happy, right? So my first question to all of you, okay, whosoever is there right now, is what is the first thing that comes into your mind when you think about startup? The word startup. Can you just write down in the chat box or something like that, so that I can talk accordingly? What do you think when you talk about startup? Yeah, what is the first word that comes into your mind when you say that, yeah, मेरे को startup करना है, right? ये कुछ startup है, ये कुछ नया है, क्या है वो first word? क्या आता है आपके दिमाग में? What's that first word? Okay, I can see Professor Anita saying innovation or new. Profit, ये Mr. Vinod Bhatia, profit, ये typical, I think so, उस कैटेगरी के इंडियन लोग हैं जिनको सिर्फ पैसे से मतलब है और कोई मतलब नहीं है. Okay, great. Dr. Lakshmi is saying change. Professor Anita is saying different. Sandeep Kaur is saying innovations. Okay, Yash is saying a never ever tried and tested business. Come on, guys, thoda aur socho. Think about more. I want you to participate. See, सब आज जितने भी आज speakers, professors आएंगे, सब आपको कुछ सिखाने आए हैं, right? So I really want you to learn, understand of the basics of entrepreneurship, understand how does a startup start, right? और क्या first thing क्या आती है आपके दिमाग में? Anirudh is saying need fulfillment. Okay, great. What else? Ideas implementation. Professor Anita is like very, very active. She's like, ye. Okay. Identifying the problem. Saima Kareem. Okay. Okay. Great. Anyone? I'll give 1 minute more. Anyone else who would like to answer? Someone was saying something? I'm not sure. Okay, great. So I'll give it to one person. So trust me, guys, I have been to all IITs, IIMs, even ISBs, talking about startups and so on and so forth. And whenever I talk about startups, I ask this particular question to everyone. And no one gives the right answer apart from one of the entire, people who are listening. And today also, one person, or probably right now, the second person also gave the right answer. So yes, whenever you think about startup, the most important stuff is problem. Thinking about the problem, seeing the problem, understanding the problem, right? If you don't see a problem, okay, then how can you particularly have new innovations, think about new, how can you make money, right? If you don't think about these things, you won't go ahead, properly. So problem identification is very necessary. Okay, that's the first step, right? And I agree with each and everyone, Dr. Nanda, who said to begin with an established idea in a systematic way. Yes, a systematic idea would be coming, but until unless you don't see a problem, how would that idea would come into your mind? So the first step is always problem, seeking for a problem, looking for a problem, right? Then you go for the idea generation, and then so on and so forth, you go further, right? Okay, my next question again, I'll ask few questions, right, during the journey, and I'll tell you the answers. There is one more thing. This is particularly my answer. So the problem which I talked about, that problem identification is important. The first step, it is basically given by Government of India, Startup India team. So I worked with Startup India team very closely. I executed there one of the major projects named as Startup India Yatra. Even in 2018, I was in Gwalior as well. So definitely, problem identification is important. Now coming back to the second thing, this is a particular mine answer, right? Like speaking to almost across approximately around 30,000 entrepreneurs in last 2-3 years, I have actually discovered this answer. Let's see whether you and I are on the same page or not, right? So when you think about startup, problem should be there, problem identification should be there, right? But when you think about making money through startup, what should be the first word, okay, that should come into your mind? When you think about earning money from a startup, what should be the first word? And I'll just give you few examples. Let's see if you also are on the if you say the same thing, like funding, investment, government grants, so on and so forth. These things can be there, right? So think about it and say, okay. Archana Chaudhary is saying marketing and promotion. Richa Times is saying market and target. Sema is saying finance. Yash is saying again innovation. Okay. What else? When you think about earning money, okay, earning money from a startup, it is not related to the social startups, because social startups mostly bring in change. They earn money, they can't earn money. That depends, right? But they are doing something for the people, right? But what about the people who are making money, right? The startups who are making money. Vinod is saying contacts, Sam is saying investors. Okay. What else? What else? There is one word, and probably I'll tell you just a hint. I'll give you a hint. In last 1 minute, I have used that word. Last 1 minute I used. If you heard me properly, you would get it. Solution, no. I said one particular word. Let's see whether you will be able to identify that word and say that word. Richa times target audience. Richa, you are almost close to that particular word. Almost close to. Not exactly the right answer, but almost close to. Let's see whether anyone would be able to say that word. Okay, I'll give it to Professor Anita. Yes, customer. It's at the end of the day, people. So I said the word people. It's the people. Now hear me out, okay? For the next 20 seconds, just hear me out. It's the people for whom you are making the solution. It's the people who are going to buy your solution. It's the people who are making that particular solution to a problem who is faced by the people. So understand, it's always about people. Everyone, in your theoretical language, if I talk about, in your business management studies, all the professors tell us one thing: customer is God. You talk to any entrepreneur, you talk to any big businessman, they will just say one thing: customer is God. So guys, it's always about customer. If you don't have a customer, no matter how much your innovative product is, you are going nowhere. That's a true honest. Trust me, it's a myth. If you are innovative, you'll get money. No, it's a myth. If you have customers, you'll become rich. Trust me when I say this. Very simple example I'll give you over here. Amazon, e-commerce website. It's not something very innovative, but see where Jeff Bezos is right now, the second richest person on this planet. right? Elon Musk, innovative, but again, he has customers to buy his solutions, right? So he is again the first richest, richest person right now on this planet. So it's always about customers. It's always about people. Okay, if people are not accepting your particular solution, please try to renovate the solution and make solutions so that you can please the people. Okay, so I'll give you 4 very basic steps. The people who are going to start their startup right now, okay, or thinking to start their startup, specifically to all the students. And it's a request when we talk about the students should start a startup in their college life, they should do 1 or 2 particular things. Okay, and this is very important. So सबने एक चीज सुनी होगी, एक सबने फूड चेन सुना होगा, राइट? 4th स्टैंडर्ड एक लाइफ साइकिल प्रोसेस है जो हम इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली फेस ऑन करते ही करते हैं, राइट? Trust me, the Startup India team, I myself, we have discovered 4 basic things which the startup should do, specifically at the start. If you do it, I can promise you, I'm not sure how much you will succeed or how much you will be successful, but you will face less problems as compared to the other entrepreneurs. So giving you a harsh reality right now, okay, this is a 2018-19 data. I don't have a new data as of now, but yeah, I'm talking about 2018-19 data, where we used to say there are approximately 200 startups who are born every day in India. 200. Okay, born every day in India means they are registered. Okay, but now almost approximately around 190 startups are failing every day. Failing every day means they are probably not working on their startups. So the success ratio is approximately around 2 to 3% of the startups to be successful, or probably to have revenue, constant revenue. Why this happens? Why there is only 2-3% of successful journey? Why there is only that, right? It's only because people don't validate their problem, people don't validate their solution. These things are very, very, very important. So coming to that, there are 4 steps you have to always remember. Okay, as a student entrepreneur, as an entrepreneur, as a mature entrepreneur, if you are even starting up at 40 years old, you have to do this way. Okay, first thing, as I said, identify the problem. Whatever the problem is, if it's COVID-19, yes, it's COVID-19, you ask 100 people, talk to 100 people. Are you facing this COVID problem? Are you wearing mask? Right? Talk to them. If 100 people says that yes, it's a problem, good. The second step will be problem validation. You have validated your problem after talking to 100 people. So problem identification is first, problem validation is second. The third step is looking for idea. And now you will be like, आइडिया तो कैसे लाए हम लोग? अब आइडिया तो कैसे भी आ सकता है, राइट? आइडिया तो मेरा अच्छा भी हो सकता है, बुरा भी हो सकता है. कैसे, लाइक हाउ वुड आई नो? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, मैं पहले तो आइडिया कैसे लाऊं? एवरीवन हैज दिस क्वेश्चन कि सर मैं आइडिया कैसे लाऊं? अब मेरे हिसाब से आइडिया लाने के सिर्फ 2 मेथड्स होते हैं. फर्स्ट इज ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग. ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग मींस you speak to the people around you. You talk to your parents, you talk to your professors, you talk to your grandparents, you talk to a 5-year-old kid, you talk to a 10-year-old kid. You brainstorm. जितना ब्रेनस्टॉर्म हो सके उतना ब्रेनस्टॉर्म करो. ठीक है, बहुत सिंपल है, लोगों से बात करो, राइट? फर्स्ट थिंग. सेकेंड थिंग इज राइट नोट्स. अब बहुत सिंपल है, मैं आपको एक साइंटिफिक फैक्ट बताऊं. आई एम श्योर 50 odd people are right now listening to me. All 50 odd people are listening to me right now. But the problem would be, वो 50 odd में से ना, like 99.99% सिर्फ एक बंदे को छोड़ के, I'm pretty sure the other 99% people would be listening to me, but उनके psychologically mind में कोई और चीज भी चल रही है साथ में. Trust me when I say this. आप लोग मेरी बात सुन रहे हो. You are listening to me. I'm not saying you are not listening to me. You are listening to me. But the problem is आपके psychologically आपके दिमाग में और बहुत चीजें चल रही है. आपको लग रहा है कि यार ये जो बोल रहे हैं सही है कि नहीं. Akarshan Sethi is saying whatever Akarshan Sethi is saying, whether that's correct or not, right? आपके कोई भी प्रॉब्लम और हो सकती है कि मेरे मार्क्स इतने नहीं आ रहे, मेरी फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स है, मेरी इमोशनल प्रॉब्लम्स है, whatever. There would be few things as well coming to your head. बट द प्रॉब्लम विड बी साइड बाय साइड आपके पास ना आइडियाज भी आ रहे होंगे कि यार इस प्रॉब्लम को इस आइडिया से मैं सॉल्व कर सकता हूँ या कर सकती हूँ. बट द प्रॉब्लम अगेन ओवर हियर कम्स इज 5 मिनट्स बाद आपको वो शायद आइडिया भी नहीं याद रहेगा. एंड इट हैपेंस. Our brain is very sharp. We only use 5% of our brain, right? We only use 5% of our brain. But the problem is कि हम लोग वो जो हमारे ब्रेन में जो हर 5वें मिनट एक आइडिया आता है ना, we don't write it down. So please start making notes. जैसे ही किसी प्रॉब्लम दिखे, प्रॉब्लम की आइडिया दिखे, उसको लिखना शुरू कर दो. This is important. Okay? So या तो brainstorm कर लो आइडिया जनरेशन के लिए, right? और basically you are writing down the idea so that you don't miss it, and then uska mixture bana ke perfect idea le. These two things are important. So the third step would be idea generation, and idea generation, as I said, brainstorming or creating notes whenever and whatever idea you get. The fourth important stuff is idea validation. Now you would be like, idea validation ka matlab? Idea validation is very simple. आपने एक आइडिया लिया, आपने ब्रेनस्टॉर्म कर लिया, आपने एक नोट्स में लिख के आपने अपना परफेक्ट आइडिया जनरेट कर दिया कि ये प्रॉब्लम को, जो आपने ऊपर प्रॉब्लम्स देखी, जो आपने कस्टमर से प्रॉब्लम पूछी कि यार ये मेरा आइडिया है जो प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर देगा, बट क्या ये एक्चुअली कर देगा? दैट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू नो. बट हम क्या है, इंडियंस है, हमारे में ना एक ईगो प्रॉब्लम है और हम लोग ये कहते हैं कि यार मेरा आइडिया बेस्ट है, इसका आइडिया बकवास है, मेरा आइडिया बेस्ट है. द प्रॉब्लम इज everyone thinks that he is the next Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Ritesh Agarwal or Sachin Bansal, but they don't think about it कि वो लोग बने कैसे, वो लोग इस लेवल पे जो है वो गए कैसे. वो गए ऐसे कि उन्होंने आइडिया वैलिडेट करा. So idea validation is very important, guys, very very important. Okay, so when you talk about idea generation, you talk about idea validation. और idea validation आप कैसे करोगे? अगेन उन कस्टमर्स के पास जाओ जिनसे आपने प्रॉब्लम वैलिडेशन करी थी, उनको ही जाके पकड़ो और उनको बोलो कि ये मेरा आइडिया है, राइट? वुड यू लाइक टू बाय दिस आइडिया? डू यू थिंक दिस आइडिया इज केपेबल इनफ टू सॉल्व योर प्रॉब्लम? और इसका मैं एक रफ फिगर दे देता हूं आप लोगों को जल्दी से जल्दी. 100 लोगों से अपना वैलिडेट करो प्रॉब्लम विद द डेटा. विद द डेटा मतलब उनका नेम ले लो, नेम सारे दे देते हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती है. एज अ रिसर्च स्कॉलर, एज अ रिसर्च कुछ भी बन के उनके पास चले जाओ, उनसे मांग लो कि यार ये एक प्रॉब्लम मेरे को दिखी, जैसे एक पोल्यूशन की प्रॉब्लम है, पोल्यूशन की प्रॉब्लम मुझे दिखी कि आपको प्रॉब्लम पोल्यूशन की है. 100 में से 99 पीपल बोल देंगे प्रॉब्लम हाँ है. एक बंदा शायद नहीं बोलेगा, वो कहेगा यार मैं तो वैसे ही इतना स्मोक करता हूँ तो मेरे तो लंग्स ऑलरेडी डेड है, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ठीक है, तो आपका 100 में से 99 तो आपको मिल गए कि आपकी प्रॉब्लम है, ये प्रॉब्लम सारे लोग पोल्यूशन की फेस कर रहे हैं. थर्ड, आपने कोई किसका आइडिया बना दिया कि इसको सॉल्व करना है. फोर्थ, आप आइडिया जनरेशन, आपने आइडिया वैलिडेशन के लिए उन्हीं 99 लोगों के पास गो टू दोज 99 पीपल ओनली, ओके, एंड टेल देम that this is the problem, right, which I have faced, okay, and I have created an idea to solve your problem. आपको लगता है कि ये सही है? Do you really think this is the right idea behind it? And if they say yes, good, go ahead. So always remember, 100 में से at least 70 people should validate your problem, और उन 70 लोगों में से at least 30 people should validate your idea. And if you can do this, then just imagine India is a country of 134 crore people. अगर उसका 30% भी आपका वैलिडेशन एक्सेप्ट करती है, आपका आइडिया एक्सेप्ट करती है, और वो आपको 1 रुपए भी देते हैं इन रिटर्न, आप करोड़पति ऑलरेडी हो गए. एंड ट्रस्ट मी, आई एम नॉट सेइंग, मेरे पास प्रॉपर डेटा है इसका, which I can definitely tell you that please validate your idea. आइडिया वैलिडेशन के बिना कोई स्टार्टअप नहीं चलता है. You talk to any entrepreneur, I'm sure maybe अभी 50 और लोगों में से कोई ना कोई entrepreneur होंगे हमारे बीच में. You can talk to them. उन्होंने कभी अपने कस्टमर से बात नहीं करी होंगी. कस्टमर से बात करना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है. If you are not talking about, अगर आपको लगता है आप 30 मार खान हो in terms of your idea, I'm sorry, you are not going nowhere. बट अगर आपको लगता है कि मेरा आइडिया एवरेज है, ठीक है, या मैंने अभी आइडिया बनाया भी नहीं है, लेकिन मैं कस्टमर की प्रॉब्लम समझ गया और मेरे पास एक छोटा सा सोल्यूशन है, अब कैसे मैं उसको बना सकता हूँ या कैसे मैं उसको आगे लेके जा सकता हूँ, दैट माय कस्टमर वुड है. इफ योर कस्टमर इज सेइंग यस कि यार ये आइडिया तो सुपर्ब है, आपका मतलब यू जस्ट इंप्लीमेंट दिस आइडिया एंड आई विल बाय इट, आई प्रॉमिस यू, यू गॉट ऑलरेडी, यू हैव डन योर प्री सेल्स एज वेल, आपकी प्री सेल्स भी हो गई है। आई होप यू हैव लर्नड। कोई किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन है? एनीवन हैज एनी क्वेश्चंस? वी हैव 5-7 मिनट्स। मैं ज्यादा नहीं, मैं आप लोगों को ज्यादा एक्सप्लेन नहीं करना चाहता, मैं आपको बस बेसिक्स बताना चाहता हूँ about entrepreneurship. Obviously, you know, you can talk to me whenever you would like to talk. Like my name is bit unique, तो आकर्षण सेठी, आप मुझे इंस्टाग्राम, लिंक्डइन, फेसबुक, ट्विटर, इन सब पे सर्च करोगे मैं मिल जाऊंगा, राइट? यू कैन ऑल्सो फॉलो on Instagram at the startup scholars, specifically to all the students who are going to start their startup, right? If they need any help, you can just, you know, like search the startup scholars on Instagram, and I promise my team and I would be able to help you. But it's a request, guys. मेरे पास भी तब आना जब आप कहोगे यस मैंने प्रॉब्लम वैलिडेट कर दिया, मैंने आइडिया वैलिडेट कर दिया। हाँ, समझ में नहीं आ रहा, देन यू कम टू मी, आई प्रॉमिस आई विल हेल्प यू, राइट? Every mentor, every investor, every government official, right, every VC firm, every private equity firm will always talk about यार आपके customers कितने हैं आपके behind, आप क्या people लोग जो हैं, लोगों ने आपका validate कर लिया, आइडिया नहीं कर। एक इन्वेस्टर है, जस्ट एक और एक आपको हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशन दूं, अगर मैं, लेट्स जस्ट से you have 15 लाख रुपीस in your pocket right now और आप एक स्टार्टअप में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। आप कैसे एक स्टार्टअप में इन्वेस्ट करोगे? और आप ये बोलोगे क्या उस स्टार्टअप को कि एबीसी स्टार्टअप, मेरे पास 15 लाख रुपए है, मैं 15 लाख रुपए तुम्हारे को दूंगा, बट तुम्हारे को 2 साल के अंदर ये 15 लाख का 4x अमाउंट करना है कि तुमने मेरे को 15 लाख रुपए 60 लाख रुपए बना के देने हैं। आप कैसे एक स्टार्टअप को बोलोगे ऐसे? हाँ, अगर वो स्टार्टअप आपको ये बोलेगा कि सर देखो मेरी ना मंथ ऑन मंथ की जो कस्टमर की ग्रोथ है, जो मंथ ऑन मंथ कस्टमर्स मेरे प्लेटफॉर्म पे आ रहे हैं, आज अगर 100 है, कल 150 है, परसों वो 300 हो रहा है, ठीक है, उसके बाद वो 350, 400 ऐसे पहुंच रहे हैं, तो हर दिन मेरे कस्टमर्स ग्रो हो रहे हैं, तो आप उसके स्टार्टअप में जरूर इन्वेस्ट करोगे, क्योंकि उसका स्टार्टअप जो है कस्टमर्स वैलिडेट करी जा रहे हैं। बट हाँ, अगर आप बोलोगे कि यार रेवेन्यू मेरा कांस्टेंट है एक स्टार्टअप का, या एक रेवेन्यू मतलब ऊपर नीचे करके हो रहा है, या कस्टमर्स इतने नहीं आ रहे हैं, आप उस स्टार्टअप पे कभी पैसा नहीं लगाओगे। So it's always remember, it's always about customer, right? Any doubts, guys? Matlab, I know we have just 5 minutes. Any doubts? I don't want to take much of your time, but guys, it's a request. Always remember these 4 golden rules: a chain or startup ecosystem. Idea or problem, first identification of the problem, validation of the problem, idea generation, and then idea validation. If you do these things, I promise you there is no looking back. कुछ ना कुछ तो सीख कर वापस मतलब एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इकोसिस्टम में घुसोगे, चाहे स्टार्टअप आपका सक्सेसफुल हो ना हो, इतनी गारंटी जरूर है, आपको लर्निंग जरूर मिल जाएगी और आपका स्टार्टअप 80% of the startup से better कर देगा. This I can guarantee you after my 6 years of entrepreneurship experience, 2 startups of my name, who has, you know, clocked more than 10 lakh rupees. Third startup right now I'm doing, the Startup Scholars, also working in a Series A funded startup which is having which raised around $12 million, named as AirMeet. तो मैं इन पूरे startup journey और working with the Startup India team, worked with government of Himachal Pradesh, तो ये पूरा experience के बाद मैं आपको 110% बोल सकता हूँ, if you do these 4 basic things, I promise you, you will be at one particular stage where you won't fall. That's for sure. So I hope you think about it. Okay. There is one question which Mr. Yes says, sir, in today's time, many startups burn cash and yet there is no path to profitability. Is this a good practice in general or for upcoming startups? Yes, a great question, but I would particularly like to tell you, burning cash is not a concern for anyone. You can burn cash for a number of reasons, but if you are burning cash and if in return customers are coming onto your platform, you are not burning cash, you are actually investing your money, right? So if they are burning cash on some particular, you know, asking for customers to come on your platform, then they are on the right track, and it's a good practice for all the upcoming startups. But yes, if those startups are burning cash unnecessarily, you know, basically founders क्या करते हैं, ये मैं आपको बता, तो मैंने बहुत देख रखे ऐसे founders who gets investment और वो अपनी personal needs उस investment से खर्चा करता है. ठीक है, आप personal investment लो, आप एक तरीके से you also tie up your salary as a founder कि मैंने अभी 10 लाख की investment लिया तो मेरे 10 लोग हैं मेरे firm में काम करते हो तो मैं उसमें से 20,000, 50,000, 1 लाख रुपीस ऐसे मैं लूंगा, एक सैलरी बांध लो आप अपनी. That's fine. But अगर आप उसको personal needs के लिए use कर रहे हो, that is wrong, right? So that's important. So I hope Yash, I have answered. Okay, Ellie, okay. Can we have your email address? Yes, you can have. So this is my email address, or probably you can just contact @thestartupscholars.com, or you can just go to visit thestartupscholars.com. So you have all the email addresses and the website link. Archana, what is someone take away our ideas validation? How? Oh, Archana, thank you so much. मैं भूल गया था कि बताना. Archana and all the people. अगर आपको लगता है कि आपका स्टार्टअप का आइडिया चोरी हो जाएगा, don't ever think about it. स्टार्टअप का आइडिया कभी चोरी नहीं हो सकता. Trust me when I say this. मान लो मैं और यश हैं, या मैं अर्चना और यश, हम 3 लोग हैं और मैंने अर्चना और यश के पास गया, मैंने उनको बोला प्लीज मेरा ये स्टार्टअप वैलिडेट कर दो. डू यू थिंक दिस स्टार्टअप like this idea is good to go and it is solving genuine problem? What do you think about? अर्चना और यश मेरा आइडिया कॉपी जरूर कर लेंगे, लेकिन उसकी जो एल्गोरिथम होगी, राइट, उसकी जो प्रैक्टिसेस होगी, राइट, वो तो कॉपी नहीं कर पाएंगे. जो उसके मेथड्स होंगे, जो मेरे अपने पर्टिकुलर मेथड्स होंगे, वो मेरे मेथड्स नहीं कॉपी कर सकते. सिंपल 8th स्टैंडर्ड मैथमेटिक्स, इफ यू रिमेंबर, LHS इज इक्वल टू RHS. टीचर हमेशा कहती थी LHS इज इक्वल टू RHS करो और हम तुम्हारे मेथड पे देंगे नंबर्स. इट्स ऑलवेज अबाउट दैट. डू रिमेंबर. सिंपल है. अगर मैं आप सबसे एक क्वेश्चन पूछूं, what is, can anyone tell me the difference between Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, Myntra? क्या आप लोग मुझे डिफरेंस दे सकते हो? ओवरऑल तो सब वही काम कर रहे हैं ना, ई-कॉमर्स का. ओवरऑल तो सब एक ही काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वेयर इज Amazon राइट नाउ, वेयर इज Flipkart राइट नाउ, वेयर इज Snapdeal राइट नाउ? सब अपने अपनी जगह पे हैं, राइट. सबका ऊपर से काम सेम है, सबका ऊपर से आइडिया सेम है, बट उनका कस्टमर सपोर्ट, उनकी एल्गोरिथम्स, उनका प्लानिंग, उनका मेथडोलॉजी, एवरीथिंग इज डिफरेंट. So every person has a unique way to do a business. So don't worry, even if your idea gets copied, it's okay. Your method cannot get copied. Don't worry about it. Your mind cannot get copied. So don't ever think about कि मेरा आइडिया चोरी हो जाएगा. आइडिया चोरी है, आइडियाज तो चोरी हो भी सकते हैं, हो जाएंगे तो. आइडियाज होते रहते चोरी, आए दिन आइडियाज चोरी होते रहते. आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. बस आपका मेथड जो है और वो आपका यूनिक है, वो आपके ब्रेन में रहता है. और वो आप किसी को अगर आप अपना मेथड भी बता दोगे ना, तो उसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का तरीका आप नहीं बता पाओगे. इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का तरीका आपके कस्टमर्स ही बता पाएंगे. अब वो डिपेंड करता है कि उस टाइम पे अगर 2 लोगों ने आइडिया चुरा भी लिया, मान लो मेरा आइडिया यश और अर्चना ने चुरा भी लिए, राइट, अगर मैं कस्टमर से बात करके वो आइडिया को इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा हूँ, सो आई एम मोर सक्सेसफुल देन अर्चना एंड यश. क्योंकि अर्चना और यश सिर्फ मुझे कॉपी कर रहे हैं, वो कस्टमर से बात नहीं कर रहे. मैं कस्टमर से बात करते आ रहा हूँ. Simple, एक और example I'll give you. Paytm, one of the most successful startups of India. What they have done from 2008, 2009 onwards. उन्होंने बहुत सिंपल काम करा. पिछले 12 सालों में वो स्टार्टअप, वो लोगों की डिमांड पे उन्होंने काम करना शुरू करा है, राइट. पीपल के डिमांड में, लाइक व्हाट, व्हेन दे स्टार्टेड, वो सिर्फ एक रिचार्ज ऑप्शन थे, एक फोन का रिचार्ज करवाने के लिए एक सिंपल एक सोल्यूशन था. टुडे Paytm has its own shopping mall, Paytm has its own bank, Paytm has its own financials where people can invest in stocks and all. So Paytm आज सब कुछ है. Paytm आज एक मेक माई ट्रिप जैसा भी है कि आपने होटल्स बुक करनी है, फ्लाइट्स बुक करनी है, सब कुछ. So Paytm डिमांड के साथ आया, कस्टमर्स की डिमांड के साथ है. Paytm के साथ और भी तो खुले थे, फ्री चार्ज और पता नहीं कौन से नंबर ऑफ स्टार्टअप्स. आई एम सॉरी बट दो स्टार्टअप्स आर नोवेयर, राइट. वेयर इज Paytm राइट नाउ? बिकॉज Paytm कस्टमर्स के साथ इनोवेट करता गया, राइट, इवैल्यूएट करता गया अपने आप को. So that's the whole point. I hope I have answered. So thank you everyone once again. It was a wonderful talking to all of you. I'm sorry I've taken 2 minutes extra. I wish I was there for a bit so मैं और चीजें बता सकूं, but thank you once again everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akarshan Sethi. No problem, you took 4 minutes, but the whole session was very engaging. Though you didn't present any presentation, but you managed to keep everyone engaged. And I'm sure your questions and those answers which you shared, they will help college students start their own startup one day. So thank you so much for this session. Thank you for attending this session.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And apart from Christian City, I thank all the speakers, all the dignitaries who today presented in a conference and gave their enlightening sessions and speeches. Now we will take a 15 minutes break and we will resume the conference at 3:15 p.m. Post which we will we will start a startup session and our idea presentations. And during those sessions, we will share the feedback link and we will capture attendance of participants to provide them with certificates. Apart from that, we will also announce the winners of quiz competition that was conducted during breaks, and the certificates will be mailed to them later on. So I request everybody to please take a short break till 3:15 and kindly join back at 3:15 p.m. We will resume the conference. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
So we'll start in a bit.
What happened? The voice is audible or not?
Sir, you are audible. We'll start in a bit.
Okay, okay. No issue.
Hello. Welcome back, all the participants. As discussed earlier, now we will start a startup session, post which we will start our idea presentation session. So I invite Mr. Shrey to kindly introduce us to the speakers in the upcoming session. Shrey,
Yeah.
am I audible to you?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Okay, so now we'll start with the startup experience sharing session, and the first person that we have is Mr. Ashish Yadav, who's the founder of OI Order Private Limited. So I would like to invite Mr. Ashish.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello everyone. My voice is audible to everyone?
It is audible, sir.
Okay. Is it compulsory like to be videos on or off? Anything is possible or is compulsory? Regarding videos, I'm asking about regarding video.
So you can continue if like you cannot open the video right now.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Ashish Singh Yadav. I'm a founder and director of OI Order E-Commerce Private Limited.
Yes, so welcome, sir. Sir, I want to welcome, sir. Sir, I want to inform you that we have given you screen sharing rights. So if you want to share any presentation, you can do that.
No, we can just have the like a conversation with you. We do not want to share anything like we are having very few limited time with us. So presentation take more time, right? So I just share about my experience about my startup as well as some things which is related to the like the startups. Okay. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my video is audible. Like its voice is audible. Sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Ashish Singh Yadav. I'm a founder and director of OI Order E-Commerce Private Limited. I was started this firm in 2016 December. Right now, it's working in Gwalior. Okay. Due to pandemic COVID-19, I just stopped my operation for last 9 months, and we are again restart or resume this our services very soon. Most probably in the month of April in Gwalior once again. So I just want to tell you some of my ideas and some of my experience regarding this startup is that Right now, I'm executing the two firms. One is the Order E-commerce Private Limited, which is a Gwalior first online food delivery company, and another is a Unisol System, which is a software company in Gwalior. So as far as my experience in Gwalior, actually I already working in Gwalior from the last 5 years as a startup. I started my first firm as a software development company. That name is Unisol. Before starting any startup, you must have know about the local market reviews. Okay, where you are going to start your experience, your business. Because as you know, like previous sessions, which is taken by the Akarshan Sethi sir, which is already told you a lot of the things regarding a startup. So some of the points which I face into the industry, which I'm going to discuss with you. Okay. So first of all, I would like to tell you about my start. It was an online food delivery company in Gwalior. We are having more than 8 people in our team. We are having approximate about 3,900 customers with our portal. Out of them, 33 customers are regularly basis visit our portals as well as our mobile applications. Due to pandemic, we had just resumed our services as far as the government guidelines also, but very soon they are going to restart it. During these time durations, we are working on some new add-on services inside it, so people can never get bored, because when you are doing any startup, you must know about the taste of the people, right? First, the startup is going to start by the 2 ways. One is things that the problem of your society or the surrounding peoples. Secondly, the need of their general peoples, what the demands or the needs they have. So if your startup is startup won't be only these 2 things. आपको ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि आपको किस तरह से आपको अपना स्टार्टअप करना है, और जो प्रॉब्लम्स होती है सोसाइटी में, तो उसको सॉर्ट आउट कीजिए आप लोग, या फिर जो उनकी नीड्स है, जनरल नीड्स, उसको किस तरीके से आप टेक्निकल इक्विप करके एक अच्छे मैनेजमेंट के तरीके से आप उसको भी शॉर्ट टाइम ड्यूरेशन के बाद आप उसको सर्व कर सकते हो मार्केट में। तो जब भी आप अपने स्टार्टअप को स्टार्ट कर रहे हो, तो डेफिनेटली आप किस लोकेशन पे स्टार्ट करने जा रहे हो, आप उसका डेफिनेटली सर्वे करवाइए। उस लोकेशन पर हो सकता है आपका जो आइडिया है वो बहुत ही अच्छा हो, लेकिन कभी कभी हम लोग क्या करते हैं गलती, कि हम उस लोकेशन पे स्टार्ट कर देते हैं जहाँ पर हमको उसका सर्वे नहीं करते, और हम बहुत बड़ा एक अमाउंट इन्वेस्ट भी कर देते हैं उस जगह पर, और फाइनली वो चीजें हमारे लिए बहुत प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होती है, फिर हमको लगता है कि शायद हमारा आइडिया सही नहीं था। तो मैं
Sir, your voice is mute.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So आप उस आइडिया को स्टार्ट करने से पहले आप उसको लोकल सर्वे करवाइए, उस आइडिया को पहले वैलिडेट कीजिए। डेफिनेटली कोई आइडिया यूनिक नहीं होता, ये मैं लोगों के अंदर मिथ है, डेफिनेटली वो सही है, कोई भी आइडिया यूनिक नहीं होता। इतने सारे लोग हमारे सराउंडिंग रहते हैं, हर किसी के माइंड में कोई ना कोई आइडिया आता रहता है। डिपेंड करता है आप उस आइडिया को कैसे इंप्लीमेंट करने जा रहे हो, बस। Only implementation is depend on you, which is the uniqueness inside according to you. बाकी आप ये सोचिए कि मैं एक ऑनलाइन फूड डिलीवरी अगर चला रहा हूँ, तो इससे पहले जोमेटो भी था मार्केट में, स्विगी भी है, और लॉट ऑफ द फूड पांडा वाज देयर, यू हर्ड अबाउट, आई थिंक बहुत सारे लोगों ने देखा ही होगा, सुना होगा फूड पांडा। आज वो उसका नाम भी नहीं है मार्केट में। तो यही चीज होती है कि किसी भी स्टार्टअप में क्या होता है कि आपका एक यूएसपी होता है, आपका ऑपरेशन, आप किस तरीके से उसके अंदर कुछ चीज एड ऑन करते हो जो आपके लिए बहुत ही डिफरेंट होती है, और आप उस मार्केट में अपने आप को प्रेजेंट करने जाते हो, राइट। एंड जब मैंने ये स्टार्टअप यहाँ स्टार्ट किया 2016 में, मैंने इसको रजिस्टर्ड किया फर्म को, 17 में मैंने लॉन्च किया, मिड ऑफ 17। इट वाज अ फर्स्ट कंपनी इन ग्वालियर व्हिच इज डिलीवरिंग द फूड बिफोर द ओएडर एंड स्विगी। गाइस, विदिन one year, approximate about 13 months, we achieved the break even. Like it's a good thing for me, like आप एक बहुत कोई भी स्टार्टअप होता है उसको 3-4 साल लगते हैं ब्रेक इवन तक आने, स्पेशली फूड डिलीवरी का अगर आपको एक्सपीरियंस होगा तो मेरे लिए यही था कि मुझे एक मिनिमम इन्वेस्टमेंट में उन चीजों को सॉर्ट आउट करना था। और उस चीजों को लेते हुए मैं आपको यही कहूंगा कि कुछ टिप्स जो है मेरे हिसाब से, जैसे कि आप उस एरिया को पहले सर्वे कीजिए जो आप स्टार्टअप करने जा रहे हो, उससे आपको लोकल का सर्वे का टेस्ट मालूम पड़ेगा उनको एक्चुअली चाहिए क्या, राइट। फिर आप उनको उस हिसाब से उन सर्विसेज को, उन वेंडर्स को आप अपने पोर्टल पे लेके आइए और उनको आप एड ऑन कीजिए। सेकेंडली, आपको अपना कॉस्ट को भी मिनिमाइज करना पड़ता है। ये डिपेंड करता है कि आप उसकी मार्केटिंग किस तरीके से करने जा रहे हैं उस प्रोडक्ट की, या वो भी सर्विस, या फिर हो सकता है आपको कोई ट्रेडिंग वर्क, डिपेंड्स ऑन योर आइडिया, राइट। तो उसके हिसाब से आप उसका कॉस्ट बजट भी डेफिनेटली उसको बहुत अच्छे से बनाएंगे। इससे एक और चीज होती है जिसमें होता है टीम मैनेजमेंट। आपके कितने मैन पावर को आप अपनी टीम में इनरोल कर रहे हो, उनका क्या टास्क है, उनके रिपोर्ट्स क्या क्या है, डेली वर्क रिपोर्ट क्या है उनका, आपको एक ही चीज पे वर्कआउट करना पड़ेगा। आप अगर किसी चीज में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो उससे रिटर्न क्या आ रहा है वो भी आपको देखना पड़ेगा। आपको वीकली डेडलाइंस बनानी पड़ेंगी, मंथली डेडलाइंस बनानी पड़ेंगी एंड क्वार्टरली डेडलाइंस बनानी पड़ेंगी जो हमको अचीव करें। तो ये सारे टिप्स हैं जो मैं कहूँगा यार कोई भी स्टार्टअप्स को करना चाहिए। अगर आप लोग अपने डेडलाइंस को मीट आउट नहीं कर पाओगे, आप अपने बजट्स को लगाते चले जाओगे बिना ये सोचिए कि हमें क्या आउटकम मिलने वाला है, ये कब तक मिलने वाला है। कभी कभी ऐसा होता है हमको लगता है कि यार ये हमारे डेडलाइंस है, ठीक है। डेडलाइंस में आप एक पर्टिकुलर टाइम ड्यूरेशन तक फ्लेक्सिबल हो रहा है, इट्स गुड। अगर नहीं हो रहा तो डेफिनेटली उसको एक बार आप चेक कीजिए ऐसा क्यों, कहीं ना कोई चीज आपसे लैग हो रही है जिस वजह से ये सब चीजें प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट हो रही है। तो अगर आप अपने डेडलाइंस को मीट आउट प्रॉपर्ली करोगे, बाकी चीजें अगर आपकी प्रॉपर्ली चलेंगी, इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आपके प्रॉपर चलेंगे, तो नो डाउट वंस अ डे यू विल। पहली बात ये होता है किसी भी आइडिया के अंदर आप ब्रेक इवन किस टाइम अचीव करने जा रहे हो। अगर आप ब्रेक इवन एक सर्टेन टाइम ड्यूरेशन के अंदर आप अचीव कर रहे हो तो फिर आप कह सकते हो कि आपका बिजनेस एक नेक्स्ट लेवल पे आ जाएगा। बिकॉज मेरा जो एक एक्सपीरियंस है, मेरे भी फ्रेंड्स है, कलीग्स है जिनके खुद के स्टार्टअप्स हैं, और बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स ऐसे थे जिन्होंने स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट किया बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली उनके भी स्टार्टअप्स बंद हो गए। तो रीजन ये होता है कि इन्होंने कभी भी कोई डेडलाइन सेट आउट नहीं की, कभी उसके ऊपर वर्कआउट नहीं किया, कुछ नई चीज एड ऑन नहीं की। तब तक क्या होता है कोई दूसरी कंपनी आके उन चीजों को एड ऑन कर देती है और वो आपको मालूम पड़ता है यार इससे अच्छा तो उनका था और इसलिए हमारा बंद हो गया। दिस इज things which I want to tell you, like you must have some add-on ideas as well as implement your business। जो भी है आपके अंदर क्या ऑपरेशंस आप एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे हो, क्या उसके अंदर आप प्लान्स लेके आ रहे हो मार्केटिंग की, जिससे वो भी विन विन कंडीशंस हो। फिर अपने लिए बेनिफिशियल मत सोचना, नहीं कहूँगा आप अपने कस्टमर्स के लिए पहले सोचो फिर आप अपने लिए सोचो। कस्टमर सेटिस्फाई है देन ऑल यू विल गेट समथिंग। बिकॉज फाइनली सब कुछ कस्टमर डिपेंडेंट होता ही है। कस्टमर का टेस्ट, उसकी चॉइस, उसका फीडबैक और उसके चेहरे पर जो मुस्कान होगी ना, वो ही आपको आपके बिजनेस को ऊपर लेके जाए।
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Sir, we are short of time. Can you please give a concluding statement?
Sure. So this is things which I tell you like regarding my some of the experience regarding my startup. So is there anyone is having any questions regarding anything? So you can ask me. Yes, anyone is there who is going to ask anything? Otherwise, no issue regarding.
So I guess there are no questions. So
okay,
yeah, thank you, sir. It was a great, insightful speech. Like you mentioned the like locality survey things and related things. It was great. So moving on, I would like to invite the next speaker. The next speaker is Mr. Suyash Singh, who's the founder of Greenovator Private Limited. So, so you can present and start with the presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And my full company name is Shrey, Greenovators Motor Works. So in short, we say GMW. Okay. Thank you. Can you just get my presentation since I've already shared?
Okay. So shall I present it?
Yeah, probably you can do that. I don't know. It's better that you do it. It would be easy for me.
Okay. I'll present.
Thank you. And how much time are you giving me? 10 minutes? Because I'm very precise. I'm very particular about the timings. I should always finish the presentation on time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We
so
have 10 minutes.
All right, cool. So I'll try and finish it within 10 minutes, but today I'll slightly request a couple of more minutes extra because this needs to be shared with the other burning entrepreneurs here, and I hope to motivate them. So you've got the presentation?
Sure, sir. You can take 5 more minutes extra. You can explain the thing.
That's okay. Fine. 5 more minutes is sufficient for me. So hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am ex-IIIT student from MBA batch. And I am very proud about the institute and very proud about the company. And thanks to all the blessings which all the professors from technical, non-technical, and every staff there has given me throughout the year for 2 consecutive years, and which is showing the result now. and everybody, all the students over here who are able to, hear me and listen to me and, able to see my presentation. Probably later on, you can share it with your colleagues as well and your batchmates. I would be happy to see that. It is all the support given by our entire institute. So everywhere in the world, wherever I have been traveling and presenting my company, and by God's grace, of course, I have got several chance. It's because of the institute. So moving first, it's a company named as Innovators Motor Work, and of course promoted by IIITM Gwalior. So that's me. I think much information about me is not required here, so I will skip the slide and go to next. My basic background is I'm just a mechanical engineer and an MBA from IIIT. Certainly a budding entrepreneur still, I would not say, and complete entrepreneur, because still I'm exploring the world and new business and new ideas like that. So we started from Gwalior and have one base in Gujarat, the other base in Delhi, and now expanding to Allahabad, and certainly all the three bases remain same. Okay, next. So as I said, with the vision that we want to be one of the best companies in eco-mobility sector, so we tried participating in the startup registration certificate by DPIIT. So earlier it was for 5 years. Every new student who is getting into the startup business, or this is very important aspect. I purposefully have kept this slide because you need to know if you are going to have a startup and you need to avail the facilities given by Government of India, you need to get this certificate. I'll tell you, this certificate has given me another business vertical in my in this company itself, which you will see it later on at the end of the presentation. So this is a bit, basically it was for 5 years initially, and now I think they have given it for 7 years, and I'm pretty sure they'll expand it to 10 years, hopefully. Okay, so next. I'll come to question and answer session in the end. So anybody who has got question and answer can always, ask the questions and keep writing the questions. So this was one of the exhibitions wherein we had presented our company and displayed the product, as well as we made good networking, because these are the platforms wherein you make the networks. Probably you might not get the business over here, but certainly don't leave any of the platforms, as well as any opportunity for networking with different people, because you never know, today this person might be working here, tomorrow he must or she must be working somewhere else. So you may get some sort of an idea, business or funding, this is what we are looking after, or maybe some sort of a strategical move, etc., like that. So always keep in mind that you should always take participation in any event happening in the college and outside the college. Be very clear about that. Generally students behavior is that nahi yaar, I will not go, kya hoga, bore ho jate hain, neend aata hai, will certainly sleep, like that. Okay, so next please. So this was one of the other achievements which we had got it, and we were sent on behalf of the institute to present about the new concept and showcase it.
So you
in
are
2000.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So your audio.
Am I not?
Yeah,
Am I not audible?
You are audible right now. Yeah.
Okay. Now next, go to the next slide. So these are the few recognitions which we have got it initially from different people and different platforms. Next, we have also got ourselves published in the international publications, and also we have got our idea and a proof of concept vetted at international level. Can you just go to the previous slide, please? No, the previous one. Yeah. So this is basically a research paper which we have done the study throughout India, and then later on we have got it published in China. So this paper was published. It is available in Scopus. Anybody who wants to read it can check and understand how, being a mechanical engineer, but I was a business student. So combined together, I have made a study about the business and the business idea, all with due blessings and the guidance of all the professors, as well as my other batchmates. So that was only possible because of the team which I had it. And certainly why I'm using a word team, because team is what required to achieve what exactly you people are dreaming together. Okay. Now this paper plays an important role in my company. Why? Because one, it is from the automobile industry. Second, this paper was published in China, in Shanghai, their business city. So it was a bit of more confirmation that yes, my idea is a bit better, because I had a lot of attention in attention in the other seems that when Chinese start taking the questions on your presentation, and especially when they click the picture and ask for a copy of presentation, that means certainly it has got a weightage. So I was cross questioned for like 30 minutes post my presentation. I still remember that day because I was quite nervous and I was speaking in English. People were not understanding the English. It was all Chinese. So there were converters who were converting and telling them up in Chinese language. That was a quite difficult time, but then yes, I was a bit more strong. When I returned back to India, I said like, yes, now my idea can work over here in India. So this vision which you are seeing over here, I was seeing it since 2015, and today now everybody in India knows what electric mobility and electric vehicle means. Okay, so next. This was the other project which we had taken it up. This is one of the, so GD Goenka had a conference and they wanted us to write a chapter about the startup project. So we said like, okay, fine. So we are having crunch of funds, although at that time 700 rupees for per student in a team was quite difficult for us, but then still it was fun. It was quite cheap now for us, but still 700 bucks at that time was quite difficult for us to arrange and publish a paper. But today it plays an important role because these are the written documents which will always remain into that book as a chapter. Always we can relish, and we are relishing it so that you can also see over here. And this is one of the examples that writing the chapter in a book can now be seen. So certainly professors enjoy that more. So we also said that, okay, we'll follow you as well, sir, and then have one chapter in certain international book. Next, please. These are the few media coverages. So it works well for the marketing stuff and also for your extra and external visibility into the market. So don't leave that. Keep in habit of recording every picture. Keep in habit of recording every, what I would say, all the media, and keep on reporting the documents. Keep on documenting the thing. That's what one reason I have kept this slide. So in every slide in this PowerPoint presentation has got a meaning behind that. Okay, next. And these are the few media coverages which we have done it rigorously and aggressively in the entire city at different places, and it was only to get the visibility and awareness amongst the people to understand, and also to get their questions, get their queries. What are their queries? What are their questions? How people are fear about it? What fears do people have it? Why they can't opt for electric vehicles? What is the other reason like that? So XYZ, there were many reasons apart from that. But these media coverages, created an visibility for us. So we were quite visible in the entire city. The moment we used to go and take the auto walas and meet them, I was like, okay, aap log to IIIT se hain. Acha, wo electric battery wali team se hai. Yes, so we were famous like that. Certainly it helped because we used to get a good feedback, good inputs. आपको गाड़ी में ऐसा करना चाहिए, आपको गाड़ी में वैसा करना चाहिए, आपको ये टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आना चाहिए, आपको बारिश में भी गाड़ी चलाना चाहिए, आपको फ्लाईओवर भी कवर कर लेना चाहिए. So all these silly inputs which we were getting it up, which was very important for the startup to understand that what customer needs. So these were the basic understandings about what customer wants and where you can sell the product appropriately. Next, please. So continuation of that, couple of more pictures and couple of more media coverages. Shay, you can move ahead. So this is how my team works. It's like, it starts from, from the CEO level to different engineering teams and different, what do you say, different sections and different headings like that. Next. Okay, so these are the consortium partners which we have created. We have also formed a couple of consortium partners from Sweden and Germany. So this is one of our consortium partners from Sweden, wherein we have formed a tri-party agreement which we have done for exploring a new business opportunities in Sweden. So this is how the networking helps. I had gone to Sweden in 2018, and then I was just presenting my poster, wherein I got this opportunity, got connected with people, came back to India, and then after that I formed these consortium partners, one from UK, one from Sweden, and then a third was us. It is like that. So you never know what, when, where it can happen. Right? So next, please. Yeah, you can skip this slide. So it's just the name of my company. And so just a short description about this company. It is one of the largest Scandinavian construction company over there, but it is working on electric mobility infrastructure. So this basically works with several design companies, wherein we got the entry in Swedish market to enter as one of the other technological company in the smaller vehicle segment, wherein all the technology which was being worked over there in Sweden was on the heavy trucks, heavy buses, XYZ. But we were in a smaller vehicle, so we got an opening via this way, via NCC as one of the reference groups, and so we got entered into this market, and then that's how we went in, and still we are connected, and NCC represents my company there in Sweden. Next. So we have got the product, wherein you can see we have got product as well as services. So now we have been adding. You can go next. So we have got product as in like three-wheeler auto, passenger with a loader, and we have also developed a couple of prototypes which we have sent. One of them has gone to Sweden recently for the testing period. Next. So these are few of the pictures which you can see, which is of the IIITM itself, which was at the proof of concept stage now, which has gone further. So in the further slides, you may see the current product which we have been sending and working on there. So probably Sweden is now has started exploring a new business opportunity. That is what I said. When you start expanding your business, you never know. From a business perspective, you need to keep your thought process open, your vision broader, and always ready to get new opportunities like that. Next. So these are few of the product features wherein we were competing with the current. So this I can skip for now because I won't get into the technical details about the product. It's a basic funda to understand how the business works. So this was the final prototype which we had developed in Gwalior, and then now which we are coordinating with Swedish companies, and also it might come in India, but it will come to India via Sweden. It won't come directly via India or maybe from an Indian channel like that. Next. And also we are getting the market in Sweden as well for smaller vehicles. So this is the vehicle which was while getting tested inside the factory. Testing, validation, these are all part of your prototype development, proof of concept development, which are several stages wherein you are developing a product. So this is a mechanical product and out of core industry. From many of the students there at IIIT, but you never know because we were working on electronics, we were working on IT. So mechanical was one component in that and one vertical, but certainly there were many more features in that. Next. So I'm short in time. I'll keep on skipping the slide. So maybe next. So we are working on the dynamic power transfer. So this is how the dynamic power transfer works. That is that we take we're taking the electricity from ground, wherein you keep on driving the vehicle and you keep getting the charge. So basically in India we call it as charge in motion. Recently Germany has launched via pantograph, and Sweden was working over it since quite a while. And Sweden has got 4 different projects, which is one of the largest number of projects in the world. And Sweden was the first country in the world to initiate as a public trials also. So this is one of the features which we are trying to cover it up with our 3-wheeler product and also expand it to Sweden. Next. Okay, Shrey, you need to be quick. I'm losing time. So next, please. So this is the other truck which we had been testing there in Erlanda. Erlanda is in north part of Sweden. And this is how NCC was creating the infrastructure, and NCC holds a position in this organization at Erlanda, and that's how we got the entry. So that, but as I said before, that every opportunity might not go for waste, or any network might be helpful anywhere wherein you don't know. Next, please. Okay, these are the technical features. I'll talk later when given an opportunity, more than 15 minutes. Now you can go next. Again, next. Oh, next. That's interesting slide after this. Yeah. So these were the only 2 delegations in India, wherein the first minister had gone in summers, and then in the next summers it was me who was gone there. And well, we collected the data, made the network channels, and post after returning from Sweden, I was the one who got the opportunity to become the reference group partner. So I have driven that particular truck which you're seeing, the same minister had driven there, but he was on the rider's co-driver seat, but I was on the driver's seat. That was the only short difference between my visit and the minister's visit. Next, please. This is also very interesting. Post my Sweden visit, I was invited as one of the keynote speakers by Federal, Federation of Energy. So that's another government organization there in Germany. By just like the way we have Ministry of Road Transport, and there we have a Ministry of Environment like that. I was working on their project and looking after the from an Indian perspective, what other business opportunities I can bring in for these German companies here in India. So I'm exclusively working directly with Siemens here in India to get some business opportunities and also create the business channel. Next, please. These pictures are from 2019, so it has changed a bit. Recently, we had also conducted another meeting. So last year in 2020, because of COVID, we couldn't do that. Otherwise, we had scheduled 20 days of workshop from India and Germany by Indo-German IGSTC, Indo-German Science and Technology Center. We were quite funded for that. Somewhere around a good handsome amount of funding was there, by which we could do this event. And I hope we'll be doing it again and share the same with IIIT too, because it was also into the picture. Now, these are the diversification. And certainly in finance, we talk about that we need to have different portfolios. So any MBA student would certainly has to go through with a subject called as finance, whether he or she likes it or not, but they'll have to hear the word and term called as finance and understand the financing and the financial models. So diversification always helps, because when you have a diversified from one trade to the other, you become more hybrid. But only thing is, like, you need to be very careful and calculative. This is how we did. We never left the parent business, and so we were always into the EV and transportation. Certainly now we are expanding and keeping one business as the base and a platform, and expanding the other feathers and branches like that. That's how the business grows. It grows in a vertical manner, in a V shape, and that is how we are planning. So first business we have engaged with door-to-door high supply of diesel distribution. Although we are working on EV, but we say that diesel to door-to-door diesel supplies of fossil fuel which we are supplying. But anyway, that's a business. So we also need to think about the business, keeping the nature apart. Certainly we are working onto the nature as well on one end. And of course, we are also trying to get some in-house battery operated electric vehicle business with the tire companies. One we have recently been in talk, the one in Gwalior. I'll not name it, but then certainly I am trying to get some business. We are at very advanced level of discussions in Gwalior. Next, please. That's all. Thank you. Now, anyone has any question? I will be very happy and glad to take, and I'll be very happy on the other way to try and motivate and answer you with the right answer. So if that means my presentation was self-explanatory and everyone has understood, and probably I will see some couple of more entrepreneurs coming up in the next quarter. I can guess that. I can see you, Das sir, you're also there. Do you have any other questions apart from the students? So maybe you can start with one question, and other students can get some idea, or they're having fear that you are there and then they can't ask. Is that the reason, Shrey?
No, that is the reason. You explained it very fantastic. Okay, you explained your experience. That is the motivation for a student. So I think there will be many students who will come about 2 or 3 years.
I would be very happy to see them.
Then I will invite all of them to one platform where you all interacted. I will be Thank you, and I hope first thanks to you because you accept our invitation. You are so busy. Sometimes you're in Germany, sometimes you're in India. I see one most of you. Thank you very much.
No, it is all because of the student. I mean, all because of the professors and the guides which I had in my life, and certainly by the help of institutes with no boundary of research and no boundary of doing your work, I have gotten opportunities. So I'm really blessed on that part, I would say. lucky enough to get that. I'm pretty sure everybody can get that, but the only thing is they need to be very persistent and sure what they exactly want.
Thank you, Suresh.
Very
Thank you,
nice
sir.
to everyone, and all the best to all the participants as well as also all the students, those who are trying to be an entrepreneur. Work hard is the only one word I would give. I will conclude with. You know, you will have the feelings then wherein at the time you will want to give up and just go back to the industry and work. Do that as well if you need to. But then again, don't forget for what you started and have spent so many couple of years in that. So opportunity will keep on coming, and any network will always help you. Okay, bye. I'll not take much time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So, moving on to the next speaker, we have Mr. Pratyush Helen, the founder of ThinkPay.
Yeah, hi everyone. Am I audible? Shay? Yeah, looks good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello everyone. I am Pratyush Halin. I am founder at FinkPay. A brief about my background. So I am a computer science graduate from Indore. I passed out in 2014, and then I worked for MDocs in Pune for 2 years as a software developer. And in 2016, I started with this startup called FinkPay. What FinPay does is, FinPay enables digital banking and financial services at the last mile. So we offer banking services and all kinds of financial services in tier 2 plus cities. We got our seed investment from ICICI Bank in 2018, and that was we raised 1 crore from them. And then in 2020, we raised our Series A investment of 27 crores from Ivy Cap Ventures. And today we are present across 18,000 pin codes and over 3.5 lakh merchant outlets. So these merchant outlets are nothing but small kirana stores who also, apart from their business, who offer the banking services to the customers nearby. So banking services, say I mean like cash withdrawal, cash deposit, mini statement, getting their Aadhaar linked with their mobile numbers, Aadhaar linked into bank accounts, etc. So that's what we do with all these outlets. We enable them these customers. This helps in various ways because it helps promote financial inclusion, etc. We also got a lot of grants from different state governments from Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Karnataka, etc. We have been a part of the this institute and this accelerator from their first batch, and we received the Startup India certificate thanks to the institution. And recently, we also got the tax certification, tax exemption certificate, also from Government of India, DIPP department. So that's a brief about the company part. Uh, I would like to, as this is a very small time, so I would like to just share few experiences with all the people out here so that it can help them. So one of some few of my learnings. So one is have a mentor. So you should always have a mentor with you. Because it helps a lot. It has helped me a lot. I always had a mentor like from banking. So I I I looked for rounder people and whom I felt that I can really take his mentorship, and I always take that. And wherever I reach, I am always in touch with them, keep them updated, keep them posted with the progress, and they have guided at all steps. So always, you definitely need a mentor. Without a mentor, it's not possible. Second, take all ecosystem support. So there are a lot of incubators, accelerators in India, outside India. If your product is meant outside India, keep applying for those all those incubators. Apart from one way you're connected with, because you will get lot of support of different kind, different connects, different ideas from all those people around who would help you with various things, not only ideas but helps in execution, helps in some support in terms of say credits of your cloud infrastructure, etc. So that can help you start lean. Co-founder and the team is extremely important. सबसे पहले the co-founder, because a lot of startups fail because people start together or put for wrong expectation, set wrong expectation with the people you set, but then later when startup grows, then that becomes a big challenge. So you should always keep the relationship very clear from the day one, and always co-founder is the most important person, so choose very much wisely, and then your team, the initial set of team. uh, then you don't need a lot of cash to start. So if you have a great idea, it's all about how smartly you execute. So you can start small. So cash or that no, I am raising funds or I need funds to do this, that's never an excuse. So you can start at a very small level, and then automatically funds will come in and you can scale it up. uh Whenever, because as a startup founder you always get lot of ideas, so while sleeping also you get ideas, so before sleeping or something like that. So you should anytime if idea click, you should immediately write it down. You should not keep it that okay to, because tomorrow you will definitely forget. So you should always write down whatever comes in your mind as an idea. Okay, this is how this problem can get solved, because lot of challenges, daily challenges comes for entrepreneur, and you solve these challenges, all your mind always starts working towards without you knowing to solve that challenge. And whenever it clicks, you should write it down that okay, this is how I can solve it. Meet more and more people from the ecosystem and take their guidance, discuss your ideas. There is nothing like a previous speaker also shared that somebody will steal your idea. It's nothing like, it's never like that, because it's all about the execution and not much on the idea, that how you execute, how passionate you are about your startup, and how much you are into it. So you should share and get feedback from more and more people to make it first time right. uh, then I was hearing a previous speech that burning cash is not a problem. I just want to add one point to it, that burning cash is not a problem, but you should always take care that unit level it should be profitable. So what do I mean by unit level is that if say take example of a delivery startup. So in terms of delivery startup, the delivery should be profitable, as in you should be charging customer of the cost. Maybe you will incur a lot of cost initially for marketing, or maybe you will give a first time credits, free deliveries for first time, but your startup model should be designed in a way that those expenses are a one time kind of expenses and not a recurring expenses. And at a unit level economics, you should be profitable, or you should not burn money, because otherwise you won't be able to scale. So that's very much important. We have been profitable from second year of our operations, and we remain profitable. uh, Another point is that you should always believe in yourself and always be confident, because we various times we think we might not know lot of things, or something like that. There is a lack of confidence, but I can assure you that other person also doesn't know everything. So you should never lose confidence. You should be very confident of what you know, and keep moving ahead with that and believe in yourself. Cold emails also work. So a lot of people says that cold emails go in vain, but it's not like that. If you write a good mail to other person, it definitely responds. And wherever you are writing any cold mail, you should take care of what other person would be willing to listen, or what is his interest. So apart from your interest, you should also keep some emphasis on the other person interest in that mail, so that then he replies, he gives you time to meet, or you explore some kind of partnership. So whenever you go and meet someone, don't only think from your perspective, but think from his perspective also, that what will interest him. So and that ways you can create a better and long relationship with that person. So yeah, that's pretty much what I could write from my experiences. If there are any questions, I am happy to answer, or you can always email me, and I am available over email for any support or any guidance I could help out. Shrey, I am done from my side.
Okay, so we are not having any questions as of now. So thank you, sir.
Thanks, Shrey. Thanks everyone.
So moving on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Mr. Manish. He's facing some technical issues, so he'll join us at the end. The next speaker right now is Mr. Shiv Thakur. He is the founder of Nainpur Hydropower India Private Limited. So I'd like to invite Mr. Shiv. Mr. Shiv Thakur. Am I audible?
Shay, you're audible, and Mr. Shiv Thakur is also online. Mr. Shiv Thakur? Mr. Shiv Thakur, are you able to speak? Okay, Shay, is it possible to move on to the next speaker? Mr. Shiv Thakur,
Okay,
can
so
you join us later on?
yeah, we'll move on to the next speaker and okay. So the next speaker is Mr. Abhinav Gupta, who's the founder of Abhinav Infosoft Private Limited.
Abhinav Gupta को unmute कर दो.
वो खुद कर लेंगे.
Mr. Abhinav.
लाइव है.
Mr. Abhinav, we can see that you have joined the meeting, but we are not able to hear you. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, I request all the participants to kindly give us 2 minutes. I think the speakers are facing some technical issue. Let's wait for 2 minutes and then we will surely resume. Please wait.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Mr. Shiv Thakur, please continue.
Yes,
Shiv Thakur. Hello.
Yes, sir, kindly continue.
Hello.
Sir, we can hear you. Please continue. We have given you screen sharing rights. You can share your presentation if you have any.
1 minute. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Please start your speech. Please continue.
Sir. Yes. Madam Shiv Thakur.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
ma'am, kindly give me the presentation rights.
Sure, 1 minute.
Sir, my name is Shiv Kumar Thakur. Our product is hydropower pump. Hello.
Yes, sir, please continue. And Shrey, we have given you the presentation rights. Please share the presentation.
जी.
Sir, continue.
ओके. मेरा प्रोडक्ट जो है वो हाइड्रो पावर पंप है जो कि इरिगेशन प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करता है. हमारे क्षेत्र में सिंचाई नहर व नदियों के से पंप के माध्यम से होती है. नहर के ऐसे एरिया जहां नहर से पानी नहीं पहुंचता वहां इलेक्ट्रिक पंप और डीजल पंप के माध्यम से पानी पहुंचता है. रूरल एरियाज में बिजली कटौती और लो वोल्टेज की वजह से समय से सिंचाई नहीं हो पाती, तो लो वोल्टेज की वजह से मोटर एक सीजन में 2 से 3 बार जलती है. इसी प्रकार डीजल के बढ़ते दाम की वजह से डीजल पंप चलाना भी बड़ा महंगा है. साथ ही डीजल पंप का मेंटेनेंस भी बहुत महंगा है. इन्हीं समस्याओं को देखते हुए हमारा ध्यान गया बहते हुए पानी की ओर. जो नदी में पानी बहता है क्यों ना इस वाटर स्ट्रीम का उपयोग किया जाए. इस दौरान एक आइडिया आया कि एक वाटर व्हील बनाया जाए. वाटर व्हील के साथ एक जो पंप कनेक्ट करते हैं तो पंप को जो आरपीएम चाहिए होता है उसके लिए गियर बॉक्स बनाया गया और इसे वाटर स्ट्रीम में रख के चला के देखा गया तो वाटर पंप चलने लगा. तो मैंने क्या किया, अलग अलग वाटर स्ट्रीम में टेस्ट किया इसे और इस प्रकार बगैर बिजली और बगैर डीजल के ये चलने वाला हाइड्रोपालिक वाटर पंप को डेवलप किया. और डेवलप करने के बाद इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर IIITM में मैंने इंक्यूबेशन के लिए अप्लाई किया. अप्लाई अप्लाई किया, इस दौरान डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव जी के सहयोग से 3 टाइप के प्रोटोटाइप डेवलप किया। प्रोटोटाइप को नदी नहरों में डिफरेंस वाटर स्ट्रीम में चलाया। आज लगभग 5 वर्ष की मेहनत के बाद मैंने हाइड्रो पावर पंप को काफी कॉम्पैक्ट और मोर एफिशिएंट बना लिया है। साथ ही इसका साइज भी काफी छोटा हो गया है। जैसे कि पिछला साइज जो बहुत बड़ा था, फर्स्ट साइज जो मैंने लिया था, और उसका भी प्रोटोटाइप अपना TIC में रखा हुआ है। तो इसके बाद के जो प्रोडक्ट है मेरे, उनको काफी नैनो कर दिया है मैंने। 2 आदमी आराम से फिट कर लेते हैं। ऑपरेटिंग बहुत इजी हो गई उसकी। हेलो हेलो,
यस सर।
सर आवाज आ रही है? एम आई ऑडिबल?
सर आपकी आवाज आ रही है, प्लीज कंटिन्यू कीजिए।
जी ओके। तो अब आज की स्थिति में ऑपरेशन ये जो अपना हाइड्रो पावर पंप है, उसको ऑपरेट करने के लिए उसमें मैंने उसको डिजिटल डिजाइन कर लिया है। अभी क्या होता था कि हाइड्रो पावर पंप को नदी में या नहर में हम जहां भी रखते थे, तो उसको ऑपरेट करने के लिए उसको वाटर फ्लो को डाइवर्ट करना पड़ता था। लेकिन अब ये स्थिति ना आके उसको ऑपरेट के लिए अप डाउन सिस्टम डेवलप करके रखा है। तो क्या है, जैसे चालू करना होता है तो उसको डाउन कर देते हैं, बंद करना होता है उसको अप कर देते हैं। अब इसके लिए ये अप डाउन सिस्टम के लिए क्या है, एक छोटी सी बैटरी चली थी, मोटर लगा के डिजाइन किया मैंने। और बैटरी चार्जिंग के लिए एक तो सोलर प्लेट से होती है, दूसरा एक तो गियर बॉक्स में ये एक प्लेट डाल दिया है, तो उससे बैटरी चार्ज हो जाती है। तो इस स्थिति में आज की स्थिति में सिंचाई का काम जो है बहुत अच्छी तरह हो रहा है। ट्रायल बेस पे भी मैंने नहर और नदी में लगा रखा है उसको। अलग अलग वाटर स्ट्रीम के हिसाब से मैंने अलग अलग डिजाइन भी टेस्ट किया है। जैसे पूसा कृषि दिल्ली, इंदिरा गांधी कृषि विश्वविद्यालय रायपुर में भी काफी सराहा गया है। बगैर डीजल और बगैर पेट्रोल, बगैर बिजली की चलने की वजह से ये मेंटेनेंस फ्री है, मेंटेनेंस जीरो है इसका। 24 घंटे में चलने में सक्षम है। समय से सिंचाई होने की वजह से उत्पादन में काफी बढ़ोतरी होती है। अभी क्या किया हमने, मध्य प्रदेश के 4 जिलों में सिंचाई हेतु चलने वाले लगभग 10,000 पंपों का अध्ययन किया, जिसमें 60% किसान ऐसे मिले जो बिजली कटौती है और लो वोल्टेज से परेशान। 40% किसान ऐसे मिले जो महंगे डीजल और महंगे मेंटेनेंस की वजह से परेशान है। तो ऐसे किसान ही हमारे टारगेट कस्टमर होंगे। और किसानों के पास जाकर हम अपने हाइड्रो पावर पंप की जानकारी देंगे। अलग अलग एरिया में अपने एरिया में डेमोस्ट्रेशन करके बेस पे उनको लगाया जाएगा। कंपनी के सेल्स एग्जीक्यूटिव के माध्यम से हमने डीलरों से कांटेक्ट करने की भी सोचा है अभी। और इस प्रकार से अभी की स्थिति में मैंने ये मेरे 2 प्रोडक्ट जो हैं वो अभी नदी में चल रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट आ गए हैं। और इन सब काम करने के लिए हमारी टीम के रूप में जो हैं, जनरल मैनेजर के रूप में नरेंद्र सिंह ठाकुर हैं, जो कि MBA हैं, सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग विद HR, जिनको 25 ईयर एक्सपीरियंस इन सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग में है। टेक्निकल एडवाइजर के रूप में हमारे पास है मयंक ठाकुर हैं, जो कि BE मैकेनिकल हैं, 3 साल का अनुभव इन्हें वाटर रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट में है। और इस प्रकार इससे ये प्रोडक्ट है। थैंक यू मैडम। हेलो, और अभी 1 मिनट। अच्छा, कंपनी का मैंने अभी MSME में रजिस्ट्रेशन करा लिया है, GIPP रजिस्ट्रेशन है, स्टार्टअप रजिस्टर्ड है, वेबसाइट है, लिंक्डइन, ट्विटर अकाउंट वगैरह है। तो अभी मार्केट में लॉन्च किया नहीं है, ताकि पूरी तैयारी से करना है मुझे डिजिटलाइट। हेलो, थैंक यू।
हाँ जी सर। सर थैंक यू, आपने एक्सप्लेन किया हमें। थैंक यू फॉर योर स्पीच, थैंक यू फॉर योर टाइम।
नेटवर्क इशू है यहाँ पे। जी।
सर हमें आपकी आवाज आ रही है, यू आर ऑडिबल।
Yes, sir.
जी जी
जी सर, आपकी आवाज आ रही है और आपकी स्पीच के लिए थैंक यू, आपके टाइम के लिए थैंक यू। श्रेय, प्लीज मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट स्पीकर।
So the next speaker we have is Mr. Abhinav. So Mr. Abhinav is the founder of Abhinav Infosoft Private Limited. So like he's having some technical issues right now. So we'll proceed with the next thing now. Ma'am, you may take over.
Yes, thank you, Shrey, and thank you to all the startups who have explained their business model, their startup journey, and their experiences. I'm sure that all the participants will be motivated and they will also like to implement their own innovative ideas someday. Now, next we have idea presentations. Among the idea presentations, we will evaluate and select 3 best ideas, and they will directly qualify for the business plan competition that we will have in April 2021. So before beginning that session, I would like to take a short 2 minutes break. So we are taking a short 2 minutes break. After that, we will resume the conference. We will start the idea presentations. We will announce the winners of the quiz competition that we have conducted during breaks. And we will also have a concluding speeches. And post that, we will have an ice-breaking session in which the participants who wish to ask questions to us or the speakers or who want to discuss something among themselves, they can do that. So we will have that session also for participants. So I request all the participants to kindly be online. We are sharing the feedback link and please wait for the next session. Thank you. We are taking a 2 minutes break. Okay, welcome all the participants again. Now we will resume the idea presentation session. Yes, are you there? Yes.
Hello.
Yes, yes, you are audible. Yes, yes, you're.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, can you please? Yes, you're audible. Yes, can you please start the idea presentation session? Please introduce us to the first speaker in the idea presentation session.
So
Yes, yes, please continue. Continue.
Yes.
Yes, can you hear us? Is there some network problem at your end? Please continue.
So welcome. Let me. So, of jealousy by private. So it's very jealous. Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Hello, Mr. Bivajit.
Am I audible?
Yeah, Mr.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. It's a presentation, sir.
Okay. Sir, can you put up the PPT?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So we have given you access rights. Please share your presentation. You can share it.
Please, madam, you help me. I cannot share. I don't know how to do it.
Sir, I'm telling you, sir, at the bottom of the screen, beside start video, there is an option to share content. You can
Okay.
click on that and you can open your presentation.
Okay. I am Chalasani Veerabhadra Rao from Andhra Pradesh. I have invented Chalasani turbine, which magnifies the energy given to it by water. Other turbines convert hydraulic energy into mechanical energy with less than 100% efficiency. Chalasani turbine magnifies the energy. If 1 unit of energy, hydraulic energy is given to Chalasani turbine, it will deliver 5 units or more at the shaft. This is because the special quality of Chalasani turbine. I have to introduce the concept of stable equilibrium in fluid mechanics. That is, a boat or ship are designed with center of gravity below the center of buoyancy. In which case, if a small force is applied on one side of the boat or ship, the vessel oscillates for some time and returns to normalcy, because boats are have to be designed like that, because we have to travel safely. The other case is unstable equilibrium. If center of gravity is above the center of buoyancy, it is called unstable equilibrium in fluid mechanics. I have designed my turbine with this principle. As a result, if a small force is applied by water on one side of the turbine, this couple of center of gravity and center of buoyancy make a rotating couple and the vessel rotates. So I have designed a floating turbine with a specific gravity of 0.25 with blades weld on its circumference. So it is a floating turbine, something like a boat. And other factor is the force of water is applied on the blades and the blades are much away from the shaft. This is known as mechanical advantage. Car steering wheel is an example of mechanical advantage. If 1 Newton force is applied on the rim of the steering wheel, 10 Newton force will be delivered on the shaft, on the axle of the steering wheel. The same principle I have applied in the design of my turbine. As a result, less energy, hydraulic energy, it is converting into more energy. We have conducted an experiment where input energy is half watt and turbine shaft recorded 50 watts. Then we have increased the input energy to 4 watts and shaft recorded 200 watts. This turbine disproves law of conservation of energy. Unfortunately, Indian academia, though they are aware of this problem, they have not taken any steps to do further research. I have been given a certificate of appreciation in 2015 by Professor Somsekhar of Madras IIT. He positively reviewed my concept and appreciated it. But Madras IIT also has not repeated my experiment. And I have given my thesis to Central Power Research Institute, Bangalore, 7 years ago. Still they are sleeping on it. I have presented my thesis into MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, in a challenge. For the last 1.5 years, they are not releasing the results of that contest also. So this is the state of affairs of science in India. So what exactly I am trying to convert my idea into a commercial pilot project. We have already invested about 50 lakhs. We are in search of investors. We need about 2 to 3 crores. Within 2 to 3 crores, we will be able to generate 2 megawatts of energy. Here, people may, unfortunately, my PPT is not being shown. The image that you will see there is water is circulated using the pumps. Pumps we have designed, not only I have invented Jalsani turbine, I have also designed a water holding system which takes about 4 to 5 lakh liters of water. Water is fed to the system from borewell or some other source. It's a one-time investment of water. Pumps are used to suck water from one end of the system and deliver it at the other end of the water holding system. Due to the level difference on two sides of the Jalsani turbine, the turbine starts rotating, and as long as the pumps are on, the turbine keeps on rotating. Pumps maximum lift will be 1 meter or 2 meter depending on the size and the design of the turbine, maximum 2 meters. but the same water keeps coming back to the pump suction point after rotating the turbine. We have estimated that in order to lift 2 meters height, 1000 liters per second, a pump consumes about 40 kilowatts, assuming pump's efficiency is 50%. But Jalsani turbines calculated output will be 360 kilowatts, and assuming an efficiency of 50%, its net output will be 180 kilowatts. 40 input, 180 output. Likewise, if we increase the flow to 2000 liters per second, 80 kilowatts will be the pump's input and turbine delivers 700 kilowatts. If we increase the water flow to 4000 liters, Jalsani turbine delivers 2 megawatts of energy. Our intention is we can install this in every human habitation, a village where a consumption of power will be 1 megawatt or so. Man does not need thermal and nuclear power. We are going to give to the society 1 megawatt power plant at 2 crores. Still, they will be able to sell the power at less than 2 rupees. Now the thermal plants are selling around 67 rupees. So the power not only becomes cheap, but it is affordable to one and all. So this is our basic concept. Any questions? I welcome.
Mr. Chansani, very interesting presentation. But I really appreciate your enthusiasm. You approached IIT, you approached, couple of other government agencies. But one small, can you hear me, Mr. Jalsani?
Yes, sir. I hear.
Okay. Yeah. Great. So how are you associated with IIT Madras? You just happen to be there, or you academically, or through professionally, you are invited to present your idea, or how's that?
No, sir. I have rang up Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, asked them if they can validate my thesis. They said we don't have turbines division. You contact IIT Madras. Then I
So
contacted
IIT Madras has got a hydraulics separate department for hydraulics actually.
mechanical Professor Somsekhar. I spoke to him on phone whether you will be able to evaluate my thesis. He said, okay. He invited me on a particular date, and I had gone there with another friend who is the principal of an engineering college. I presented my thesis to Professor Somsekhar, Professor Mukherjee, and another professor, head of the HOD of mechanical. So after my presentation, I can give you the date. 10 December 10th, 2015, he has sent me the certificate of appreciation, a concept review by Professor Somsekhar Hirematta of IIT Chennai. He has given a positive review of this, but because this is the contradiction of law of conservation of energy, I am finding it difficult to attract the investors. But in order to take India forward, all academic institutions must repeat this experiment and publish their results. This is my submission.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next speaker, we have Mr. Biswajit Moduli from Folio Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Biswajit.
Hi.
Kindly grant me the sharing rights, please. Ma'am, kindly give me the sharing rights. I have to share the PPT.
Sir, we have already given the access.
But I cannot share.
We have directors.
Okay.
सर मेरा स्क्रीन आ रहा है इधर?
Your screen is visible.
Yes. हाय, मैं विश्वजीत फोलियो टेक्नोलॉजी भुवनेश्वर से हूँ। मेरा जो स्टार्टअप है फोलियो बेसिकली लॉजिस्टिक के ऊपर स्टार्टअप है। किसी को कमर्शियल व्हीकल या किसी को गुड्स शिफ्टिंग करना है एक प्लेस से दूसरा प्लेस को, तो ये एप्लीकेशन यूज कर सकता है। ये कॉन्सेप्ट मैंने मेरा इंजीनियरिंग के बाद में फैमिली बिजनेस हैंडल कर रहा था। उस टाइम में मैं देखा कि जो लैक ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन गैप है ट्रांसपोर्टर एंड बिजनेसमैन के बीच में, तो उसके बाद मैं सोचा कि ये फोलियो एक कॉन्सेप्ट लाया जाए कि जैसे कि ये जो गैप मिनिमाइज होगा। पहले क्या होता था कि कम्युनिकेशन गैप एंड बुकिंग के लिए प्रॉपर इंटरफेस एंड प्राइसिंग फिक्स, मतलब अगर हम एक गाड़ी के साथ बात करेंगे तो एक प्राइस बोलता है, और एक गाड़ी के साथ बात करेंगे तो दूसरा प्राइस बोलता है, एंड इस तरह बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम होता था। एंड अगर हम बुकिंग करने के बाद गाड़ी जब निकल रहा था, उसके बाद हम ट्रैक भी उसको हम ठीक से नहीं कर पा रहे थे। तो इसके लिए हम ये जो फोलियो सॉल्यूशन लाए, जो कि मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन एंड वेब एप्लीकेशन है, जिसके थ्रू में कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव होता है, वेराइटी ऑफ चॉइस वेराइटी ऑफ व्हीकल आ जाता है जिसको हम चॉइस कर सकते हैं कौन से प्राइस में हम लेना चाहते हैं, उसका रेटिंग क्या है, इस तरह हम देख सकते हैं। एंड गाड़ी को हम ट्रैक कर सकते हैं। एंड एक गाड़ी का ओनर के लिए एक बेटर सोल्यूशन है कि उसका गाड़ी बहुत कम समय के लिए उसके पास रहेगा। एक बुकिंग कंप्लीट होने के बाद सेकंड बुकिंग ऑटोमेटिकली उसके हाथ में होगा। एंड और एक बेहतरीन सोल्यूशन ये है कि ऑर्गेनाइज डैशबोर्ड हम इसको बना दिए हैं, जैसे कि सब इसको एक डैशबोर्ड में सब कुछ हैंडल हो पाएगा। एंड हमारा सोल्यूशन जो है फुल लोड, पार्ट लोड एंड बॉक्स लोड है। जैसे कि फुल लोड में हम एक 1 टन से 30 टन तक गाड़ी प्रोवाइड करते हैं। एंड पार्ट लोड में भी 1 से 30 टन तक गाड़ी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, लेकिन पार्ट लोड में मल्टीपल लोकेशन में पिकअप हो पाएगा एंड मल्टीपल लोकेशन में डिलीवरी हो पाएगा। एंड बॉक्स बुकिंग जो है, बॉक्स बुकिंग एक ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट है कि अगर एक छोटा बिजनेसमैन या कोई ऑफिस शिफ्ट करना चाहता है, एक छोटा बिजनेसमैन उसका मटेरियल दूसरा सिटी को 5 वक्त 6 वक्त शिफ्टिंग करना चाहता है, तो बॉक्स बुकिंग के थ्रू में वो बुकिंग कर पाएगा। एंड इसका बिजनेस कस्टमर के लिए, इसका बिजनेस फ्लो ये है कि कस्टमर पहले मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन ओपन करेगा एंड फ्लीट सिलेक्ट करेगा। सिलेक्ट करने के बाद वो बुकिंग प्लेस कर देगा। बुकिंग प्लेस करने के बाद वो बुकिंग ड्राइवर के पास जाएगा, ड्राइवर एक्सेप्ट करेगा एंड ड्राइवर इसको पिकअप करके डिलीवरी लोकेशन को लेके डिलीवरी कर देगा। वो टाइम के पीरियड में जो एक्टिविटीज रहता है कस्टमर उसको अट्रैक्ट कर सकता है। एंड जब डिलीवरी पॉइंट में पहुंचेगा उसके पहले डिलीवरी पर्सन जिसके पास डिलीवरी होगा उसको पहले से एक अलर्ट मैसेज चला गया होगा, जैसे कि वो पहले से अलर्ट रहेगा अनलोड करने के लिए। पार्टनर के लिए ये सोल्यूशन, इसमें वो सोल्यूशन ये है कि पार्टनर उसका डैशबोर्ड में उसको मिल पाएगा, गाड़ी को ट्रैक कर पाएगा एंड ड्राइवर के साथ ड्राइवर का एक्टिविटीज को ये स्टडी कर पाएगा। एंड अगर ये बुकिंग दोनों ड्राइवर एंड पार्टनर दोनों, इसको पार्टनर मीन्स गाड़ी का ओनर, ये दोनों एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हैं। एक्सेप्ट करने के बाद ये इन प्रोग्रेस में जब रहेगा, ड्राइवर पिकअप करने के लिए जाएगा, उसका डाटा भी ड्राइवर पार्टनर को मिलेगा, ओनर को मिलेगा एंड कस्टमर को भी जाएगा। जैसे कि आसान हो जाएगा कि पार्टनर के लिए, ओनर के लिए उसका गाड़ी कहाँ पर है, कहाँ तक पहुंचा है। एंड जब कंसाइनी के पास डिलीवरी हो जाएगा, गाड़ी का ओनर को अलर्टमेंट आ जाएगा एंड पेमेंट भी ऑनलाइन कंसाइनी कर सकता है एंड वो पेमेंट ओनर के पास आ जाएगा। एंड ये कंप्लीट होने के बाद जितना अमाउंट ओनर के पास जाएगा एंड बाद में उसके जो कमीशन है वो फोलियो के पास आ जाएगा। फोलियो का कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज ये है कि यूनिफॉर्म प्राइस, सिंगल रूट, ये एक रूट में यूनिफॉर्म प्राइस हम मेंटेन करते हैं, क्योंकि 5 गाड़ी फॉर एग्जांपल 5 गाड़ी के बीच में थोड़ा सा अंतर रहेगा, लेकिन अंतर रहेगा कि जैसे कि रेटिंग में फर्क रहेगा, उनका जो कम्युनिटीज में फर्क रहेगा। एंड और एक कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज है कि रियल टाइम ट्रैकिंग प्रोवाइड करते हैं, स्मॉल क्वांटिटी ऑफ गुड्स शिफ्टिंग करते हैं, जैसे कि बॉक्स बुकिंग में कस्टमर को वेराइटीज ऑफ चॉइस प्रोवाइड करते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइज डैशबोर्ड प्रोवाइड करते हैं। एंड और 2 बेटर सोल्यूशन ये है कि पूजा के सीजन में, मैरिज सीजन में हम गाड़ी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जैसे कि ये इंडिया की हिंदू कंट्री है जिसमें कि विसर्जन के टाइम में गाड़ी का जरूरत होता है। एक सर्टेन टाइम के लिए एक कस्टमर गाड़ी ले सकता है। कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज फॉर पार्टनर को ऑर्गेनाइज डैशबोर्ड मिल पाएगा, इसमें गैरेज फाइंडर, अगर गाड़ी रास्ते में जा रहा है कहीं पर खराब हो रहा है तो उसके आसपास में क्या गैरेज है वो उसको पता लग जाएगा। एंड फ्यूल फास्टैग रिचार्ज करने के लिए उनको डैशबोर्ड में फैसिलिटी मिलेगा ड्राइवर। एंड ड्राइवर जब रास्ते में जा रहा है तो उसको क्लॉक रूम फैसिलिटी कहाँ पर है रास्ते में उसको डाटा मिल जाएगा, जैसे कि वो रास्ते में फ्रेश होके सुबह आगे बढ़ सकता है। हमारा जो रेवेन्यू मॉडल है, मैक्सिमम हम बुकिंग जो रेवेन्यू जनरेट करते हैं एडवर्टाइजमेंट से एंड रेस्टोरेंट से ड्राइवर रास्ते में जा रहा है तो खाना के जहाँ पर खाता है वहाँ से हमारा कुछ रेवेन्यू जनरेट होता है। एंड सेकेंडरी रेवेन्यू हमारा आरटीओ कंसल्टेंसी, फ्यूल जब गाड़ी ओनर गाड़ी ड्राइवर फ्यूल डालेगा उस फ्यूल कार्ड से तो उसमें से कुछ रेवेन्यू मिलेगा हमें। इंश्योरेंस फास्टैग से भी रेवेन्यू मिलता है। 2019-20 का हम देखें तो हम माइलस्टोन 27 लाख का टर्नओवर पिछले साल हम किए हैं एंड पर बुकिंग में हम 525 तक हम रेवेन्यू जनरेट किए हैं। अभी तक हम मैक्सिमम एबव 1000 बुकिंग कंप्लीट भी किए हैं। यूजर भी हमारे पास 500 से ज़्यादा यूजर्स अभी है एंड अभी यूजर्स जो एप्लीकेशन डाउनलोड करते 500 से एबव यूजर जो हमारा एप्लीकेशन है वो डाउनलोड करके यूज कर रहे हैं। हमारा फ्यूचर का माइलस्टोन ये है कि 2023 हम 150 करोड़ का टर्नओवर अचीव करेंगे और बुकिंग में हम लगभग 525 तक मार्जिन रखेंगे एंड 2023 तक टारगेट है कि 1 लाख बुकिंग भी कंप्लीट करेंगे, 2.5 लाख यूजर अचीव करेंगे एंड डाउनलोड्स 1 मिलियन तक हम लेंगे। फोलियो का टीम में मैं विश्वजीत मोदी फाउंडर हूँ जो कि मेरा 5 साल का बिजनेस एक्सपीरियंस है एंड सेकंड डायरेक्टर जो है वो इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपीरियंस भी उनके पास है। जैसे कि उनको अच्छा सप्लाई चेन के ऊपर मैं नॉलेज है, मुझे अच्छा बिजनेस के ऊपर नॉलेज है। तो चीफ ऑपरेटिंग ऑफिसर उपमन्यु है एंड टेक्नोलॉजी सत्यजीत हैंडल कर रहे हैं एंड राजकिशोर प्रधान जो 7 ईयर का टाटा स्टील में सेफ्टी रोड सेफ्टी के ऊपर उनका 7 ईयर का एक्सपीरियंस है जो हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं एंड रामाई रंजन वो हैंडल कर रहे हैं ऑपरेशन ऑपरेशन हमारे सुंदर गोपाल हैंडल कर रहे हैं, ग्राफिक्स जो है ज्ञाना रंजन हैंडल कर रहे हैं एंड अभी हम इंस्टीट्यूट SMU TBI में है एंड ये TBI में भी है, स्टार्टअप इंडिया स्टार्टअप उड़ीसा रिकॉग्नाइज भी है एंड पिछले साल कोविड के पीरियड में स्टार्टअप इंडिया का टास्क फोर्स जो कि कोविड-19 स्टार्टअप के अनुसार वो रिकॉग्नाइज किए थे। थैंक यू। एनी क्वेश्चन?
विश्वजीत जी आपका प्रेजेंटेशन काफी अच्छा है। कहाँ से बिलोंग करते हो आप? वेयर आर यू?
भुवनेश्वर से।
अच्छा
भुवनेश्वर, ओडिशा।
So yeah, already this business model is already in implement कर दिया आपने? It is being okay. Thanks. No more questions from me.
Thank you, Mr. Biswajit. Next, we have Ms. Shehnaz Sheikh, who's from AI Genix Solutions Private Limited.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I hope everyone can hear my voice.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I am sharing my presentation. Just give me a second. I hope everyone can see my screen, right?
The screen is visible.
Yeah,
we can see.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. This is Shehnaz, and I'm founder and CEO at AI Genix International Private Limited, and we are based in Mumbai. So we invent technology for crop protection and sustainable farming. Our vision is to provide high-tech products in the field of pest management to the farmers, which are affordable, reliable, and eco-friendly to human being, and coupled with green sustainable solar energy source to improve the profitability of the farming business. I would like to share one of the customer story who is using our products from 4 years. So he's a farmer, Mr. Sachin Deshmukh, and he's growing pomegranate, orange, turmeric, and vegetables. Earlier, he was spending approximately 12,000 rupees per acre per month on crop protection. Now, with Brayhawk series product, His expenses drop down to 460 rupees per acre per month, and his produce is 100% organic. So problem what we are solving across the world, the government are putting ban on toxic pesticides. Majority of insect pests have developed resistance against pesticides. Then day by day, the cost of pesticide is increasing. Sometimes growers lose almost 100% crop due to insect pest infestation. So pesticides harmful to farmers and consumers. So we have addressed the issues related with insect pest management successfully by developing Brevhawk artificial intelligence second generation insect communication based devices. And these devices are fully automatic solar based. At that time they will get charged from sunlight, and sunset they will get start automatically and works for 4 to 5 hours, and they get automatic off. And after installation of these devices in any crop like horticulture, vegetable, floriculture, plantation crop, tea coffee estates, including open as well as in protected farms, farmers can achieve up to 95% pest control, and there is no need to spray any chemical pesticide. So this is a broad spectrum solution for crop protection. It controls population of 2000 plus insect pests harmful to the crop. It protects crop from damage caused insect feeding and fungal, bacterial and viral diseases. There is no need to spray any chemical pesticides. Farmers can achieve above 95% pest control. Then safe for 99% safe for beneficial insects like honeybees, predatory insects, nectar and pollen feeding bees, etc. Labor cost drop down to 95%. So we use artificial intelligence to protect crops and plants from insects, pests, and diseases without pesticides. So we have developed a unique primary type of artificial intelligent reactive machine. It releases multiple kinds of signals, includes visual patterns, light frequencies, acoustic signals, then vibratory signals to attract and aggregate 2000 plus harmful insects. Simultaneously, it generates alarm signals to threaten and repel beneficial insects. Ultimately, it safeguards to beneficial insects. The solution is tested in and evaluated by ICR KVK, ICRISAT, then Karnataka State Agriculture and Horticulture Department. We have applied for patent in January 2020. This is how the device working. So device can be useful in all kinds of crops, zero use chemical pesticides, safe on farmer friendly insects like lady beetles, lacewings, etc. Then residue free produce, makes your farm produce eligible for export market, saves huge amount of money on crop protection. One device covers 1 acre to 1 hectare area. It's around 145 to 190 feet radial distance coverage. Then this is automatic operation, doesn't require human intervention on day-to-day basis, saves huge cost of labor charges, increase farmer-friendly insect population, then increase yield by 40%. Life of product is 6 to 7 years without maintenance. And cost starts, we have developed 6 models. Cost starts from 25,000 and it goes to 90,000. So farmers get benefited by the cost is reduced, crop protection cost is reduced, yield increase by 40%, their earnings increase by 300%. They will get healthy food, and there is no health hazard issues. So our target customers are in agriculture sector, horticulture, vegetable, floriculture, plantation crop, millets, coffee, tea, etc. Apart from this, these devices can be useful in hydroponic farming, then seed warehouses, aquaculture, mosquito control at breeding sites, then poultry farms, cow, buffalo, goat stables, etc. So I just would like to share one short video, see how this device works. Yeah. So we are selling our products on on B2B, B2C, and B2G platform. This is our self-funded company. From 2014, we have sold 3,500 plus devices across 8 countries without any acquisition cost in domestic and international markets. Till date, we are able to generate revenue 2 crore, and customer retention rate is 70%. And from 2001 to 2020, we have spent 3 crore for research and development activities. Currently, we are developing and selling second generation insect communication based devices, and we are going to launch third generation insect communication based devices in 2022. So we are using effective use of social media networks like Facebook, LinkedIn, WhatsApp for building brand value and marketing. There is a huge global market potential. It's $190 billion by 2025. Our indirect competitors are pesticide manufacturers, solar light trap manufacturers, color sticky trap manufacturers, then pheromone based traps manufacturers. Apart from this, organic pesticide, biochemical pesticide, and synthetic chemical pesticide manufacturers, for example, Syngenta, Bayer, UPL. So as compared to all conventional methods, our product is highly efficient, eco-friendly, and cost-effective and affordable as compared to conventional methods. Yeah. Currently, we have onboarded.
Ma'am, can you please give a concluding remark? We have exceeded the time limit.
Yeah, definitely. So,
Shanaji, you can go to your last slide. Okay. Go ahead. Achha, you are the founder CEO. Okay, great.
So we have highly qualified and experienced founders. Myself, Shainaz, I have completed my education in MSc Microbiology, and apart from me, Mr. Khalil, he is co-founder and CTO, and he has done his education in BE Computer Engineering and Industrial Electronics Engineering. And we have active advisors. Our startup has been recognized with top 100 projects in India from Scotch Foundation, Delhi. Then Best Woman Entrepreneur Award from IIT Hyderabad in 2019, and Best Social Enterprise Award from IIT Hyderabad in 2019. And recently, our startup has been recognized Promising ABI Torch Award for Promising Entrepreneur 2020 from Asian Association of Business Incubation, supported by China Torch High Technology Industry Development Center and Shanghai Technology Innovation Center, China. Our startup has been...
we got the idea actually. Thanks. You've given a very elaborate presentation in the interest of time. I have 2 questions actually, quick questions, if you can help me understand too. You mentioned somewhere 70% of the customers are happy. So what could be the reason that 30% of the customers are not happy? Or customer retention you mentioned, right? Or repetitiveness you have mentioned in one of the slides.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so this is a repetitive customers, those who have purchased already some devices as a trial basis, and after getting good results, or excellent results, they are satisfied, and they purchase some large quantity or in bulk quantity. They have purchased devices.
So my point here is the 30% who did not come for or left you have gone to your competition. Any idea? Any study you have done?
Might be because of they don't want to purchase these devices because this is a one-time investment for farmer. So if they are not if they are not affordable, यानी afford नहीं कर पा रहे हैं इस machines को लेने के लिए, तो वो केस में हो सकता है 30% वो farmers के लिए.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next we have. Yeah, sir.
Okay. So, sorry, this is Shreya, is it?
Yes, sir.
Shreya, one small point to share with all the presenters. we are going to declare the results today itself, right? And whoever is declared as, in the yesterday's and today's sessions, we are going to shortlist 3 people. They have to, they will be directly entering into the final round of discussions at our campus on April 25th. The date will be communicated to them. But when they come there, they have to come prepared in terms of, they have to present the entire detailed business plan covering from, all aspects. Operational strategy, marketing strategy, financials, return on investments, and all parts, profitability, overall, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead. Next.
Finally, we have Mr. Ajay Dubey from Learn Drive Online Solutions Private Limited. Mr. Ajay. Mr. Ajay, can you hear me?
Ajay is there? Or...
Miss Shehnaz, kindly mute yourself. Mr. Ajay, you are not audible. Can you please remove the microphone and try another time?
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, you are audible. Yeah.
TIIC and IIITM opportunity to present our idea. Respected dignitaries and academicians and fellow participants, good evening. My name is Ajay Dubey and I am a mass communication graduate. Listening to the conference for the last 2 days, I am really wondering if I'm a fit to this community. But that is precisely the point, basically why we need mentorship and incubation from institutes such as IIITM. I'm going to quickly take you through to the presentation of what we are doing. But before that, just to introduce my background, actually, I'm a mass communication graduate, as I said, and I have a 10-year experience in the media, in the field of media. But my father is into the business of motoring school, and this is 45 years old, and it's my from a middle class family. There is a lot of emotions attached to the business. It's a given that one has to do the family. So, but initially it was not that good prospect. But after 2014, the government started putting in a lot of reforms, and started reforming this transport compliance industry. So that's where my need was realized more, and I started. I thought of contributing more, and by that time I was working as a lecturer at Asian Academy of Film and Television Institute in Noida. So to be able to manage both, what I realized, or basically I thought of, I was there with my dad full time for a year and understood the whole business and what is required and what not. Then I worked on to develop a digital platform wherein the associate of my father business, they can raise their order with me, or raise their work with me, and I can provide them back office service in Noida, and the other infrastructure layout where they can do that was mostly manual, the other deliverables. So that's how this started, and the reason was for me to be able to do both at a time. So, but then slowly the other associate also, the other training school also came forward and they wanted this app. So I started providing in a very limited way to my father's friend, because I didn't had I was not hiring anyone. I was doing all by myself. But soon did we realized that there is this opportunity wherein we can provide this back office service to the training school owners. So we registered a company and we started this business. Our business is certified under the Startup India program, briefly defining this idea, I'll say there are three stages to it. Just briefly before I begin with these points, that first is to providing the back office service to the training school network. Okay, so there is this requirement because the government has completely reformed the whole system, which was previously manual. Now there is a Sarthi portal and there is a Vahan portal where everything is digitized. So we started providing back office services. We have created an app and we have given it to only certified MTS owners, and it's only on an invitation basis. The next stage is where we want to create a M marketplace for motor training school owners onto the M marketplace, where training schools list themselves for the customer to book their needs and the vehicle needs. But at the same we also want to basically to provide other other vehicle and driver needs as well at the same time. So the idea is to basically introduce a hub and spoke model, wherein we create a hub of this training schools in India, a network of training schools in India, which is connected through a hub, which is this company. Okay, so with that, with this idea, we can provide all driver related and vehicle related services to the customer. Okay, so I'll just take you through the presentation. The agenda, as you can see, we discuss present market, what is LearnDrive offerings, what have we done so far, application processing service flow, product overview highlights and benefits. Now I've designed the presentation in such a way that it is explaining a lot. So there is unorganized market, as we and probably all of us know, the motor driving and compliance industry in India is typically dominated by the presence of a large number of small and micro businesses that operate in an informal, unorganized manner. Many of these are single person micro businesses that cannot afford to buy and maintain their own infrastructure. Now the government reforms, what it is, what it means that there is a lot of investment also an MTS owner has to do in terms of creating new infrastructure or adding to what they already have, such as simulators and and a classroom to conduct classes for the candidates. Now this is practically not possible for every school owners. So with this idea, what we can do is to create a common facility center wherein there are simulators available, wherein all candidates from different can come in and pay a little amount of fees and pay the charge and use it for the first 3 days as it is mandated by the government. Second is the second problem area is unskilled workforce. because of easy availability of cheap and unskilled labor provides a convenient alternative, even though it results in inefficiency as little or no records are maintained and only manual paper-based processes are followed. This results in high response time, no formal accountability, and higher charges for customer. Now, introduction of technology and processing, digitization is cutting across all layers of society, and we have an expectation that virtually every action we take now has a digital approach, and motor trading and driving licensing has not escaped this. And digitization is also being driven by consumer needs. The influence of digital is changing the experience of consumer in all industries and setting expectations that will shape demand for driving and vehicle related services. So the idea is, it is more user generated. This idea, it's not the customers are demanding this nowadays. This kind of a service. So moving next, what is Learn Drive? So with Indian government's ambitious initiative of Digital India, we introduced to you Learn Drive Online Solution Private Limited, an aggregator company that creates an marketplace for motor training school, making service available at a click of a button. So it's an internet company, it's an m-commerce to facilitate digitization of business process and trading in motor training services. A broader idea is, is also to diversify the training school business, to add more, apart from the trade which is already there that they do in the compliance industry, also to add another vertical wherein they can provide transport services also. So, for example, the intermediate transport system that we have, as we all know, is the backbone of the transport system. But it is run by an unorganized sector, mostly by share auto rickshaw or chafras like jeeps, etc. Now, is to using this network of training schools to create to contribute or to formalize this sector of the intermediate transport system. So moving on, Learn Drive offerings. These are like the first stage we have covered. We have created an app where we provide back office services to the MTS, and the idea is to create a network first. And the second stage is to create an m-commerce onto the web, which we haven't reached yet. So the offerings, ease of processing of all driving and vehicle related services, new MDS license, and etc. Customer preferences, all motor driving related services will be available on one portal. The specialized services, this is interesting, availability of trained certified drivers, categories of light motor vehicle, transport, heavy goods, and it will be available through the training school. So basically, customer will be able to hire a driver for an hourly basis or a daily basis or a monthly basis through the particular MTS in a particular area. Now, quality service through hub and spoke model, providing variety of driver and vehicle related services to the customer, and quality control, statutory assessment.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sir, I request you to kindly give your concluding statement as we are running out of time.
Okay, so I'll just go through the for the all stakeholders. We can all go through this for vendors, for customer, for industry, and to the government. So vendors is to outsource the hassle of creating and maintaining the database, and improve customer satisfaction and professionally merge and immediate implementation and so on. For customer, like I said, it is a need of the hour. They need something which is more helpful in that terms. And then for industry, because it creates a common platform for training school to come and perform their business activities. Basically, it organizes the whole industry. Okay. For government, it helps to curb corruption, malpractices, and then it helps stabilize the price, as you may have faced it personally. Then easy alignment and implementation of government policy and reform, easy availability of organized database. So, with this I conclude, and thank you. And if there is any question, I'll try to answer to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajay.
Yeah.
No questions from me.
Okay.
Thank you, Ajay, and thank you, Vikram. I now invite Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, CEO at SIIC IIT Kanpur, to give his concluding remarks in 5-10 minutes. Dr. Nikhil Agarwal.
Very good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot, my colleagues at IIITM Gwalior for inviting me. It's been such a pleasure to interact everyone. We have been working with IIITM Gwalior quite closely with our TIIC program. Certainly, it's been a phenomenal experience. I remember visiting IIITM Gwalior many years back when I was visiting Gwalior, but it was almost 10 years back. Still remember the sprawling campus of IIITM. I don't remember for what is the reason of visiting at that time. The director was known to me, I think someone, but certainly it was a great experience of visiting there. I hope everybody is well.
Professor Dunde was in common charge of both of us.
Sorry?
Professor Dunde, the director was the director for both the institutes.
Yes, Doctor. But at that time, Dr. Dande, I was not the part of IIT at that time. I was, I think I was, no, I came to IIIT when I was in Cambridge. I came from abroad. So I visited Gwalior for some reason. And then I was called to IIIT to meet some people. So maybe, yeah. So, but it was almost 10, maybe more, 15 years back. So I can't recall what was the reason. But yeah, I didn't remember that coming over to IIIT. So yes, maybe this presentation somebody is sharing is can stop. So we will have a better view of participants can also see our faces pretty well. Whoever is sharing this presentation and DD Dairy presentation.
Sir, actually there is some technical problem because of which we are not able to stop sharing this presentation.
Oh, so it is stuck up somewhere.
Yes,
okay,
sir,
no problem, no problem. So, so certainly we have been going. So my couple of comments about this very important conference which you are doing for the last 2 days, and I was hearing some of the last presentation. They were all very impressive. Many congratulations of bringing such high profile and good quality people to present at this platform. These platforms are extremely important. It gives an opportunity to create your thought process. You can start thinking more about what's going on. It gives you an opportunity to hear to other people what they are doing. A number of times as an innovator, it happens that we are in our own thought process. I think there is some background noise. So somebody, other people can mute is possible. Yeah, it may be better. Thank you. So number of times as an innovator and a scientist, we think that our idea may be very unique. But when we listen to other people's idea, we realize that there is a chances of improvement. That's the reason the incubation centers, whether it's IIITM Gwalior, whether it's IIT Kanpur, they are very important because the kind of mentorship and then the peer group that you get, that gives you a certification of your idea, whether this idea will work or not. And the innovators also have another tendency, which we call the my baby tendency. It's always like, you know, the way that mother treats his son or her daughter with more care, and we feel that the son and daughter is the most intelligent, most good looking in the world. It's not the anything, it's just the mother's love. The same way when the innovators set up a company, they have an idea, they always believe that their idea is best in the world and it will change the world. So sometimes it may not be the case. Sometimes it is also this opportunity, this kind of presentation opportunity gives you clarification that what changes you need to do in your idea, how you can improve your idea, what else you can do. So these presentations are very important. We have just seen that the bad part of the COVID has gone, though the COVID is not over yet. It's the new kind of strains are coming in. I would say the new strains are the way that the virus is getting, but the virus is an intelligent virus. Virus is not dumb virus. I would say virus is pretty innovative, or maybe whoever has created the virus, whether it is the bat who has created the virus, or whether it is some scientist that created the virus, different kind of stories we keep on hearing. But whatever the way the virus has been created, and as a biological system, the virus is very intelligent because it is mutating, it is continuously changing its shape and size and its behavior. I think the same way that the human beings also behave. We are also pretty intelligent, and innovative, we also change our ideas and companies the way that the market demand rather than we demand. So we should learn even from the COVID virus. There are positive things about the COVID virus. There is no other microorganism, or there is no other anything in the world which has spread so fast in such a little time. Even we used to say, because I have come from the technology background, we used to say it was the internet which has spread itself to whole over the world in 20 years, but the virus has taken few months to spread around the world. So that's something, another opportunity we have to think about the virus, is that the ideas that you are building should be spreadable, should be, of course, not in negative sense, but in positive sense, should be spreadable, should people able to hear those ideas across the world. And that idea is actually the world changing idea. We have shown the world, India is not behind. We have shown the world that we can be a leader. Today morning, I was hearing the Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat, though I don't listen to the Prime Minister every Sunday, but certainly that's an opportunity for hearing what's going on. And one thing which I absolutely agree, what he has said in the morning was that India has always been people who country of people who have changed the world. There are examples that exist in the currently. We are able to provide some of the best minds and the best CEOs in the world. We are, whether it's Mr. Sundar Pichai, whether it's Satya Nadella, whether it's Arvind Krishnan, who is IIT Kanpur alumnus, whether it's Indra Nui, who were till recently the CEO of PepsiCo, whether it's Shantanu Narayan, CEO of Adobe, or whether it's half of Kamala Harris, which also has Indian descendants. So we are the only country in the world, you will be surprised to know that, which have given the most number of president and the prime ministers to the foreign nations. Where till recently, the prime minister of Ireland, like always used to joke that there is no white country than Ireland. It's the most possible whiter population in the world, and their prime minister was none other than Leo Varadkar, whose father was a first-generation immigrant who came from Mumbai. So that was quite fascinating. Like countries like who have ruled us, who have influenced us, their first generation, second generation people are taking up the right at the leadership position. My own classmate is today Mr. Rajesh Agrawal is the Deputy Mayor of London. The London size itself, just to tell you, some of the people who are hearing, you may not know, but the London size, the London economy size itself is 50% of Indian economy. London is at $1 trillion economy. India is a $2 trillion economy. So London as a city itself, it's a half of Indian economy. And the first generation Indian, he was my classmate, Rajesh was my classmate right here in India, not in UK. We were classmates till 1997 when we graduated, and then he went abroad. He made his mark. Now his worth is $500 million. He is a CEO he was CEO of Rational FX, but then he said, I want to go back to the public service. He joined Labour Party. He became the aide of Sadiq Khan, and then when the Sadiq Khan 5 years before he become the mayor, he became the deputy mayor. So that's an excellent example, which I see that, and I have seen Rajesh growing in from, whenever I go to London, I meet him to go to his home, and he lives a very normal person's life, unlike the politicians here in India. The politicians in UK or US does not have that kind of aura behind them. They drive their own car and they take a metro to go to the office, and they work hard and they get a salary. They don't get anything hanky-panky going on. So I have seen very, very hardworking Indians have done phenomenally well abroad. So what is the reason for that? The reason for that is because Indians themselves are hardworking, they are intelligent, and we are able to manage some of the very large companies. Now it's time for us that unfortunately, we have been importing innovations from abroad. That has been an unfortunate part for the last 70 years. In the COVID time, most of you have seen in June, I remember I was in Hyderabad. I was invited by the AIG hospital in Hyderabad. The AIG hospital is the largest gastroenterology hospital in the world. The chairman of the hospital is Padma Bhushan Dr. Nagreddy. Dr. Nagreddy, I was interacting with for some reason that he said that we want to tie with IIT Kanpur and do some research and build up some medical products. So I was invited by him and I went to AIG hospital, and Dr. Reddy was taking me for the round. And he says, Dr. Agrawal, most of the things that you see in this hospital, there are two things which are very much Indian here. The first is the nurses and second is doctors. The rest, everything, whatever you see, we import. Even the beds and the series that we are importing, and it's absolutely surprising. So after the trip, when I gone to the Dr. Reddy's room, I said, sir, privately, I can tell you one thing, I'm embarrassed. He said, why? I said, sir, I'm not embarrassed by your doctors and the capability of the doctor. They are the finest in the world. But I'm embarrassed to see that all the engineering equipment that you are using, a monitor, you are using a bed, you are using a trolley, everything is imported. Why this is so? Why can't we produce things here in India? And that is embarrassing for me. Please allow us to work with you, and we want to turn this around. Rather than 80% of the equipment which is imported in this hospital, what I want to see in next 5 years' time, 80% of the equipment we produce here in Hyderabad and we export them. And he was delighted. He said, you take whatever help Maya you take, and you give me, you do whatever. And then we start today, we are working with the AIG hospital. We are miniaturizing an MRI machine. We are working on extrapolation for gastroenterology. Another incident happened which also opened up my mind, and I was like again embarrassed. Twice I was embarrassed, and that was again by the government of India. I don't agree to government of India every time. So the Rafale aircraft was imported, and everybody was quite elated across India. In my even Facebook, people were elated. Oh, Rafale got here, Rafale got here, and I was like, why we are so happy? We were having the money and we've gone to the Paris, like the way that all the rich people go to Paris to buy the Louis Vuitton bags and the Chanel shoes. We have gone to the Paris and we bought the Rafale. What about we made it here? What is wrong with us? When we can export Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadellas to the world, why can't we, with the same brains, we are able to run the Apples and the Googles and the Microsofts of the world, but why can't we use the same brains and produce our own Rafale here? And I wrote a very strong post, and incidentally, today IIT Kanpur is lucky to have 17 secretaries in Government of India out of 60 from us, Chief Economic Advisor, Defense Secretary, DST Secretary, Agri Secretary, Mining Secretary. They are all IIT Kanpur alumni. So I met Defense Secretary Dr. Ajay Kumar few months after, and I said exactly the same thing what I said to Dr. Nagreddy. I said, sir, I can tell you things which I cannot tell anybody else, but I am not very happy about the way that India is importing 13% of the defense equipment from outside. If we are able, why can't we do it our own? Why can't we become the 13% exporter to the world? Why we are spending our hard-earned money? We are anyway hardworking. Our people are still poor, but we are expending that money buying the expensive product from abroad because we don't have a capability of doing it. ISRO has shown them. ISRO has shown that, okay, rather than sending a Mangalyaan for $700 million, they can cut down the price by 90% and send that Mangalyaan for 90 or just $70 million. Everybody, I'm sure they may not heard the Mangalyaan story, but they must have seen the Akshay Kumar movie. So if we can do the Mangalyaan, why can't we do a Rafale? Why can't we do hospital equipments? And he absolutely agreed. He said, we will set up a fund and we will announce it. Finally, in December, I think some of my lobbying also worked. Dr. Ajay Kumar and the Defense Ministry announced a fund to set up and to start import in India. So what I want to say in the end is that the story is there. There is a talent, there is an innovation, there is a science, there is understanding, and there are facilities which are there in India. What we need is a will. We need to get out of our mindset of providing services. We need to come into the product mindset. We need to start doing the innovation. Institutions like AAA-ITM, Gwalior, institutions like IIT Kanpur are coming forward to help you out. Please come and join hand with us. And I'm sure that we all can work together in coming up with some really wonderful products in the future. So thank you very much, Dr. Manoj, for calling me there. Thanks a lot for everyone else. It's just a wonderful experience of interacting with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Director sir to say a few words about the conference.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Any conclusion? It's basically saying it's the start of the new. The end of the start and the start of the end both lies together. It has to be continuous, perpetual, but maybe certain events are discrete and we keep learning. We invite and we try to take stock of where we are, and we would like to put them into action. So I take this opportunity to thank everybody for the happy learning and happy sharing of experiences, sharing of thoughts, collaborative learning, and collaborative innovations. Thanks everybody, all the speakers, the organizer, the startup, the business plan, the moderators, the chairman of the sessions, and everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We will announce winners of quiz competition that were held during breaks, as well as winners of idea presentations that we had yesterday and today also. Please give me a minute. I hope the screen is visible to everyone. So first, I want to announce the quiz winners. We have Mr. Vinod Bhatia from IIT Delhi, Mr. Sagar Chaudhary from IIITM Gwalior, Dr. Neha Mishra from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Institute of Technology, Surat, Mr. Aditya Pratap Singh, Saima Kareem from IIITM Gwalior, Kuldeep Mangla, Lata Kushwa, Saima Kareem again, she actually won for 2 questions. And last but not the least, we have Shanti Shekharman. I congratulate all the participants for showing their enthusiasm during the quiz competition. Now I invite Mr. Giridhar ji to kindly announce the winners for idea presentation session. Mr. Giridhar, please continue.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chaitanya. So we had very few sessions yesterday, and we have gone through the sessions today. So based on the depth of the idea, we have shortlisted 3 people: Mr. Abhinash Sahu, Alliance Business School, Bangalore; Mr. Chalsani Veerabhadra from Chalsani Turbine Private Limited; and Ms. Shahnaz Sheikh from AI Genix Solutions Private Limited. So these 3 are the shortlisted people who are going to participate directly the final event, which is going to happen in our campus on April 25th. The exact date will be communicated to you separately, but my only suggestion is that 3 of you have to come prepared, bring a detailed business plan to the final round of discussions. The detailed business plan should consist of the complete strategy, go-to-market and marketing strategy, financial strategy, and also particularly I'm looking at any product involvement is there, product lifecycle management also. All the issues related to PLM, covering all those aspects, if you can make business plan and come there, it will be actually easy for us to take a final call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Giridharji. One thing which I want to point out is that Mr. Chalasani is 60 years old, and he has showed that innovation and entrepreneurship has no limit. So
Correct. I agree with you. I really appreciate his enthusiasm. Actually, he's running pillar to post to push his idea even to government, even to IITs. I really appreciate, and the idea is definitely novel. While our panelists will review his plans and the ideas in April 25th, but this round is definitely in.
Okay, you're right, Giridharji. Now I will take over. First of all, I want to introduce myself. I am Chaitanya Singh, research scholar at IIITM Gwalior, and I am pursuing PhD in management under the guidance of Dr. Manoj Kumar Das and the respective professor Rajendra Sahu. My research area is marketing and innovation, and this was my first experience at organizing a conference at such a large level, and I tried to do justice to it. And now I want to thank all the respected owners, directors, our organizing team, all the members in the team, the sponsor, and I also want to thank the reputed speakers who took their prize time to attend the conference, the startups, the idea presenters, and most importantly, the participants. Thank you for being online and attending the conference on both the days. So I will quickly walk you through the sessions that we had today. In today's session, we had talks from reputed people from a variety of domains. I'm sure it was beneficial because it covered multiple domains for a mixed audience. We had Dr. Swaminathan from IIT Indore, who walked us through evolution of wireless communication system from 1G to 5G. We had Mr. Venkatesha, the chief scientist at TCS. He explained about innovation, which is the theme of the conference. We had Dr. Patanayak from IIITM Gwalior, sir explained steps in design thinking very well. Vishal Vyas from IIITM Gwalior, who gave a detailed session on business plan. Ms. Sindhuri from Amazon Web Services explained us how the products and services offered by their company support innovation. Mr. Neeraj Athalya, MD at SUSE, emphasized how massive investments are happening across startup, and this statement will definitely encourage students to start their company of their own. We had Mr. Krishna Ramaswamy, MD at India Fulcrum Digital, and he explained how this COVID-19 pandemic has actually accelerated the adoption of technology across all the sectors. We had Dr. Surya Narayan Iyer, Senior Director at Oracle SaaS, explained us how workforce is changing, and most of the people are millennials and they are following unconventional processes, and so we must also adapt. We had Mr. Jay Nari, practice head at NDDB Dairy Services. He introduced us to the company, the major technology challenges that they faced, and how they overcame them using SaaS and ERP systems. Last but not the least, we had Mr. Akarshan Sethi, who is mentor at AIM and Startup India, and his engaging speech inspired college students to start something of their own. And at the end, we had concluding remarks from Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the speakers and all the participants. Now I hand over to Dr. Manoj Kumar Das.
Good evening to all of you. So, being a coordinator of this program is coordinated jointly by Professor Rajendra Sahu and Mr. Manoj Das. So, it is my responsibility to give the thanks to those persons who directly or indirectly to help this conference successful. First, I should like to thanks to my team members, Chaitanya Singh Research Scholar, Gidhar Arela Research Scholar, Ankit Arora MBA student for semester, here MBA student, yes, and yes, semester. Now, so I'd like to thanks to my staff at Kushlinder, Dr. S.P. Sharma, Sonu, and Balkisans, who directly or indirectly support my events. Then I should like to thanks our honorable director, Rajendra Sahu, because when I discussed with organize the conference, set go ahead. So that is a milestone to me to think and design the overall, and the background of the plan and the vision, mission, and how to go about it is mentoring last 2 months. So I'd like to thank my director, Rajendra Sahu, for your support for this conference. Now I'd like to thank our sponsor TIIC University Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, IT. I'd like to thank our board member, one member is here, K.K. Patnaik, Rajay Kumar, Professor P. Verma sir, Akhil Gupta sir, and our registrar sir and treasurer sir. And I'd like to thank our speaker, Dr. Agarwal, Honorable Director of TIICM Gwalior, and the former chairman of UPSC in New Delhi. Then Dr. Somen Majumdar, Vice President Mahindra CI Automotive Group. Then Dr. B.M. Aveja, Senior Director of MIT. Then Mr. Asutosh, Founder and CEO of Smart Controls India Limited. Then from Dr. Rajan Agarwal, Associate Dean Innovation and Incubation, Indian Institute of Technology University. I'd like to thank Mr. Vivek Srinivasan, entrance speaker, founder Startup Square, Bangalore. I'd like to thank Mr. Vijay Kumar Sahu, Regional Manager and Office in Charge, UNU, and even NRBC Hyderabad. I'd like to thank Dr. Mr. Dharmendra Rathore, CEO IT Missions. Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, DDG Department of Telecommunication and Ministry of Communication, is now OSD. Dr. Manmohan Mishra, Associate Professor, Kalyan University, Parampur. Then Dr. R. Swaminathan from IIT Indore. Mr. Venkatesh R. Chief Scientist, TCS Research and Innovations. Dr. K.K. Patnaik, Associate Professor, ABV-IIITM Gwalior. Dr. Vishal Vyas, ABV-IIITM Gwalior, of 20 members. Mr. K. Sindri Amarjans. Mr. Neeraj Athayale, Managing Director, SUSE India. Mr. Krishna Ramaswamy, Managing Director, Indian Telecom Digital. Dr. Surya Narayan Iyer, Senior Director, Oracle SaaS Applications. Mr. Jay Narayan, Practice Head IT and BBB Services. Mr. Akarshan Sethi, Mentor, AIM and Startup India. Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, CEO, SIIC IT Kanpur, and the media persons, and all the members, all the faculty members of IIITM Gwalior who supported me to organize this conference successful. I invite our director sir to give the closing remarks to say that the conference is closed. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, once again. I declare the conference closed. Thank you.
I want to announce that all the participants, the winners of this competition and idea presentation, all of them will get their certificate soon. We will mail it to them. So kindly be patient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all the participants.
Thanks, everybody.
Jalaji, do you want to say anything? Okay,
no, sir, that's fine. That's fine. I know the Professor Sahu and everybody has summarized. That's very good. The very good way it is actually organized.
Special thanks to be there.
Sir,
Getting the corporate connect.
My responsibility, sir. It's my responsibility. We all have to do bit to the education actually.
Okay, thank you. Now
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.